Oh, that wasn't really a nickname. We can say that. His name was Mad. Yeah, these are jokes. Yeah, these interviews aren't serious. No, we're gonna edit it all out anyway. It's probably never air.
Okay. Yeah, that's
saying to the camera though. That's right. That was Chris' answer to how he feels whenever his team tries to talk to him about Dota. This chess match isn't going well for you.
It's not, because I have no Dota.
Okay. What are you drinking, sir?
Coffee.
You have to wait till I give you the microphone, otherwise it's not going to... What are you drinking, sir?
Coffee.
Okay, that's very good. How do you like your coffee?
Black.
It's very French of you.
I think it's just very European.
Did you start drinking coffee once you moved to Europe?
Once I moved to... yeah.
Since, of course, you're a North American player, did you have to adjust a lot of things when you started living in Europe for the first time?
Yeah.
What did you have to adjust?
Just like my calorie intake.
What does that mean, dude? I mean, you can't just say that. What does that mean?
Just like there's less calories in this continent.
Oh, so you had to get used to food scarcity in Europe. I understand. Yeah, we don't have that problem in America. Definitely not a lot of food scarcity. Do you miss any of the American cuisine?
Yeah, the Mexican food.
Oh, what's your favorite Mexican dish?
I mean, probably just tacos, yeah.
What kind of tacos?
Birria or like fish taco.
Hell yeah, brother. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's why you gotta come back to NA. Is it not worth the tacos?
I mean, not for Dota at least.
Do you think you could form a purely NA team right now and win TI?
Purely NA.
Yeah, I'm talking homebred Americans, you know what I'm saying? I potentially can be on this squad if that influences it for the better.
That helps, but I mean, if you include me, then you would include Sai, I assume.
Naturally, he is the captain.
Maybe if Sai like played a year of pubs, then it might be possible. And that's where also would need to play a year of pubs. I mean, he's doing it, but it's a competitive team. It works.
So you're calling out these rusty guys from like the 2019 EG or whatever the hell the squad that was. We didn't do too well with that squad.
We did pretty well. We won like 5 tournaments.
Not after I got there.
Is that true?
Yeah, we bombed out of TI. That didn't end too well. We had the double coach situation.
I feel like we won like the Manila tournament with you.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was the last great victory for North America. How do you feel about being part of that?
Was it really?
That was the last tier 1 tournament that RTZ won.
I mean, that was a good tournament. We beat... Wait, actually... we beat... Wait, I thought you were playing with Jakima, but we beat Jakima. You were not playing.
I was not playing with... I was coaching you.
So there was like a grudge match for you. Were you ever playing with Jakima?
Not before that. You've gotten this entire history wrong. This is Crit, everybody. His Dota memory might be failing. He needs to retire a couple times like Seb. Do you think you're going to remember anything in particular from your entire Dota career that stands out?
Am I going to remember anything? Is that what you asked?
Like, is there one moment that you think 30 years from now, 4 years when you're sitting in the nursing home, you have dementia, and you can't really remember anything in your life, and your kids are all staring at you, and they're like, Papa Crit, please tell us something from your Dota life that you remember. What's going to come to your mind?
I think TI win, but honestly, like the first 2 majors with OG were like, yeah, I think that's gonna be like standing out. Like the feeling I had when I won those was very different for TI.
What was different about it?
Because I was like 19, so it's like amazing, you know. And then when I won TI, I was old, so it's like I've done that, you know.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. The spirit of youth is what invigorates our esports players. And once they're past the prime age of 23, it's all downhill, especially for the veterans like our boy Crit here from Team Falcons. Thank you for joining me today. I did win this chess match. We can fast forward and like reshot that in. You got checkmated pretty swiftly here. Too old to play chess apparently too. But thank you for joining me. Enjoy your coffee, sir. Hello everybody, welcome to EWC 2026. I am here with some of the EG Mount Rushmore. We've got someone from about every era of that organization here, including myself, so pretty cool. After you play for so long, you go through so many teams, you always learn more as you go through each team. And I feel like when you look back on a past team, you're like, man, if only I had known this on that team, I could have fixed some issue, or our drafting would have been better, or like our team chemistry would have been better. Do you guys feel like that about some specific iteration of an EG squad? Like you learned something on the teams you played in since that you wish you'd go back and just like yell at yourself, you know, do this, please, do this.
I think it's hard to say because for me, like when I left Shopify and I went to Falcons, like it was obviously a very different type of team, and I think it's mostly like a philosophy thing. Like it's not like a style. Like you can't really say that because you can't really do both. You know, like you kind of have to choose which type of Dota you want to play, and you can be like, oh, this Dota kind of works for us, but like it doesn't mean that the other side is wrong, if you know what I mean. So it's like you read, like for me it's more like an individual thing. Like you learn some things about your own role and like that maybe you could have.
I guess I can rephrase it too, because I hear what you're saying, and I guess I don't mean it in the sense of going back to those teams and being like, do this instead of that, but do something that would have made those teams excel at what they were good at. You know, like peak EG style. Could have it come together?
I think probably the TI that Spirit won. I think if we had all learned, if we knew more of what we know now back then, I think we could have had a better shot, because we were like kind of the favorites going into that one, like us and LGD.
You guys had that insane boot camp before that, yeah, right? You went to Malta or something for like
We went to Monaco.
weeks?
No, that
Monaco.
No, the problem was we
I heard
they
some shit
delayed
about that
TI
one.
that year.
What went down at that boot camp?
No, that was good. I loved it.
The boot camp was fine. It was just super random that it happened to be
I
Monaco.
see.
That's all.
Yeah.
It was like some sort of EG partnership deal or something or another. It was like
No, it was
random.
pretty fun. I liked the
You guys were
place.
in like a penthouse or something, or what was it?
No.
No,
It was just some part.
that's like an office building.
Oh, not that exciting.
Oh.
It was beautiful.
But you get to see all the yachts when you walk around. It's pretty small.
We had
area.
like a Michelin star, supposedly chef.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
But like some guys didn't like the food; they just wanted burgers.
Oh, it was super funny. We kept asking for him to just make normal like food that anybody can eat, and he would like bring like snails and stuff, and like, you know,
Too fancy?
yeah, it was a little too.
There wasn't an F1 race going on then.
No.
No, but it's cool to see the like the marks on the ground. You know, when you just walk around, you see it still. It's cool. Yeah, it's racetracks.
Are there teammates that you wish you could still like play with? Maybe not gameplay wise, but just like, I wish I had this guy on my, like he was my best friend back now. I wish I could have him on my team. From the EG days, you know?
I think Daryl was, I really like playing with Daryl. He's probably like one of my favorite teammates that I've had. Like in terms of, I would say not just in terms of like how he is as a person, but also how like he was like the perfect offlaner. Like in my head, like he's like the perfect off. He can do everything. Like, so for me, him probably like that was the most enabled that I've felt, like in terms of my own performance, because he was just so good at doing his job that I was like very free to just play my role.
Probably Ramses.
Ramses,
I like playing with him. Yeah, I think he helped a lot.
now you stole his org.
I guess so. Shout out to Ramses.
It all worked out in the end, huh?
yeah.
Why'd you like him so much?
He was just a dominant guy, and in the sense, like in the game, he was able to help lead from a core position, and I felt like we had inconsistency, like back then, especially with Abed and Artur. Like not to like flame or anything, but he was able to more consistently just take over the game or help them.
He's a stronger shot caller.
Yeah, he was, and I think that's something we kind of missed. So.
You think that was a recurring issue on some of those EG teams in terms of like who was the clear shot caller in game?
I think,
I mean, it's not about throwing someone under the bus.
yeah, I think Artur had it in him. Sometimes he would be like amazing, but it just was not always happening. And it was kind of weird why, because like he usually has good lanes, you know, he's a super good laner.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure why. So yeah, I think it's needed, like to have cores that can help lead the game at some point. Yeah.
So I feel like that was one of the things that a lot of those versions of EG were looking for from an outside perspective. Like you bring in Ramses, S4, these kind of core players that were like designed to be a shot caller core in game to help lead the late game shot calling or whatever. Cause it's pretty hard as a support sometimes. Is that true?
I'm trying to remember.
Like, was that a consideration in bringing those
Yeah, I
guys?
think a problem sometimes was, I think usually these two guys, they wouldn't take losses as badly. I think the other, like Sumel and Artur, and sometimes myself, we would take the losses too hard. But I also think it wasn't bad because they would push the overall team up. I don't think it's bad in retrospect to have someone that gets really mad when losing, but I think we made some roster changes that were like a little bit irrational. Like I think we did well with Daryl twice in a row, and then we did kind of poorly at that TI, and then it was a lot of emotional stuff happening after that loss because also like the big TI, and then yeah, so I don't remember. I think it was also because at the time a lot of the CIS players were getting better. Spirit won, so we wanted to get I At Nightfall, he was like a big guy that like
Hey, you guys
I
played
was
with
a
him
big
for a
fan.
bit.
I was a big fan of the guy because he would like lead a lot. So I was like, let me try and get this guy's off lane, you know. But
The old Bulba.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, to me, that was probably the biggest mistake that we
Yeah.
made. That was really bad. Not just for us, but also for his career. Like he wasted a year basically. Yeah. I think just like I think like if you look at him now, it's very obvious like what he could have been like on offlane because he's like confident leader in English. Back then he was not. Like he was playing offlane and he was still kind of playing carry and he was not really like. Yeah, it was just too early for that, and then also because we brought in Jerix and he had been like on a long break and like it was too many. It was too like mad scientist, you know. Like it just
sometimes my role swap. It's like my role, like I get some. The role swaps have usually been kind of bad, except Roman. It's because I think we were too inspired by Roman's role swap
For which team?
because he switched from carry to offlane to our team. Remember? Like he was
Around
playing.
two.
Oh, that role.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry, not
Thank you.
But resolution.
I was thinking
swapped.
Rezo. That's
He
why
also swapped.
Yes,
Remember,
that's why I was
played-
thinking.
Yeah, so they
I was
both
like, when did you
did.
play with Rezo?
I mean, the role switches can be dangerous. You know, like it's a risk. It's like investing in Bitcoin. You
Are
don't
you
know.
are you saying that as the recruitment profession?
Yeah, I've learned that the hard way.
Yeah. The recruitment parameters have changed.
Yeah. I don't know. Some people can do it. I don't know how. Like,
I think just that was probably my biggest regret because I think after that, we were like also talking to 33, and I think like obviously he went to win the next one.
That was the year when like we had like we could get anyone. We're like if Falcons can get anyone now, right? So we had like Netta, our 33, and Amar as like the two options, and Nightfall is off lane. So two off laners and the carry guy, and Artur and I.
Yeah, it doesn't look as great in hindsight.
Yeah, we chose Igor, and usually he would let like Artur and you can choose, you know, and we're like, okay, let's try out the Igor.
Well, thank you for joining me on this EG flavored podcast, and I hope everybody enjoyed watching. We'll see you next time.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Awesome, blow the house down.
Hello everyone, welcome to the French food tasting. I'm Seb and I'm joined with the Nigma Galaxy boys. You know them, GH, Omar. We have a bunch of different things for you guys. You don't have to eat anything you don't feel like eating, I will say that. Some things are easy picks, pretty tasty, nothing can go wrong. I know you will like it. Some things are maybe a little bit more difficult. You're not gonna have the best time of your life. So, but don't worry, I will always give you a trigger warning. I'm not gonna trap you into anything bad. No big deal. Okay, there is sweet and cheese. Do you have a preference? You want to start with something?
I don't like cheese as much, so probably the sweets.
Okay.
I like cheese, but the ones I choose.
Okay. You didn't choose any of these?
No,
You didn't.
I like
I was
French.
told you chose the
camembert.
the camembert. I was told it's your favorite.
It is my favorite, but I'm not gonna taste it because I like to savor it for a different time.
Oh, okay. For the maybe the celebration, the winning celebration.
Exactly, back at home in Lebanon.
Okay. What about you, Omar? You don't wanna?
I'll just go with whatever GH picks.
Ah, okay.
I trust him a
Okay,
lot.
that's so smart. Okay, so straight on the sweets. I can't interest you in any of the.
What do you want to interest us in? What is monster cheese?
Oh, okay. So
How do you pronounce it?
Munster.
Okay.
So if I had to rate the cheese, as in from difficulty, I would say number one is over there. It's you start easy, no big deal. Kind of like a cheese you might know is picon, kind of like the same. Then this one is comté. It's pretty typical. It's pretty soft taste. Then camembert, we start getting in trouble. Camembert is you have to make sure you don't talk to anyone for the rest of the day. There's a bunch of things that goes with it, and Munster is the top of the top. So I'm not even gonna, Camembert is afraid of Munster. You know, he's on top of the food chain, this one.
Where do we find the monster?
It's a good question. It's a question for AI.
Okay.
I believe.
I guess you don't have the answer to that.
I cannot help you with that.
Okay,
but,
sounds good.
If you get an answer, let me know.
Will do.
Okay. So, let's get to the sweets. Anything you recognize that you've seen before?
I've seen the Madeleine before.
Okay, nice.
What about Omar?
I think I've seen the macaron.
The macaron, yeah.
I think that's one. Yeah. think I've seen it before.
If you guys
That's the
feel
only
like trying any of it, please be our guest.
Go ahead, GH.
You wanna try the macaron? We
Go
can
for
try
it.
the macaron.
I think you have chocolate, strawberry, and I assume it's vanilla. flavor?
Which one feels good for you?
Go for the easy one. Chocolate.
Chocolate? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll cut it in half.
Go for it. That's a very good split, bro.
Thank you, bro. Go ahead.
That's how you split the support resources?
No,
No, it's not like this
No.
at all. Huh?
no.
I think a much bigger piece.
I think I'm that one. He's this one.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think?
It's good, not
Yeah.
the best.
Not the
I give
best.
it a 5.3 over 10.
5.3. Not the best compared to other desserts, or not the best compared to other macarons you've had in your life?
Not the best compared to other macarons.
Aha. You have a connoisseur.
You know me.
Okay. What do you think?
I think it's a 6. I like
6? Okay. Cool.
Why are you laughing, bro?
Yeah, why are you laughing?
It's good.
It's just funny, bro.
It's good.
Try the madeleine?
Go for it.
Okay. You don't wanna try anything?
No, please.
This is
I've been
French
trying.
cuisine.
I've been trying all day with everybody else.
You want a piece of camembert?
No, thank you. It's for your celebration later. I would not dare.
I don't think so.
Thank you, bro.
Okay, I'll try the madeleine.
Yeah.
I'll cut you a small piece, Omar.
Like we say in Lebanon, sahten, and in France we say
Bon appetit.
bon appetit.
Go ahead, Omar.
Yeah.
This is called madeleine.
Madeleine.
What is it made of?
It's another question for AI. You have a lot of questions for AI. No, as a typical eggs, butter, a bit of sugar, I assume.
It's not bad, but it's not great.
Okay.
Maybe like a 5.8.
5.8. It's very precise, huh? It's
It's compared to other madeleines.
yes. No, but I would agree. I think you have a good palate, say. No?
Because I had a lot of good macarons, a lot of good madeleine.
Yeah.
These ones are
No, they're pretty. They're average. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have an educated French taste, then I cannot trick I cannot trick GH. What do you think?
I think it's, I would rate it lower than the other one, like 5.5. It's just the taste of sugar and other stuff.
It's too stuffed, or
Yeah,
Okay.
it's too strong.
Okay.
That one is a bit nicer.
I could offer you next. We call this petit écolier. It means little schoolboy, I guess, or girl. I don't know. No, actually, boy.
boy.
You're correcting me on my French. I love it. Well, it's needed.
You know.
It's been a long day. This is your typical biscuit, like lunch biscuit for kids when they go to school.
What kind of chocolate is it?
I believe it's milk chocolate.
Okay, then I can try it.
You can? Oh, if it was, you don't like dark chocolate?
I'm
Maybe?
not a big fan of dark.
Okay.
You wanna try petit écolier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a trick? Is that a
I
trick?
have to
Quick
say, his
question.
pronunciation is, it's perfect. It's flawless.
I'm gonna
Oh, you're
give
cutting it. I've never seen somebody cut a petit écolier with a knife and a fork. This is a first for me, but it's good.
I'm trying.
Yes. Oh, you're gonna eat it with the fork too?
Yes, we're very like that.
Educated.
No, no, not, there's no we. It's
no
me.
Nice.
Pretty nice, actually. Pretty nice.
I'll give it a 7.
7.
Yeah.
I would give it an 8, actually.
8.
It's good.
Really?
So it's your
It's
favorite.
good. I like it. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
I mean,
They're very good.
I would prefer macaron and madeleine any other day,
But a good one.
but a good one.
We
yeah.
can say it. Like.
Yeah, but a good one, yeah,
Very
for
good.
sure.
And I mean, I think.
What is this one?
Okay, this one is. I think we call them barquettes. It's kind of like.
What does it mean?
It's the shape. Barque is you go on water with it. You know where tu rames avec une barque. What's
Okay.
the English word for it? It's like
paddles?
a small boat. Yeah, kind of. And the shape is the same, right? It looks
Okay.
like a small boat. So it's called small boat.
Okay.
Whatever.
Are you interested in tasting?
Yeah.
If you are, I am.
You could
Okay.
cut it in half.
I'll cut it in half.
Yeah.
Sharing is caring.
Oh, we should have skipped lunch.
You
bro,
can
for
also
this.
break it.
Okay, I'll
break
do
it
that.
if you want.
Is it French tradition to break
I
it?
mean, I just don't want you to struggle with fork and knife. I'm just trying to help. Now this is what the Nigma Gold repetition looks like. This looks like much more, huh?
I'll have this one.
This is a Shiva Refresher Aeon Disc Phoenix, and it's a 4-staff Rubik.
If even.
If even for stuff. Fluffy hat and
Not my favorite.
not your favorite. Okay.
No,
Also,
I wouldn't do it again.
We can't beat the petit écolier.
no.
You wouldn't
That
do it
one's
again.
best by far.
This one, no, maybe a different place. I think it feels pretty old, like the biscuit.
It's possible.
Maybe you can try it and tell us. You don't have to use fork and knife either.
It's
Maybe you can tell us if it tastes like a original or a bit older.
2016.
Okay. I was going 16.
It's like wine. It's like wine, you know?
Yeah.
2007. It was a good year.
It's aged.
Yes, it's
Aged bark.
H. Barket. Yeah. 18th century.
You like it?
I like it. I like it.
Okay, next up is the cheese.
No,
For
that's
Seb?
it. No. I think.
But you have to show us how a true Frenchman eats Münster cheese.
You want me to try it?
No, I don't. You don't have to do it, bro.
Okay. I was gonna do it for you. Anything?
No, you don't have to do
No,
it.
okay. No, I think honestly, you guys tried almost everything. Thank you for trying. Thank you for rating. You were pretty
Critique.
but that's the man's of high standard. So I did not expect anything less.
You know us.
Yes, I know you. Thank you for watching, and cheer for the boys in the tournament.
You guys are doing very well at EWC. You're currently 5-1. Is that correct?
7-1.
7-1. Excuse me. You guys tied with Aurora, who were I would say coming into this, they were probably the team expected to get top in their group. You guys are tied with them at 7-1. So what do you think is going to happen from here on out? Aurora plays Liquid tomorrow. Do you think you guys are just going to sweep the rest of your groups and you guys are going to be tied at the end and have to play a tiebreaker, which I assume there is?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're gonna 2-0 tomorrow, playtime. And Blitz said they're gonna take one game off.
Yeah, he promised.
He promised?
Yeah, so we should be good.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more so dependent on Liquid if they can beat Aurora than us, to be honest.
Okay.
Probably end up playing tiebreaker.
Okay. And how do you think that tiebreaker is going to go? Easy 2-0 or what?
Nah, they're good. So maybe 2-1, I would say.
Okay, maybe 2-1. GH, what's that stare for?
No, I just love this guy. He makes me laugh a lot. So just look at him and laugh.
He's a funny guy.
He's a bundle of sunshine in a dark world. It just makes me laugh.
It's funny because I feel like I've heard many people describe you that way.
No, it's just Sumail, I've played with him for a long time, I think already. Just he makes me laugh. I like him a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So outside of the people in this room,
I don't like anyone.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But outside of the people in this room, who was your favorite teammate to play with? And I'm going down the line, so be prepared.
That's a good question. I have to run down memory lane. Played with a lot of people. I would say, I mean, every single individual brought their own positives and negatives. But hands down, I would say the most skilled player I've ever played with. After Sumail, of course.
Of course.
No, let's remove this team. Let's put it on the side. So I would say it was a miracle. He was absolute best player I've ever played with. He shined a lot in his own way. He was fun to spend time with as well. So I would say him. My second, for different reasons, would be Kuro because we played a lot together. And as Omar said, I learned a lot from him too, especially inside the game. He had really good vision about how the game should be played, what are the important things, what to focus on, and how to play the game basically. And then I would specifically shout out Matumba, man. He was a very fun teammate. He was very stoic, I would say. I think maybe it's a characteristic of Finnish people. They're very stoic. So I think these guys were really fun to play with.
So Mal, you're next.
I mean, I guess I said it already, right? It was the whole of TI6 post TI6 CG. It was Uni off lane, Zai +4, Crit +5, R4, me. Then we had Fear coach.
Yeah, those were the boys.
Yeah, and then we got Aries secondary coach at some point. And then Fear stopped working there. That guy was just sitting there. Yeah, so but it was just like a insane fun group, to be honest. I have good memories of that time. Only good memories, to be honest.
Okay, so I've got a story from Avery about you, and I want to see if this is true. So when he first was potentially going to join EG to coach,
Yeah.
you said, not that guy. And the reasoning is because you guys would play each other in pubs all the time, and he would just gank you all the time. And from Avery's perspective, what he would say is like, I'm trying to be a pro player, so I want to interact with, the best player in the game. So he would just go and gank your lane all the time. Is that true?
It is true. It is true.
He just would ruin your mid lane.
Yes.
F this guy.
I mean, just some people who just play it to ruin your game,
Yep.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yep.
You gotta play the game.
That's fair.
But then we grew close, actually. It was really fun. I hope he didn't tell you about other stuff,
That is actually the only story he's told me about
nice,
you.
nice,
so,
nice.
Samil, it's a trend. I feel like I've asked other people. In fact, just before this podcast, I asked a couple of people. I said, what should I ask Samil? They all said, I want to say things that wouldn't be safe for a podcast. All right, Devi, you next. Favorite teammate outside of this team?
Probably Fiolicor.
Okay.
He's playing LGD right now. I think I just improved the most with him. I think we pushed each other in a positive way. We kind of went through a low together, and we had to work hard together, and we kind of rose. I think, like during my time with Fiolicor, I improved a lot. Because right before I joined Heroic for the first time, won my first tier 2 tournament with him. Never any issues with him. He's a great guy, super hard worker, like me, I would say, and he pushed me to do better. And he's a good friend.
I've heard very good things about Theo. We just talked to KJ again recently, and I asked him about Theo. He said he was kind of a soldier. He'll do anything to make things happen.
Yeah, exactly. And he had a very good influence on me in that regard. He helped me become a much better player.
Omar?
I'm gonna say it's 3 people mainly from my old team, which were Noob, Kauri, and our old coach, Axel, who's coaching Yandex right now.
Oh, okay.
I think these 3 were the guys who helped me a lot, actually. I have to confess, I was not a good player. I would say they helped me become a good one. They helped me a lot, actually. I improved a lot during my time with them. Yeah, I would say they're a big reason I am who I am today.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Esports World Cup.
business as usual with Dota yesterday, Purge, but are we going to get something similar today? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I don't know. We had those exciting upsets that happened earlier, but they got their dreams crushed yesterday, unfortunately. So might see something similar today, but it could be another upset. You never know.
How are we thinking about the teams? Have they got a chance up against Falcons and Co?
Well, Enigma Galaxy is looking much better this tournament than they have in years. We could see them upset, but it could be a reality check. They haven't played Dota in a long time.
Oh, let's find out if the reality check hits. It is Falcons with the easy side of the bracket. Who'd have thought that was going to happen? Let's get into the next day of Dota here at EWC.
Only 3 more days of Dota, and then we know who will take the championship here for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We're live from Paris with our final day of quarterfinals here coming your way. And to talk all about the quarterfinals today and yesterday, I'm joined by Seb and Lacoste. Seb, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good, but you know, it kind of hit me when you say only 3 more days. Like,
yeah,
when you said only, it's like, can we extend it or something? Like, Dota in Paris doesn't happen often. Like, it really went by really fast. Like, can we just do like another week or something? Is that a possibility? Can you reach
I mean,
out to
you
that?
got my vote.
I got you. Can you do anything about it?
I don't think I can.
Yeah, we said it's democracy always when we choose things. Yeah, I'm down. I'm definitely down. So 3-0. 3-0. Zil, that's a new one.
That's been decided.
0 and 0 combined. No, very excited to see, you know, what's going to happen today, because we've seen some of the teams also getting eliminated, teams that potentially could have taken the whole thing. But, you know, this is single elim now. It has been single elim in the survival stage as well. So going to be very interesting and looking forward to it, Shiver.
Yeah, and single elimination doesn't really happen very frequently in Dota 2, and that just means the pressure is so much more than any other tournament. It means that you don't get that second chance, where a lot of people, oftentimes, they rely on that second chance. We could take a look at the SDC Rewind of yesterday. Some teams here, Seb, would have really liked to have that second chance.
Yeah, yesterday there was, you know, probably one of the biggest upset in a sense. Like, we've seen the title defender. I think it's never easy, you know, to let go of the title defender. Team Spirit, they fell to Yandex, which looks to be one of the best teams of the tournament, if not the best team. It was a true test for them. We were like, yes, they've shown so much, but it only happens once in a season, where you have to take down a team of the caliber of Team Spirit in the biggest event of the year, like, you know, EWC. You're gonna have TI later, but basically this is the money time. These are the games that are the most important of the season, maybe even of your career, because you never know where you're gonna be next year. You never know what happens with your team, and they really showed up. It was super impressive. I think it was a highly contested series. Like, Spirit also played really well, but at the end of the day, they really showed that they are the best team, one of the best teams here, and definitely one step ahead of Team Spirit.
Yeah, for a good reason. Everybody's talking about Team Yandex as potentially a team that's going to be taking the whole thing as well. They had very interesting things happening. Of course, DM Centaur is going to be the big one that people are going to be talking about. Malarich, he also stepped it up on this position 5, undying twice. Also building a blade mail, building heart, going for a bit of an unorthodox build in a sense where not many other position 5s are willing to go for it. And of course, CJ Invoker, he was the one that has been carrying the team. Like, ever since we see this guy play on the hero, it feels very good.
Yeah, and we had Yandex as one of the teams coming out there on top, and now looking like one of the clear favorites for the finals. But the other quarterfinals we had yesterday with P-Vision coming out on top, you could say the exact same thing about them.
Yeah, I mean, they've been cruising so far this tournament. I don't think they look very dominant, and it's kind of like these two teams are rushing at each other, like full speed from one side to the, you know, like to the other side of the bracket, and even in different groups and stuff. Obviously, there's like a lot of other contenders which we'll be talking about, but these two, I think, you know, they didn't go unnoticed by anyone here. Like, because
you guys are
the way
maybe
they
peaking
win
at the right time of the year. Is that how
impressive.
it feels right now?
Having a little bit of Purge intermezzo there.
He's around.
He's around.
Yeah, and the next 2 series that we're going to have, I think, because again, you know, you get really excited with Yandex and Fusion, and only one of these teams is going to go through. So another finals before the grand finals. This is what's crazy about this format, is you get so many of these games where you're like, it can only happen once, and it's happening now.
Yeah, and the keys were crushed yesterday. You notice here that this is an extra special key. Because the defending champions, they do get that special key for them. And this was very convincing, crushing coming out from Yandex. Yandex versus P-Vision in the semifinals. I'm already getting ahead of myself seeing that bracket, but I think that will be... I mean, if we can start a poll, how many signatures do you think we need to make that a best of 5?
However you need, you get, you know, it's like everyone would sign off on this. So you could have millions if you wanted to.
I think you have only got maybe 10 people that would not. We turned the 10 on the stage.
Yes, of course. Yes, they would say, please no.
Please no. No, we've had an interesting day yesterday, and a title defending team getting eliminated is always a little bit extra rough. And for some final words of those title defendants, we're going to listen to Yatoro.
Hello, I'm here with Yatoro of Team Spirit after a tough elimination there. How are you feeling?
Hard games, I would say. It was good Syria against good opponents. I think if we would win them, we would win the tournament, but that's life.
What do you think went wrong? Game 1, you were playing Kez, you had to play against Nature's Prophet, you got sprouted a little bit, felt kind of hard.
First game was kind of free. We played well at mid-game, we took the Roche, we took 2 tier 2 towers, but after that they just moving a bit better, a bit faster, and after they did kills us at top, took side and games goes hard. Like Emmer just goes and kill everyone. So we just need to be a bit better about team fight, but we didn't. So that's why we lost.
That's tough. And in game number 2, you guys were pretty close for a while. You had that great Roche fight. You chronoed the Invoker before he BKB'd. You killed him, took Roche.
I would say problem about we had a good chances to catch them at wards, but we did kind of misplace. About like we didn't catch Invoker 2 times when we could. And they just split us up. We can't take even tier 1 with the Aegis. They just split everywhere, and I need to be everywhere for like out push, and they take pick off still with Centaur Invoker. So it was just hard macro game. About they have just better pick about moving around the map, and we had a bit lucky control, I would say. Only like Pango and Snap. Void can't like reach the setup because I need to show myself with Aegis. But it was kind of hard macro game, I would say.
I see. I was curious about Collapse's hero pool. He played tied first game, second game Pango. Do you feel like he needed something that also could jump, so it didn't have to be you?
I think it's good heroes for jump. We just couldn't reach them, I would say. Like 2-3 times was pretty close, but we didn't.
I see. And then they just got more gold than you, basically. Yeah.
They just have like 4 cores. We have only like 1.5, I would say. They like scale it and dying, Centaur, Clinks, Invoker. We need to kill everyone, but we have just not enough damage, I would say.
Yeah, need like 3 chronos, basically. Well, I'm sorry that you guys lost. Tough games for sure. But thank you for joining me, and good luck in your next tournament.
Yeah, tough loss for sure for Team Spirit. And interesting to note that Yatoro, he starts that interview saying that if he thinks if they win versus Yandex, they will take the whole tournament. Yesterday on the main stage, when we heard Satanic talk, he said that whoever wins from them and Yandex, P-Vision and Yandex, they will win the whole tournament as well. And that are some big words, thinking that the winner will definitely come from that side of the bracket, because let's take a look at the other side of the bracket that's coming your way today. One of these 4 teams will have something to say about that, Seb.
I mean, I don't know. There's Falcons, there's Nigma, there's BB Team Beach. These are big names, and they're kind of being disrespected in a sense by the other. There's like beef between both sides of the bracket. It's like, well, if we beat them, we're just win. It's like these guys are just transparent. I personally like it. I think these players are the kind of players to really thrive under being, you know, kind of offended. So it's like, yeah, Sumail who? Like, I never heard of him. How do you say it? Amar, can you spell it for me? I've never heard about this guy either.
ATF, I think.
Yeah, ATF. Yeah, I've never heard about him. Not impressed. I'm not gonna win. So I'm looking forward to see what these guys can bring to the table and kind of show the second half of the bracket how it's done.
Yeah, because it definitely feels like the bracket did open up in this top part. Like, if we look at who topped the groups, these are the players, these are the teams that actually topped it. So, gonna be interesting to see if Falcons, if Enigma Galaxy are gonna be the one as well, seeing that all the seeds in the groups were correct, because both the Yandex and P-Vision, it was kind of like a smooth sailing for them as well.
Yeah, we'll see if there's an upset, basically, that is going to happen today, as Vici Gaming has upset already, because they are the ones that took down 1W just a day or two ago. Speaking of a day or two ago, I think it is interesting to note that Falcons, they came from Group A, which meant that they finished their group last week Saturday. Which means that they have not played for 6 days. No officials. Obviously, they've played, but no officials. Curious if that will have an impact, Lacoste.
Yeah, for Falcons, I think it actually benefits them. This is the team that, I'd say this is the team that almost never gets outdrafted in a sense. Maybe there should be some small adjustments, but they always have pretty strong drafts. And with all this time to prepare to watch other teams, what they are doing, I feel like that's going to benefit them a lot. Having AUI, having like so much experience on multiple stages, like winning so many tournaments together. It just feels like it definitely benefits them more compared to Vici Gaming, who has been like needing to show their strength, needing to show their hand, because we are in a single limb. We've been for a while now, which means that you are pulling out your best strategies.
Yeah, Vici Gaming as well. They're a team that indeed just keeps growing, keeps getting better. We saw them adjust in the series, of course, as well. They have what it takes to make sure that a best of 3 goes their way while learning on the fly. Let's learn a little bit more about Vici Gaming from Bach.
我们怎么变成这5个人现在在这个阵容？最开始就是他们一开始在跟牛哥啊，然后再跟 WS 在打，然后后来他们就是有一些人员上了变动，然后他们需要一个3号位，然后就因为去年我也跟他们一起打过，所以说就又找到我。我们因为去年当过队友，然后包括我跟新 Q 之前也当过队友，所以说我们磨合得不错。 有时候像输比赛，然后长期的训练也会让我觉得很疲惫，因为就是经历了这些疲惫，然后胜利的时候才会特别开心嘛。所以说，也就是对胜利的渴望嘛，对赢游戏、赢过别人的那种向往。我觉得我们现在最需要提升的就是一些个人的实力，因为现在这个 Dota 变得越来越复杂，需要每个人有。 更多、更精彩的操作，然后每个人的操作都会对局势有非常大的影响，有很大一部分原因就是因为他们的个人操作、个人节奏非常好，然后我们也在就是往这方面努力，还在一个要搞清楚自己打法的阶段嘛，因为DOTA 的版本也一直在变动，然后热门的英雄每个比赛也都会变，然后我们其实就是每个比赛都还是需要去找一些就是赢游戏的方法。我们在这个比赛前在国外训练了差不多2周，然后我希望就是我们能在这个小组赛，然后就是能够表现得比较好，然后继续成长，能够进入到淘汰赛去有更多的成长空间。
And he does say it is like focusing first on the group stage, doing well there, and then continue to improve in the survival stage. And they definitely did that, Seb.
They did. I think they did more than that. Like, no, I don't think anyone expected them to, knock 1W out, because a lot of the teams that are remaining in the tournament would name 1W as being one of the favorites. So in that sense, I think Vici Gaming is now on everyone's radar, and people are like, yeah, I mean, true. We also have to worry about these guys, because these guys are not unknown to anyone here. Like, you think of Bach, formerly known as Faith Beyond, Zinkyu, TI finalists several times, actually. Zinkyu was in last TI finals under Extreme's banner. I think all of these names are big names of Dota. They've been there forever, so there's like a really cool mix of like experience, wisdom, and you know how to approach these big events. And this could also have been a factor in their deciding series yesterday against 1W. So we'll have to see today. It's another Titan they have to take down in Falcons. They are the title, like the TI, winning team, like from last season. So yeah, we'll have to see. But Zinkyo, he's coming for revenge,
Oh, absolutely. Like, this is the guy that has been missing. Like, he's been streaming, and I think a lot of people missed him being in the scene because his playstyle is very unique. Like, if we talk about like the position 4 players that kind of changed Dota meta forever, he's gonna definitely be in the talks, like the way that he approached the game, and he's bringing some like classics as well, but also bringing in new stuff. Like, if you watch the qualifiers as well, like he really nailed it. There was such a clutch game against Yakuto Bros where he like single-handedly that 90+ minute game, he had one play, that 4-man stun with Lion that basically changed everything. It changed the outcome. And this is the team that didn't really have the best season. They were really struggling. They only played 4 tier 1 tournaments. They managed to get like top 6 only once. That was their best result. But it seems like they are peaking at the right time.
Yeah, a team that has said kind of that they're struggling a little bit, even though the results are still very good, is their opponents for today. I'm talking about Team Falcons. Very important for them also to do well here, not just to prove to themselves that they can do it, but also because their organization has been at the top every single time for the club championship. And to be at the top, you need to get at least one first place finish. And it will be really nice for them to get that out of the way with this Dota one. But of course, road to climb still here, as we're going to listen to some more about that climb from Elreen.
I wouldn't say we're performing that well in recently times, and Malamar said it kind of true.
First of all, we're still bad. Okay. We're just top 8. It's nothing. It's not an achievement.
We're struggling because we're playing for a longer time to get it better, and like it's just some problems popping out, and sometimes difficult to deal with them.
Fear just turns around, roars him up. Now the BKB is faded away. They hit him with the Fear, and he's dead. Just an easy kill.
I wouldn't say we're in the best shape, but at least we've solved the issues that we had before, and now we have something to learn for future. Once in my time, I was watching Simpsons, and like there was like a voice line by Homer. He said like, I'm not looking in the future more than 5 seconds. We have to see how we're gonna perform, who's people are gonna take their rest, who don't want to take their rest, and like it's just not only up to me.
Wait, no, the silence came in. The silence came in time. He can't get off the Reaper's sight. Ghost might just be able to make it back to the top, but the Magnetize finishes him off.
First 2 days, I was not performing the best of the first games. I don't know actually why. I was kind of like, I wouldn't say struggling, but I actually was getting confused because I was like waking up, playing early pops and like getting ready for official. Then I think as a team it was performing good. We're just paying more effort to every official and every clan war nowadays, so it's just getting easier for us to play officials.
But the Doom will not, and they're farming these heroes in the Fountain Winter. This is cruel.
It's very important for the team to have a rest day, because you kind of like, I would say like earn it, deserve it, that you got the first place, and now you have reward yourself.
Another box save, trying to wheel to stop it. What a beautiful hit. The Ties catching 3. That is beautiful.
I mean, I think the hardest opponent is most likely going to be CIS teams like Yandex. Other than that, like those teams just playing such a weird style, I would say, and usually it can change. They have like their own hero list, and it just works for them, which is going to be very good to see in official match against them.
Now Reen on the chase again, just jumping right in an ATF. Better 2-man call. Naive until the end, both just deleted.
I would say I'm hoping that we're going to get better placement, but this time I would say we're much more confident in ourselves. I mean, there's no more words to say. It's just like we have to see how it's going to go.
Some Homer Simpson words in there. Didn't expect that this morning, but not looking into the future too much, taking it one step at a time. I think that is a very healthy way to approach it.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, we've seen, getting ahead of yourself kind of, I guess, fire back at some players this tournament. And, we heard players talk about series, future series, and maybe going too quick. And all next thing you know, they're just not there. They don't make it there. So I think it's a good approach generally to just take it one game at a time, even one map at a time. Don't even think about the result of the series. I mean, let alone the next one. So hopefully he'll think about the future when he plays the game. I think that's quite important, but I'm convinced that he will, because thinking ahead is a very big part of how to play Dota. But good words from Marine. I think I always like hearing teams being humble and kind of knowing where they stand and being also okay to just like take it one step at a time and improve. It's all about peaking anyway. Like you need to be at your best level when the big games are coming. And I mean, they're coming now and they seem to be there, I think.
Yeah, when he said Homer, I thought he was talking about Greek poet and philosopher, but seems like we're finding like even more poetry in some of the TV shows and smarter characters as well, but especially now with Odyssey being popular nowadays. And yeah, we'll have to see. But one step at a time, I think that's the correct one. Like one series a day, one game a day, because you've been playing only one series a day, which means that you have quite a lot of time to prepare, only one obstacle that you need to get through, and then you still have a good amount of time to prepare for the next day as well because of the schedule. So it does feel like it's going to be benefiting them, I would say, slightly more. Again, because Falcons, they are the team that always comes in prepared, and especially with these players that they're trying to dissect all of the smallest things, try to break the game as well, compared to like VG Gaming, who might have been struggling, but should definitely be an interesting matchup because these type of like players, these caliber of players, you should never underestimate them.
No, you should not. I think also going on the big stage, this is something that for Falcons, I feel like they have a little bit of extra pressure on them because it is EWC and they are held to a high standard by themselves, as we clearly hear, as well as also by the Falcons organization. They already are on the board in terms of points, but they would like to continue being on top. Even then, on the other side, VG Gaming, I think they're already, they're also taking it one series at a time. They're already very happy with what they have achieved.
Yeah, and it's always dangerous to face that kind of team. I think, a team that has no expectations, everything's just bonus at this point. They have nothing to lose in a sense. Like they talked about how they're just hoping to make it through the groups, and all of a sudden they're top 8, and looking to get even higher, top 4 potentially. So if you're Falcons, you got to be worried.
Yeah, you might have to be worried, but at the bright side, there was preparation done, I can only imagine, for both teams. And we're of course going to talk about that and what they could have been discussing regarding that. But to get this match started properly, we're first heading over to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a beautiful, fashionable day of Dota 2. In fact, today we'll be doing the Paris Dota Fashion Show. Open those doors. I'm sorry, it's just us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Milos. Oh, the Gouache Ice Frog Collection. Vintage brick. My God. Brick color from the brickiest of dumb pudge players here for you today. Excellent fit, sir. Excellent.
You're talking about myself. Well, look at you. We got the Storm Spirit fit right here.
What the hell?
Arcane boots. He's all in. They're talking about blue suede shoes. My man is top to bottom ready to go. That is our man's. Give us a little twirl, Slacks. Come on. Let's get him a little twirl. Hell yeah.
All right, walk it up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? You ready for some Dota? All right. We have got some great Dota here for you today. Yesterday was a pretty crazy one, though, Milos.
It absolutely was. We had our first day of quarterfinals, eliminations, plenty, of course. 2 best of 3s that went the way, and I guess game 2 was a bit of a stomp, but otherwise, we got a day, and we have 2 teams that have qualified in the semis, and now we're waiting to see, because honestly, yesterday, it seemed like Yandex are going to have a tough time in that semifinal, just looking satanic, looking right in the camera and saying, I'm going to destroy you. And that was cool.
That was cool. Biggest surprise for me, definitely Team Spirit's departure. I mean, that team was absolutely goated, and then we saw them walk away. So super surprising, the defending title holders taken out. But there is one other team that is defending a title here.
That is very true, and that is our first team on the walk-ups for this quarterfinals for today. Let's bring it up. First up is Team Falcons! Woo! No matter where they go, they're always crowd favorites, and for more than one reason. The EWC 2025 Club Champions of both last year and, of course, in 2024 as well. They're back on the main stage, and you haven't seen them in a few days. You know why? Because they went 9-1 in their groups. A singular game dropped on the way to this main stage, but today is where the real challenge is. How do you play on the stage? How do you play in front of the crowd? And can you go deeper than just quarterfinals?
Absolutely. A team that is no stranger to a crowd, and I'm a little worried about them. I mean, they've just been hanging out, sitting in their hotel room, maybe taking a nap. You awake? You good? He's fine. He's awake. He moved very quickly. Thank you so much, Amar. Let's see if zero reaction. The guy's a stone cold killer. Let's go ahead and see their opponents, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Versailles Gaming! Versailles Gaming has not had a single rest since this tournament started. They've been fighting for their lives over and over again. The final hope of Chinese Dota here today. They have beaten their biggest rivals of Extreme Gaming, even LGD, who tried to come and take their spot. Ain't no way. These boys are here to slay in a rivalry we have seen before, but not this year on this big of a stage. Gentlemen,
we got the thumbs up.
You ready?
Go ahead.
All right, please, keys to your positions. We're going to need to see that handshake, Milos. Anything weird? Respect coming out there. All right. We've got a hell of a game coming up your way. Don't go anywhere. We will get right into that action right after this video.
The quarterfinals between Team Falcons and Versailles Gaming will soon begin. It's time for us to get into it and talk about what is going to be important to look at for this best of 3 elimination series. Seb, where are you going to keep your eyes?
Right before that, did you guys notice something about the handshakes every time?
They went for the headbutt almost.
This one, I did notice the headbutt.
It's never the people that are gonna have to lane against each other that go handshake. Because that's what I want to see. You know, I want to see mid laners shaking hands before they actually try to outplay each other's, or like an off laner with a safe laner. Because there's gonna be a lot of beef. It's like it gets really heated in the laning phase. It's all about kind of last hit denying, high fiving each other, spraying on the ground. I want to see more of that. It's like kind of bring the heat before the game even starts.
How about we ask all lanes
to handshake each other before
5v5 handshake.
I mean, that's spicy. I would love to see it. But no, what I'm going to be looking at is, I mean, obviously Falcons, they come in as favorites. I think that's like not a surprise to anyone, and they probably expect to, come out on top of the series. But again, Extreme, Versailles Gaming, some of them were on Extreme last TI. They had an incredible season. Sure, the season was a little bit rocky this time around, but it really doesn't mean anything. Like, there's been many iterations of teams or rosters that had, not the best season, an average season, and they peak at the right time and then just take it all when it comes to, EWC and TI time. So at this point, you have to take them very seriously. Like, they're showing up this tournament, they're showing that they can take down some of the best teams in the world. They took down 1W, and these players are no stranger to the biggest events and performing in them. So
yeah, and it seems like they also managed to find some good place for themselves in this current meta, playing this carry Lina. We've seen Lina from the mid lane, but we're also seeing it from the safe lane as well. Shiro did have amazing performance yesterday on that Lina, 20 plus kills, won that only kind of single-handedly. Yeah, there it is, for a good reason, because I feel like I started to be a big believer in this hero. And what makes this hero super strong is having the flexibility between position 1 and position 2, plus also the Aghanim Scepter build even from the carry role, because you go for the Maelstrom, you pick up Boots of Travel, you go back to Aghanim Scepter, which is like this item has pretty insane numbers when you think about it. It's 35% magic resistance, it's 35% spell amp, unobstructed vision for 7 seconds on 25-second cooldown, so lets you position really well in team fights, plus also gives you ability to be super tanky, one of the reasons, plus the level 15 talent as well.
And you know, I was looking at also the coach names, and it really brings me back, because like Yao was like one of the Chinese living legends. Is like people kind of forget about him, but he's really the equivalent of Zhao 8 in the sense like he did as much for like the Dota scene and the Chinese Dota scene in particular. And you know, you have AUI on one side, which you know people are maybe a little bit more familiar with because you know they won so many titles and he's been highlighted a lot. There's like the same amount of experience and Dota knowledge on the other side, and I just love to see these two great Dota minds, you know, with 5 exceptional players at their service in a sense, battling it out. You love to see it.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes we don't mention some of the coaches because players outshine them. Like people talked about, you know, Yandex, their coach as well, putting in quite a lot of work considering the results that they've been having. And Clockwork on the other side, this hero has always been good against Lina. Maybe not so much nowadays with that Aghanim Scepter as well, with the unobstructed movement that you don't care too much about the Clockwork. But Clockwork has looked very stable in every single game, very annoying hero that can block off certain areas, very annoying to lane against. We were trying to get rid of like mana burn as a concept, you know, some of the spells like that mana, like a snake from Medusa, for example, mana burn initially on an Nyx Assassin, but having Clockwork like burning your mana, especially in some of these early engagements, can be very devastating. And I'm a big fan of this combo, the Snapfire plus Clockwork. You have kill throughout the whole game. Like with these two hero pairings, like you can make 2 moves on the map pretty much because these 2 heroes are gonna kill any hero.
Yeah, it's a great combo. They've run it a lot. Like a few things to say that I think are worth noting is, well, Falcons first of all is one of the Lina teams. Actually, we haven't seen them play it, but Mandarin is a level 30 Lina player, like one of his best heroes actually. So he would know what he wants against it. So I'm sure that you know they talked about this Lina, they saw it coming, and they're gonna propose something against it. You mentioned the Clockwork. I think true that the cog interaction is not as good, but at least he has a jetpack, which is like it can be very useful against Lina, especially if they build Aghanims. It becomes really hard to catch, right? They're flying over trees. You lose.
Yeah, both of them are flying.
Yeah, right. And now they're both flying, but Clock's gonna have vision of Lina. I mean, they're gonna play their own game, but at least you know he's gonna be able to track her down. So that's like a good tool to have. I want to mention the Undying ban also. I think it seems to be, you know, one of the top, you know, +5 and +3 actually heroes of the tournament. We've seen Yandex dominate with it yesterday, and Snaking is maybe the second player to be using it as much. You know, like Falcons, they've played a lot of Undying, and it's their go-to. So pretty good of Vici to not let them get their hands on it.
Yeah, Undying, like we've seen some good performances yesterday. Malady as well. He kind of owned like even Yatoro gave him credit saying that he's going to be the scaling, like for pretty much scaling cores in that game, and he did with the Heart, with the Blade Mail build. So many different ways to build that hero. And on the other side, Mirana plus Tusk, so having an extra bit of a save. Mirana, like we've seen the hero do really well from position 5, even some position 4 performances.
Sure, this is considered a 4 though, with Zinq Mirana.
I mean, it could be. I think it's like technically it's still open. If the Lina goes safe lane, most likely the Tusk is going to lane with her, which would send the Mirana position 4. But if they decide to send the Lina mid, then you could have both options open. I just wonder, I mean, I want to say that Lina is very fine laning against Snap. I would even give Lina an edge, maybe like 60-40. So they should be happy with Lina mid. But again, it's going to come down to, you know, what they get to see. And well, like both scenarios of Lina mid and Lina +1 might be fine. That's also the strength of the Lina picks. Like you pick it that early. This is not a hero that can really get countered in lane. It's so strong on the lane that you can just pick it and...
Yeah, she does well. Like, doesn't matter whether she goes to safe lane, whether she goes to mid lane. The hero's gonna do fine. And I also think the value that they're gonna be getting from Cookie in this game is gonna be insane. Like LSA, jumping over the shards, whoever gets initiated on, maybe dodging the snowball, grid against the arrow combo that they have. And also Winter Wyvern, being able to split the fight, plus the Wind Ranger. We are not seeing too much of a team fight so far on side of of Vici Gaming, I would love to see some kind of a team fight because you're going to be fighting into Snapfire, Wyvern. This is very single target oriented build so far, like the whole lineup.
This Wyvern pick really feels like a checkmate to me because, as you mentioned, they have mostly single target. Wyvern excels at fixing that. They also have mostly physical damage. Of course, there's Lina, but one Glimmer Cape, let's say, and one Cold Embrace, and all of a sudden, these three heroes can't even fix what a position 5 Wyvern is going to bring to the table. I also really like the synergy between Wyvern and Snap. I think the Curse is a great setup for Cookie, so is Clockwork, of course, but there's just a lot of team fight synergy with the Falcon heroes. They have very solid lanes. These are dominant laners. So their draft is just very well rounded. Like they have team fight, they have very strong lanes, they have save, which is particularly efficient versus the Vici Gaming hero. So I think a lot of weight on the last 2 picks for Vici Gaming. They obviously have secured themselves like solid heroes and a good draft, but they're in a bit of a tricky situation right now.
Yeah, I would love to see some kind of a team fight. Doom is also a good pick. It's very good against Windranger, good against Wyvern Centaur. We've seen good amount of Centaurs on 18 just to be able to maybe like even build into pipe in this game. The interaction between Centaur and Windranger, a lot of the time it's not going to happen because he is way too tanky.
What about, okay, they go for the Spectre. This is, I really like this hero. I think it's just, I personally think it's just too strong, honestly. Like, regardless of the game, I think the hero's just in such a good state that it's always a pick. So I like it. They're taking a very skirmishy play the map approach, which honestly, I think I quite like it because, sometimes in Dota, you end up in a situation which I was describing earlier. It's like they can't really fight and how are they going to fix it? Wyvern's going to save whoever they jump on. And don't try to fix the unfixable. Don't fix what you can't. It's like just double down on what your heroes are designed to do in the game, which is push lanes, ghost push lanes with Mirana, Aghanim, Lina, killing creep waves from and like split Falcons apart on the map and pick them off with Tusk, Moonlight Shadow, Lina Travel, Spectre, and force them to play your game. And this might actually make heroes like Wyvern look completely helpless.
Yeah, this is something that Yatro talked about in his exit interview, that they like split them real well in that game, even though they were the ones holding the Aegis. They just played the map extremely well. And I like the bans coming out, especially the Viper ban. It would be very good potentially with Clockwork, super strong lane, break against Spectre would always be good. And again, they have a lot of single target. Viper loves to play against these type of heroes, a lot of magic damage early on, and it would kind of decimate Spectre in the lane because if it's going to be Spectre plus Mirana, this is not a strong lane by any means. So I feel like with whatever they decide to pick on side of Falcons, they are going to be having an easy time. This is like Spectre is a stronger laner that you would expect, but not so much against potentially Clockwork, plus maybe some like Timbersaw that could come out for them, like even Dawnbreaker. I feel like they have multiple ways of dealing what's going to come, and they're going to see the full draft, so they're going to decide.
I like the Dawn idea actually you mentioned. I think it could help them fix a little bit of the map, because right now this is really what Vici Gaming is looking to abuse. It's like just force them to split and pick them off, because if Falcons is allowed to just group up and go for objectives without really paying the price when it comes to like losing towers perhaps, or losing too much resources because Vici is shoving all the waves into them, then the game is pretty straightforward. So they end up going for the Darkseer. I really like that combo with Spectre. I think it's one of the best in the game. Yeah, you have to think of the team fights. It's like Snapfire, Wyvern, these heroes hate chaos. Like they want to understand where the fight is being fixated, if that makes sense. They want to know, okay, this is where the fight happens, this is where I'm going to stand, this is how, the angle I'm going to click my spells from. And versus Spectre Darkseer, it never happens. It's just full chaos. Like everybody's just getting chased by a Spectre illusion, vacuumed into the wall, and it's just very effective versus the Falcon heroes. Like it's a really good combo. I think they're maybe not investing enough, resources in the laning phase, but hopefully they have a plan, and there's always a jungle backup plan, especially when you play Darkseer. But besides that, I think it's pretty cool how they were able to turn the draft around.
Yeah, the illusion that you make out of Windranger is not the strongest. This is not TB Shadow Fiend illusion type of heroes that we're talking about, but still you're going to be getting the value out of it. It also gives them a little bit of a team fight that we said that they needed, extra bit of a damage like the Iron Shell, Spectre with the Radiance Burn. There's going to be quite a lot of damage over time, especially because, Falcons, they also want to be, this is probably the best team in the world when we're talking about taking the longer fights and how they manage to reset.
like what's amazing about the Spectre Darkseer combo is like Spectre excels, like Spectre enjoys auras a lot. First of all, like dispersion, like this hero is really tanky, like hard to take down, and obviously you kind of lose by trying to kill Spectre. So it just amplifies, right? When Spectre with a pipe, with the Greaves, and all the Darkseer that items that are bought naturally. You also have the combo with the Surge and the Shard of Darkseer, which is slowing you and makes it impossible to disengage. And if you don't run away from Spectre, you die essentially. And the team fight presence is like you can count, they're running away, and Darkseer gets like great jumps.
So this is offlane Windranger?
Yes, this is something that we usually don't see. It's a hero that like doesn't get harassed by Mirana, doesn't get harassed by Spectre.
It's a really good lane for
it's a good like this hero definitely has something to it. Like it has been played from Windranger back in my days as well. Like it definitely has some merit to it. But
I've never seen it.
Yeah, I think they opted to go for Tiny because this is the hero that doesn't care too much about the Darkseer in the lane. He's way too tanky to be killed. And also, this is the hero that builds into Silver Edge. He's also kind of like a global hero in a sense. Once he starts down to hunt people with the Blink Dagger, with the Silver Edge, cut into back lines. And these heroes don't really have that much HP. Like Lina, yes, she can be tanky, but one thing that Lina hates to play against is any repositioning tools. Like I think one of the best matchups against Lina is Tiny, and it's also going to be Magnus, which we really haven't seen.
Yeah, and it's one of the Tiny is one of the heroes that at some point will just stand his ground, right?
Yes.
So you just like he's just there, and he has like Silver Edge, whatever, Satanic, Daedalus, Tiny 25. He's just standing in the front, and Darkseer, Spectre are gonna click their spells, and Tiny's just not gonna flinch. Like he's just gonna stand there, and he's just too tanky. And I think it gives them also like a scaling angle where I don't think Windranger would have been able to take this game to the late game on the carry position, but with Tiny it's completely different. You kind of have to think, is the synergy going to be good enough? But it brings me back to Amar playing Ursa in, I think it was in TI finals.
Yes.
Where you're like, oh, and then he just makes it work. So I would just trust them to, at the end of the day, the guy's just Ursa offlane, Doom Radiance, Necro
Slark
Radiance,
offlane, whatever.
Carry. What's the problem at this point? Just Slark, yes. This is like, I guess, another day in the office for Amar. He's just pretending to be offlane. He's never been an offlane player.
It sounds that Falcons has found themselves a very strong overall last pick. How do we think Vici is going to fare against this? Because I do think that the way you guys were leaning was, if I were to ask you who won the draft, it would be Falcons. How is Vici going to deal with it?
I mean, honestly, when I saw the first 3 picks, I would have told you that Vici Gaming is getting completely outdrafted, and I was very worried for them. With the last 2, Spectre and Darkseer, I'm super hopeful. I think if they play this game well, and let alone get an advantage, they could definitely take it.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like they fixed some of the issues that they did have, but the safe lane is not going to be easy for Spectre.
Well, we're going to find out. Game 1 of this quarterfinals. Falcons, Vici Gaming, coming your way with Sunspan and Kazu.
Welcome! Game number 1 of this best of 3 in the playoffs here for EWC Falcons versus Vici Gaming. We are indeed paused. We know the reason already. Crit is writing in chat, sound bug. We know that's not true.
We all know
Kazu.
it's fake. It's fake news.
That's right. How are you doing?
I'm doing.
You feeling healthy today?
I am feeling healthy. How about yourself? How's your throat? Everything is going well?
Everything's actually okay so far. We'll see
good.
how it progresses here.
I'm glad you're doing well 20 seconds into the game.
Yeah, it's a tough job we have here.
That's a good sign, but I'm loving these 2 drafts that we're seeing. You can, it's when you have these type of teams go up against each other, especially in an elimination series and in the playoffs, there's a lot of things like going back and forth. You show this in your draft and you have to answer the other way, because I'm a huge fan of Spectre and also the Lina that Vici Gaming have on their side. And I do feel that they found a nice way to corner Falcons, like drafting-wise, towards the end. We heard them talk about the Tiny. I think it was one of their best picks because Windranger carry would not cut it, but it does mean you have an offlane Windranger. Now, it is Amar. We know this guy defies any type of logic when it comes to offlane picks, so I trust him to make it work, but still do feel like they were heavily pressured in the drafting stage.
Yeah, I'm fascinated what's going to be happening here in Amar's lane, because have you seen him play this hero before?
No.
I don't know how many times he's picked it in pubs. I mean, what's his Dota Plus level? That's what
he's a bronze boy, which means his own logic, he shouldn't have been allowed because he doesn't pass the Amar test.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Well, maybe he has been holding on to something. He's got another account that he's in, like, whatever the highest rating is for. I don't even know the names of the Dota Plus thing. That's pretty embarrassing because they've been playing this game for so long. Either way, Vici Do you think that they are the underdogs in this series, or do you think it's pretty evenly matched?
They should be slightly outmatched. Maybe like underdog, I guess, is maybe a bit of a strong word, but I would definitely give the favor overall to Falcons, right? But looking at the drafts, I think that we're in for like, it's a very like gameplay heavy game that where it's like about the small things, whether you get to outplay. Because, you know, Tiny eventually, you are quite strong in this game, but there's still this threat of the mid game. There's a Lina that's going to run around with an Aghanim Scepter. There's Moonlight Shadow. A lot of waves are pushed in from Ion Shell. And obviously, you have Spectre in your draft as well.
Yeah, we haven't gotten cast a Spectre in quite a while.
I love this hero.
Yeah, tell me why.
So I like a lot of the changes that they've done to some heroes, Morphling and Spectre in particular, where you have just more spells to work with. You know, Morph has better base stats, which means he can go Adaptive Strike and Waveform. Spectre has Desolate as an innate, which is insanely strong, which means you have a bonus spell in Shadow Step. They also buffed Spectre's like base damage, I think, by like 3 or 4 on base Agi. So huge fan of this hero. Think it's very much forgotten. And you see these range carries in so many games. And against these heroes he's playing against, should have a pretty good game on the Spectre.
Nice bowling coming out from Crit here as Jin Q on the other side pulling some creeps as the Tusk just for this Darkseer as your, well, I was going to say your idol, Faith Beyond, but you did a video content recently where we asked who your idol
just
was,
forgot.
And you didn't mention him.
No, this...
You don't forget your idol. That's weird.
Man, I had a few idols, okay? You know, there's Zai, there's Universe. I mentioned a third guy that I'm now forgetting. I think Ice or something. No, but Faith Beyond, he is, of course, one of the GOATs. You know, he's won TI before, and now he's back playing. He's playing the Darkseer here, which... The Tiny is a bit of an annoying matchup for you, because Tiny has insanely high damage, which means he has free CS, gets some good denies, and he's not that easy to collapse on later. So I did like the Falcons last pick quite a lot in this draft.
And if you're talking about late game, how does a Tiny match up against a Spectre?
It should...
Like, do you go Silver Edge on this here? I feel like you do, right?
Yes, you absolutely need Silver Edge. I think you also need Blink Dagger. Like, overall, when I look at the heroes that you're dealing with on the Vici side, you need to jump them. You need to find a way that you start the fight. If you always wait for Vici to get the perfect initiation with some Tusk, Vacuum Wall, Moonlight Shadow, and Haunt, you're kind of getting cooked.
Yeah.
But a one-to-one matchup, Spectre beats most of them. I do think that Tiny has a good shot. But then the strength of Spectre is also, you can choose your target. You don't have to end up in a 1v1 if you don't want to.
And we look at the mid lane here. Malrine sitting on 13-2 CS versus the 13-1 of XM's Lina. So overall, very even so far. And yeah, this bot lane Skeeter should just have a free time, I would think. The question is, can they pressure Bach enough to force him out of lane for a little bit, or do you think this is just going to be a wash of a lane overall?
There is definitely a lot of pressure going away, and you can see it in the CS. I mean, Jinkyu has more CS than Bach. Of course, it is a lot of neutrals, but you know, classic +4 behavior. At least some of the greedy players, like shout out to my boy Yavsor, hasn't played in forever, but you know, his type of mantra is still in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm glad to see Lina again. This hero's picking up steam, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like it's been underrated until this most recent stretch?
For sure. Like, we've seen it mid, we've seen it carry, we've seen different builds, and we've seen it pick quite early also. In this game, it was the overall first pick, and like mentioned before, I like that they went for the Spectre round later in the game. So we'll see, you know, if the XM mid Lina can put in some work here. I'm quite faithful in it.
Curious to see what Malrine itemizes this game, because he can be kind of off the cuff at times, similar to Malrine, or similar to ATF rather.
Now, I'm also a little bit interested because, generally speaking, you want to go the magic build on Snapfire. It's the one that allows you to play the fastest, you're dealing very good damage, but also maybe relying on your ult against Darkseer, Vacuum, and Shadow Step could be a little bit difficult. So we'll see what route he decides, because of course you can go the travels into Blink Shard, play magic, but we've also seen a few physical Snapfires.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a carry like Tiny that's kind of a mix of damages, I guess you don't really have to go a specific route. I mean, the question is, again, what is Amar building?
He's definitely going carry. Nah, like you, offlane Wind Ranger, if he buys Guardian Greaves or some shit, I'm leaving. You're gonna solo cast.
Guard, pipe.
No way. Ain't no way. First of all, it's not good. Second of all, it's Amar. I'm pretty sure those items, he removed them from his shop.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
So I'm just expecting most likely just some Maelstrom Pike, I think, eventually on the Wind Ranger. You could even, you know, consider like a Silver Edge even later if you want the BKB in the mid game.
Amar gonna get slowed down. A baby arrow comes out from Y. Nice shackle from Amar though. Will buy himself enough space. Still no first blood in this game. It's a nice power shot on the Y, who's actually slowed quite a bit. Or is he just that slow in general? Looks like that's the case. Crit coming in from the other side. Gets both inside the cogs as Y taking the brunt of the damage, and the power shot from Amar will give him first blood on the off lane. Windrunner.
Yep. Nicely played by them. Because the fact is that they understood that Y didn't have a single level in lead, right? He took too much damage on Wind Ranger, 2 levels in the Starstorm, 1 level in the Arrow. So Crit just comes on over from the side with the boost of speed, easy cogs into the first blood. Which you do kind of need. Like, Wind Ranger, like this type of, the way that she lanes in the off lane, you don't have much sustain, much regen. You want some gold coming your way. And I like this more too. Like, you just see a straight Laguna Blade as Mr. Crit.
Yep, tag team is preventing him from getting any further, so Jin Q gets some sort of revenge in that top lane. Yeah, Laguna Blade was used in the mid lane. Is that just to pressure him a bit so that they have the advantage for the rune, potentially?
It's, first of all, so much damage, and also you don't need it for like last hitting. Like now the guy is half HP, you're kind of chilling, you got to pressure in the wave, and like you said, 6-minute rune is coming up. Which is also why I like Jin Q's rotation, like this minute 5, it turns nighttime. Combining your 2 supports in the safe lane, then they can both walk to the mid lane together. It's a very natural but also very strong move.
It's going to be that top rune for XM, so he does pick up the damage rune. Obviously, without Laguna Blade, it's going to be a little bit more difficult without some support to get a kill. As Amar pressured a bit out of this tier 1 area.
Yeah, let's see how this goes, because Amar on low HP, potentially we'll have to see if Malrine is able to help him on the Wisdom Shrine. Of course, he has ult, which means Snapfire is the king of the map right now. If there's any fight breaking out, you're getting at least 1 or 2 trade kills here from Falcons. The only thing is, okay, so Malrine did get himself another TP to be available.
Yeah, it's going to go for the blink first, it seems, on the Snapfire, as a 7-minute Wisdom about to pop. And Shira looking pretty healthy right now, gets a Shadow Step out. As Bach heads towards his shrine, Snaking and Skeeter look to be maybe trying to contest. Inside they go, but XM there with the damage rune.
Here come the kisses.
Thinking about it. Yeah, the kiss is coming from afar. Bach, he does get burned out, and XM inside gets the Laguna Blade onto Snaking, so it's a trade of sorts, and now it's a 1v1 battle between Skeeter and XM. XM winning it, and we'll get the shrine as a result, as Malrine, though, getting doubled up on by these supports from Vici Gaming, and he's slowed very much. Only with the brown boots right now, so Jin Q should be able, I mean, the cooldowns are quite a while. He's going to dodge the arrow. Surely they can catch up to him. He gets to the high ground. Vision advantage is his. Cookie to the low ground. Might be enough. Indeed, Malrine somehow gets away. I thought he was dead for sure here.
It's a nice escape, as Jin Q wants to continue chasing him, but not quite. They were very close to the haunt. They did just unlock it now on Shiro, so if there's any less denying in this top lane...
Go into the fountain.
No, just do it.
Come on now.
Come on, man the hell up, Shiro.
How has Shadow Step changed how this hero is played? Or is it more the fact that the innate is just...
No, it's both. Because the thing, like, you just have another way to help fight on the side. Like, usually the reason why Spectre sucked so much in lane is that you were a dagger and that's it. Like, now with Shadow Step, you don't even have to commit. You can just let your illusion poke, fight alongside the pulse 5, and then you can also go to the illusion, which is incredibly strong. So probably one of my favorite changes that came out of some of the last patches that we've had.
Yeah, and we're finally seeing the results, with Spectre actually being picked occasionally.
Usually it does take a while, and we can see Amar's quick buy here with the Mjolnir currently.
Yep, that's right. No big surprise. Anything that does damage, he will go for. In this case, Shiro. Not pressure too much. Crit, level 5, so no hook shot quite yet. We're seeing a lot of level 3 clockworks at this stage of the game, so that's, I guess, good news for Falcons.
Crit knows what's up. He is, I think you may have even said it the other day, he's been the most impressive clockwork out of all the clocks we've seen. I think his positioning is superb. His bowling skills are supreme.
Yeah. I don't think I said that, but I'll take credit.
You said that you liked his clock the most, I'm pretty sure.
I don't think it was him I was referring to.
Well, you should have.
Yep, he's very good. Very good player.
An easy layup here.
You know me, I can't lie.
I don't know about that one.
As we can see on the other side, Jin Q finally just hits level 5, so the supports for Vici a little bit under-leveled in comparison. Snake King level 4 on the other side.
As Malrine, he did scan out Jin Q, so he knows that he's on the side. Yeah, I want to see if Malrine actually goes for the first item Blink Dagger, like just to speed up this game as opposed to the travels.
Shiro getting gone on Skeeter through the gate, gets the avalanche, and they collapse completely onto Shiro. Nice pick off for Falcons. First death for the Spectre thus far.
And honestly, this is one of the classic Falcons plays. Like, even Marine TP to the tier 1 just in case a fight did break out, that you can take this play. So the Skeeter winning his lane, going through the gate to also now help Amar in the off lane.
Crit has gotten 2 out of the 3 power runes so far in this game. As Malorine's going to be spotted by Jin Q. Snowball.
Shards off the mark.
All right.
That's a hasted crit.
Support now as the Mortimer's coming out right on top of XM, who's stuck inside the cogs, taking a ton of damage as a result, burning away. He's still going to live. The Snakey's going to try to finish the job. He will do so. It's going to cost him his life along with Crit. So both supports bite the dust for Falcons, but I mean, if you're trading XM, you'll take that. But I'm not
nice dodge
over yet as Malorine under the tier 1 tower getting gone on by 3 members of Vici. That's a triple kill for Y on this Mirana. Nice shackle coming out.
Missed the power shot though.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do any more damage, so that'll break the fight up completely.
Okay, so at the start of the fight, I was like, okay, this is still decent for Falcons. They took the top tier 1, but with everything that ended up happening, like, you want these small fights and skirmishes on Spectre. Even if you only get the assist, also like a triple kill for Y. Like, maybe during this, I believe that Skeeter has a TP ready later on, perhaps with an avalanche when they were diving, they could have helped out, but you can just see all this damage. Like, Snapfire ult this early on is so deadly.
XM was actually super close to living there too, because the last glob wasn't quite enough to get the kill. XM has Boots of Travel as his first item, and his counterpart in Malrine still eyeing up the Blink. We'll see if he changes his mind for Boots. I assume he wants Boots of Travel as well.
Yeah, so the Travels would feel nicer, but Blink is a bit more of, it's slightly more committal, but it also gives you more plays on the map, right? You can unlock things that you didn't have before. You could potentially smoke up with with Mr. Marine and smoke maybe into the bottom side or fight plays that you otherwise cannot. They also TP'd Skeeter into the mid lane to go for a smoke, so an active rune timing on the 12-minute mark here.
And Jinkyu gonna get avalanched into the cookie and into his death, although Snowball will delay it just a tad. And the Invis rune was grabbed by Jinkyu before that point.
Still a 2k lead though for Falcons. And yeah, we can see Marine just queue up the kind of normal items, Boots of Travel into the Shard. Skeeter, also no surprise on the Tiny. You go to Echo Saber, you're gonna go for the Shadow Blade.
Arrow.
Yep, see you later, range creep.
To the range, and tier 1 tower taking some damage, but you can see the TP's on the way. They do spot it. Nice cogs. More bowling. And Jinkyu going to be rewarded for his TP.
Does mean during all of this, though, that Bach is recovering very, very nicely on the Darks here, right? You've got your Dominator, which means even if you leave the lane, you can keep cutting some creeps, you can keep stacking.
And Moonlight Shadow being put to good use on top of Amar here. Sets up the LSA into the Laguna and into the arrow. It's not quite enough yet. The last right click was needed as XM takes his second kill of the game on the Lina.
There's a lot of like very nice micro plays. So when you play offlane Wind Ranger, you don't want to end up in this position where Amar just died. And usually you want to pull the hard camp in the top lane after you kill the tier 1 tower. But if you look at what Vici did, they sentryed the hard camp. So there's no way for you to bring the lane back. They also have a lane ward to always see where is this guy after all. So now you kind of indirectly force himself to overplay, kill him, and they're farming stacks at the same time. So very nice stuff here from Vici.
As Malorine using that Blink Dagger to full effect, the wall comes out early from Bach to try to delay this from the Falcon side, and I guess in a way it does work as Snake King now running away. So not a lot of Ancients taken there. They are quite low though.
Yeah, you'll just keep farming this on the Darks here. So they are happy with a very static map. If any overplays, of course, happen, you will look at it with the Haunt, Shiro, who's currently just happily farming his Blade Mail. I mean, once he has this, it's quite nice for him to reach into the game.
Oh,
it seems that Malady has passed on the script into the next series.
That's right.
Execute Wisdom Shrine Steel.
Well done.
Yeah, it's a great Blade Mail game. Like, especially Wind Ranger and Snapfire ult.
Wait, who bought Blade Mail?
Spectre.
Oh,
it's super good.
Yeah, I love that.
Helps you, first of all, helps you farm. It's super good for the fighting. And it's like, yeah, we've seen this before. You steal the Wisdom Shrine, you kill some camps, but you do pay the price.
Well, Y will take a tumble. A la Malady. Without the Malad, just the Y.
Yeah, just very good. Lacoste will be proud of this one, might be chuckling.
XM has the Kaya now. as he's opting for Aghanim Scepter, it seems. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but I think we're going to have a connection here onto Skeeter. Not able to lock him in, though, is Jin Q, as he's snaking on the high ground. Just keeping his eyes peeled.
Have to be careful how you play here. They are smoking over already.
We'd love to get Jin Q. He's going to dodge the avalanche, though, but there's the hook shot onto the back line, onto Lina, with the Mortimer's Kisses right on top as well. And that's the death of XM, and the Mortimer's still being flied. Look at this damage as Shiro joined the party. I think he regrets his decision. The wall comes out a little bit too late as Skeeter. Can he outrun his illusion? Looks like Amar will clean it up for him. So 3 for 2 in favor of Falcons. And why? We need to...
It's not an
perfect
easy kill.
execution here. Goes for the leap. Into the Starstorm, not enough. Definitely needed the arrow on top.
I was thinking maybe he would try to arrow from the high ground, but either way, Falcons with a very timely response there earlier with the smoke. As Marine got off a full duration on the kisses. Amar also kind of bailing out his team.
And what do you think of the Aghanim Scepter that XM wants to opt for here?
It's just so strong. We're going to see this again because this looked good initially, right? You kill the Winter Wyvern first, but this hookshot into the kisses, and I think Bach is kind of low on mana, so there's not too many shells going on, no real vacuum available either. He also just got his wall available at this moment.
Oh, we have a fight in live. We can see the first curse of the game, I do believe. Holding them in place as Bach is doing a lot of damage over time. The power shot a little bit early, but I think they're still going to find the 2 kills they came for. Nicely done from Falcons, as Y will be able to escape. As this 2K lead is very firm now for Falcons.
Oh, they're definitely pacing up, and it's also the right thing to do. You asked about the Aghanim Scepter, which is very good on Lina. But you're now building 2 items on Vici. You kind of have to, right? The Radiance and the Ags. They're kind of... It's dead gold until you fully complete those items. Like the build up to Aghanims, no one really cares. Get a little bit of HP. So if you're Falcons, definitely want to continue to keep up the pressure. But yeah, Lina Ags, unobstructed movement. You get insane spell and magic resistance, which is great against the Radiant draft.
Yeah, they are almost all magic damage. Tiny ends up getting a lot of physical the later the game goes, and obviously the Windrunner, especially with Amar playing the way he is. He's 4-1 actually.
Yeah, he's owning. They only squeezed in that one little play on him earlier. Possessed Mask is also something you feel quite happy with on the Wind Ranger because you have no sustain.
Yeah, he's got Mjolnir now. And Shadow Blade up and running for Skeeter. And speaking of Skeeter, he is found. LSA ready for him along with the Laguna Blade, and they're going to be cleaning him up easily. So a very big kill for Vici. Showing some semblance of life here.
No, definitely. That was quite deep, I would even say. Because Skeeter having a very, very good game, but wanted to keep up the pressure here. I'm a bit surprised that I'm not seeing Bach queue up any auras early on. You know, a potential pipe or Greaves against the Tiny, the Snapfire, this like abundance of magic damage. But instead he is opting for... He bought the shard early on, which is very good in this game, but it's also quite aggressive into the Shivas. Obviously, the minus attack speed against Tiny is incredible. Probably the best hero to build it against. Very low attack speed, incredibly high damage hero.
This is like, I'm trying to think if there's any other hero that I consistently see the casual Chasm Stone on, other than Darkseer. I've definitely seen this a few times. His arrow's actually going to cancel out the ult coming out from this.
That's a real...
When did that happen? I never saw that.
I don't think I caught that either. I was about to say that's a dirty pause, like just killing the guy straight up after.
We never got to see that one. That must have happened off camera while the fight was continuing elsewhere. Man, that's the second time I've done that in my career.
Yep, keep it up.
Chalk it up to old age.
As a Skeeter dies again. Let me think of the Chasm Stone. Sometimes you see it on Underlord, that's pretty good. Seen people buy it on Snapfire. Darkseer, of course, also very nice with the good old vacuum. Me like. Seen it on some support Earthshakers, which is, of course, played very, very little.
You can see Crit is actually opting for a Blink Dagger next, which is something we've been seeing more and more on these Clockworks. Why is that?
It just seems to be more and more kind of what you want to do. It's about, you know, getting a hook shot and then repositioning or just blinking behind him and playing on the cogs, because the hero is a lot more about having proper positioning and then landing your hook and cogs than it really is anything else.
Yeah.
You're not expected to be on top of someone with a battery assault. It's a very, very big bonus that you're playing for. True.
What level is his battery cell right now? Level 1, classic.
I'm even surprised he has a level in it. Usually you see like 044. Mr. Snake King.
Yeah, they find him, and Boots of Travel with Shiro coming in as well. Will eat him up very easily. As Bach actually taking a ton of damage from Amar, so he actually gets a bigger kill isolated from the group. Hookshot's gonna miss. This probably will end the fight, although why? No more leaps to work with, so they'll find a second form of a kill.
No, Amar is cooking. I wonder if he's being slightly disrespected by some of this itemization. Okay,
XM. Oh my god, they actually get the Mortimer's Kisses. Shackle Shot not going to fully commit. It's LSA,
yep, see you later.
Blade, rather, not enough as Amar will right-click him down. In addition, he's 6-1 on Windrunner offlane. What are we watching? What are we witnessing?
He's owning it. He's going to have a very good time on the BKB as well, and having like Mjolnir BKB in this draft is incredibly good against the Dire side. Because while Bach is buying the Shivas, which is insanely good against the Tiny, Windranger doesn't care. You have like maximum attack speed anyway. You're not using this Mjolnir or the high attack speed into a Crimson, into Greaves, into a Pipe. So the only thing he kind of has to worry about is maybe the Blade Mail on Shiro, but even then, you're going to have the BKB against it. So yeah, classic Amar doing Amar things.
If this is what a bronze Amar Windrunner looks like, what is Master Tier exactly?
At this point, I don't know if it makes that much of a difference. This guy is just so good. If you give him the right hero in like the right place and you kind of set him up for it, like even throughout his couple years that he's now played competitive, I think this guy's like individual skill and understanding is just so high that he can make any hero work.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy played offlane Ursa at TI Finals in Game 5.
All right, I'll believe it when he picks Ricky.
I mean, that hero's just garbage.
Exactly.
Actually, mid Ricky is playable, but offlane Ricky, I don't even know if he could make that work.
That's the true test.
We'll see it in Game 2, of course.
Right here. Challenge
Let
accepted.
them know.
AUI, if you're watching, please. Please oblige.
You think he's not watching?
If you're listening, he usually tunes me out. As Hero about to get ganked by 3 members of Falcons, although his spidey senses are tingling.
Yeah, they did go for a scan, and the arrow also hitting here for a while. It's been a little bit of a quiet couple minutes for Vici, right? We talked about the items earlier, Aghanim, Scepter, and Radiance, 2 items that you have to like farm towards for a long time. But no Moonlight Shadow pickoffs, no Haunt pickoffs, bottom tier 1 still available as well. Kind of shows a bit of the strength of this last pick, Tiny, as well, being able to just sit in this area for a long time.
And Faith Beyond just about finished with just a recipe away for the Shiva's Guard, as he's going to eventually get this tower with the Rally Skeletons.
Yeah, another reason why Dominator is just so good. It's bonus farm, but also the reason mid tower died is the Helm of Dominator. The reason the bottom tier 1 died, Helm of Dominator. Looking for a play on Amar here. No BKB yet.
Yeah, they're going to get the punch up into the LSA. They bring everyone, basically, and they assassinate basically what I would consider to be the carry of this game so far.
Oh, he is. He definitely is. Also, like, with this top net worth currently, because Skeeter is not going to enjoy team fighting once there's a Shivas.
XM found out. They get the Avalanche set up for the Mortimers as well, so Skeeter... Nothing comes for free for Falcons. They lose somebody, they usually get a better trade. At least that's been the case so far in this game.
Yeah, because Vici, they have a couple of sentries on the map, actually quite a few, but none like kind of deep in the mid-river. It's very much on their own side. So Skeeter finding a very, very, nice move there with the Shadow Blade to get this pick off onto XM.
Malrine with an invisibility rune as he is 6-2 to match Amar. Great start to the game for their offlane and mid. And Skeeter. They were hounding Bach a little bit. He has his shard. It's a pretty early pickup. You typically get it this early on Darkseer.
It can be quite good, like when you just walk. I think the slows is quite nice against like Tiny. Like it's overall about the trail. So we do see it generally when you can play very aggressive, like you have an Ursa in your lineup or maybe a Weaver that's just continuously running around. So potentially slightly earlier than usual. And so they're not going to quite oblige to the Tormentor, as I guess they just don't see anything on the map. So I have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, interesting. Definitely could have gotten it. But I guess maybe you're worried about... I mean, he just picked up Radiance. If you haunt right afterwards and you're super low, you could give up a triple or an ultra kill pretty fast. The Jin Q spotted, but the Sentry will see. He's going to get hook shot and pushed back into the fray. Skeeter claims him.
Nice.
3K lead for Falcons. Okay. And in terms of Roche play, which team would you say has the advantage?
For now, honestly, neither team is like that good. Maybe like you have Focus Fire, which is the best tool for Radiant, so you definitely can take it. Dire is fine because you have Iron Shells and Tag Team, so I would maybe give it to Vici slightly. Once you unlock Manta Style on Vici, it's absolutely in their favor. So could definitely see a world where Falcons will want to control that area and then turn it into a team fight, because they're like both teams have insane like pit fight abilities, right? You have Darkseer Vacuum Wall, you have Winter's Curse, you have Snapfire Kisses. So might see a lot of team fighting around the Roche.
If Falcons have to use Focus Fire to kill Roche, if it gets contested, then it's real bad, right?
That's why it's horrible. And Falcons are very good at those type of things. They do not overcommit. They wait. They play patient. They wait for the moment. So I wouldn't really see that situation happening.
Smoke from Vici. Scans coming out, and looks like they will not connect onto anyone, as Skeeter already exited the area. I think I find so fascinating about Falcons, as we're going to get a pause here.
A bit of Kale.
I find them to be one of the most fascinating teams in history because of the dynamic that they have in the team. They have, I mean, not to mention AUI as coach, but Malrine, Amar, and Skeeter, for a very large portion of time, especially when the meta really aligns with them, they can all play similar hero pools.
Yeah.
And being able to flex like that in the draft just gives you such a leg up overall. And then you have, I mean, just in a traditional sense from how they're playing now, Skeeter, it just never feels like he's actually the carry player. He's like the backup, like the stable guy that will always give enough space for the likes of Amar and Malrine.
And the thing I have to mention is that, you know, Amar and Malrine, I love them and they're incredibly good players, but I think this type of carry player, they don't get the credit they deserve. Think of like Matamba Man back in the day, you know? It's like the type of shadow carry. If you need them to hard carry, Skeeter can. Matamba Man always could. But they're the reason why some of these teams work with the greedy players that they do have.
Yep, Malrine's going to get punched in the air. Arrow's going to come in and connect as well. XM there to finish him off. Beautiful kill from Vici Gaming. And now Falcons on the run. Snake King able to traverse terrain here. Looks like he'll get out just fine. Vici with a one and done.
Very, very necessary curse, because otherwise Snake King was for sure dead. But you can see a little bit of the power coming in, you know, Moonlight Shadow into the punch. You have a quick follow-up. And Vici Gaming, they got through some of the hardest timing of the map. Bach, though, maybe
never
not so
for
lucky.
free. Never for free, it seems. XM's going to find another kill, though, in the form of crit, at the very least.
Still, overall, I do think Vici have a lot of power spikes coming their way, right? They got to the Aghanim. Sure, you lost a couple of heroes here or there, but Yacha Kaya, Axe completed on Lina, XM is closing in on the Blink Dagger. And honestly, the Radiance for Spectre, it's a small timing, like your illusions are slightly better, but once you have Manta, that's when you're really looking to get more involved. If there's any stun, a support will insta-die if you haunt in and drop the Manta.
25 minutes in and still no Roche attempt. I have to say that's a little unusual.
Yeah, it's just that it's hard to, because if you commit against, if you commit as either draft against the other, and they're gonna like smoke over or anything, they're gonna wipe the floor with you. You can see the same, yeah. Tormentor as well, right? Still up at 26 minutes. Like they're just respecting each other. One team has Clockwork, the other team has Spectre, so you can potentially haunt over.
When have we seen Tormentor taken on this side of the map?
I don't think we've seen it.
It's kind of crazy that it has this mechanic in the game that we rarely get to see, actually, until like much later in the game. We're going to see the Rocket Pack come out for crit.
Which is quite nice. Now him and Lina can both play Jetpack Simulator in this game.
Need to see them flying next to each other. And Snake King, ooh, in the cover of
Smoke
the
is
smoke.
breaking.
Jin Q in the tree line. Amar didn't want to go for him, apparently. He's going to get the blink off, but they still have the vision. And there's the harpoon, and now the CC. Basically an insta-gib once they actually catch up to Jin Q.
When I'm looking at some of these next fights, it's honestly more important that the supports for Falcons stay alive. Usually within the haunt, of course, if you can clutch out a core, that's amazing for you, but then there's Winter's Curse can come through, Cold Embrace can come through. But if you get to kill Wyvern or Clockwork within haunt, you will generally win those fights. So I like the itemization from Snaking. You got a Glimmer, got some drums to go around, but I also hope that all the cores, you need to pay attention to your supports.
You need to get your greedy neutrals.
It's true.
Another kill here onto Y. Wrong place, wrong time. 4K lead for Falcons. And at what point are they going to feel comfortable to go for Roche?
If they have a slightly better map, I think okay, that answers your question.
Yep.
They have mid control, at least somewhat.
VG though.
They will definitely fight this one.
Yeah, they have Haunt. No Mirana though for 30, so this is a 4 versus 5 crit. Likely to be the sacrifice. Does have the Blink Dagger though. And Roche.
They're finding a good angle, but it's late.
They'll find it first. Yeah, they should get it in time. Now, will Vici want to fight regardless?
Someone is
gonna spot the Snake King Wyvern as the hook shot coming in right on top of Jin Q. Another death for him. And Haunt on the back line onto Malrine.
That's a good back.
Like a big back wall onto several heroes as Bach with a triple kill now. Shira is getting gone on by Amar. He will get that kill as Bach continuing his reign of terror onto Amar.
There you go!
Okay. I didn't know the XM picked that up, but hell yeah.
That's always the funniest way to realize there's a Dagon when some dude just gets his ass sapped at the end of a team fight. Okay,
So
kind of a crazy fight.
They get Aegis, but Falcons pay a heavy price.
No, they absolutely do. It was quite good of them to get it, like to get the Aegis. You can just see the power of Spectre. Look at him, like he reality rifts in on the left side onto Malrine. That's even without the Manta. This vacuum wall just kind of sealed the deal. Amar still has crazy damage.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that Shiro popped his blade mail so early, actually. I figured you just wait for the Windrunner ult, but...
I definitely think you can wait, because, right, it was overall against the Snapfire, but at the same time...
Yeah, if you get just stun locked, then you feel bad not using it, so...
And Amar has BKB anyway, who's working currently on a Satanic, which will help him.
Yeah, Blade Mail not nearly as good as it used to be, I suppose. I remember back in the day with Spectre.
Oh, it used to be.
It would be part of his, even in like super late game scenarios, you would keep the Blade Mail a lot of the time.
I like
Went
this.
through BKB.
I like the Dagon on the Lina. First of all, the item was buffed, so you get cast range, which is quite nice. Sure, it's not that much. It's only 60 level 1. But your spell amp on this hero is crazy with the Kayayasha. Oh yeah, so that's the other thing we missed earlier.
Yeah, they got the Aegis.
They got Aegis and BKB. Yeah, that fully flew over me.
Well, so did Lina. She has Ags.
That's true. And so will Clockwork.
That's why we can't find them.
He's got the rocket pack.
And it's a BKB now picked up from Box. So they completely nullify this Roche kill. Like, absolutely nothing to show for it is Falcons.
And even now, like when you're Tiny, like, Skeeter is having a good game, of course, on the carry Tiny, but into a Shiva's Guard, that's lowering your attack speed by a lot. Like for Tiny, it's actually massive. So it is definitely still on Amar to like kind of get a lot of things going, but the way Wind Ranger works, she kind of lock on one target, crit, good hook.
Yeah, pushes the Mirana down into the Avalanche, into the Bowling, but does have the Leap and the Greaves.
Needed a couple more follow stuns there. You know, the Cog push didn't allow the toss for Skeeter.
What do you think of this build from Y? So he goes for Greaves, which obviously is just good item.
It's very good.
A lot of Miranas we're seeing are very greedy. They just go Ags first. They play for the late game. Does this fall off?
I like it for the fact that you wanna, like, you farmed so long, you actually got to this stage pretty nicely. You didn't need more greed to, like, actually, you know, just allow Falcons to run you over. Now your heroes are ready to fight, and I think building items that amplify this is great. Maybe in like 10, 15 minutes, you can go back to the greed and back to the scaling.
Yeah, Malrine punched in the air. They have all the burst damage. Dagon coming out from XM again. Jin Q looks like he might survive. Gets off the Yules as Amar in the area to try to finish the job. The Greaves is going to keep them pretty safe. See the vac wall onto 2. The curse only onto a single hero. As Y will be able to shrug it off easily. Now Amar stuck in a precarious spot. Pops the BKB, trying to finish the job onto Jin Q.
This is not good for Falcons.
They do not have the vision as Skeeter with the BKB going to get pushed to the other side. Looks like he will walk away, but Falcons, the LSA finding
see you later
as he burns to the ground from XM, and they're going to get a tier 2 on top of this as Vici Gaming showing up big time in the last few minutes.
It is so much easier for them to maneuver around the map at the moment with like all the macro stuff they have, right? You have so much Ghost Push, you have the Moonlight Shadow, you keep getting the very nice jumps just all around the map. That's 3 kills, a couple BKBs going your way as well. As Malrine, once you get punched up, you're gone. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the beauty of this is Lina, I mean, they were all smoked, but she showed her spells in the bot side of the map, and immediately Falcons pinged it, and within 10 seconds, they're already here ganking the top lane.
Yeah, you've got Travels, the very mobile, of course, with all the heroes that they have, and just very nice spell usage too, right? Like Jin Q getting out initially under the Moonlight Shadow and guarding Greaves, you keep the fight going on. And I love watching XM. This guy is one of my favorite mid laners. I think it's been a long time since we've had like a ultra explosive like mid player from the Chinese scene.
Actually upgrading Dagon.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great. More spell amp, like more damage, more cast range going your way. It's got an arcane rune. Like, come on, guys. This guy is a monster on the Lina now.
Okay, I don't want to backseat. Is it actually worth upgrading?
Yes.
Like, immediately?
I mean, look at his
so
loss.
expensive.
No, it's great. I think it's amazing because all you want to do on Lina is not get caught, immediately kill a guy, then wait 10 seconds and go for round 2.
Right.
And I think with the changes to Dagon where it gives you cast range, I do think they're putting the item in like a very, very nice spot.
It doesn't look like it lowers cooldown anymore, right? So 21-second flat, it seems, as Malrine and Skeeter team up to take out one.
That's a big one with the gem. Or maybe not the gem.
Q, jumping into the last moment, gets the stun lock. The hook shot's going to completely miss.
What's happening?
On a standstill target, Jin Q. Next level move. Standstill does not get hit. Meanwhile, Skeeter gets the double kill, though. They zap down Snake King in turn, so 2 for 1, just support's dead at the moment.
I just watched 2 guys like sit on a gem for like 6 seconds.
Who actually ended up getting it? Was it Malrine?
Yeah. Malrine ended up dropping 1 item faster.
If Collapse was in the game,
he would have had that instantly. And Skeeter still showing off some of his strength here on the Tiny, being able to kill both the supports. It is good. But it's been a while since Falcons got some more meaningful kills, I would say. Of course, they did get the Roche earlier. But
so kind of funny. Dagon 4. And he's auto-buying the recipe again, so. Most expensive item in the game. Is it still? I believe so.
Level 5 it is.
Yeah.
Still very, very good.
That is hilarious. I love it. And we don't get to see this at all anymore. Especially now that it doesn't kill creeps instantly,
I think it was Tai Lung. I mean, if you have level 5 Dagon, you're one zapping somebody, that's for sure.
True.
The only other guy I saw it build in this tournament, I think, was Tai Lung on the puck. Which of course is also quite good.
Was it this early though?
That was maybe like 10 minutes from now. I think he had like Conjurer's Catalyst, so like tier 4 item territory, 40-minute plus.
Very cool.
I want to see though, like Falcons, even though they're only down 2k gold, I think when you're trying to have a read on like the actual strength of their draft, they are struggling at the moment. Because some of their next items that are coming out, it's a lot of survivability, right? It's a Satanic for Amar, it's a BKB for Marine after his A on this.
All right, this is cool, I have to mention. The Aghanim Scepter out for Shiro. I don't know if you go for this normally. Can you tell me? It's very cool. You pop Haunt, and when you reality onto the first illusion, it fears enemies around. That's super cool.
It is not something you see that often, because honestly, I don't think it's that amazing, but it's really good here against the Snapfire. They did scan them out.
That's true.
Crit, great positioning.
Yeah, Skeeter. Okay, we'll be able to take out Jin Q in turn here. The wall comes out. Instantly the curse again, only onto the single target, but the illusions are nearby. Skeeter trying to run this off with the BKB. He will get out. Crit, right click down in the meantime, as Bach killed off by Amar. Gets back to base, so 1 for 2 favor Falcons. Skeeter still looking for potential target despite being low HP. XM gets the shrine on his way out.
That looked quite disjointed, at least for the starters for Vici, but Falcons had insane positioning, right? The pre-scan on the fight, then Crit placing an Observer Ward and jetpacking off the map to kind of show everybody to his team was a very, very good start to this fight. And also just cleaning out Jin Q. He's been incredibly annoying. I guess here they just got very split, like the curse, and you can see Shiro on the right side trying to like also run down Skeeter.
I was wondering why the curse was lasting so long, but it was the shackle after, I guess.
Yeah, he was just unlocked for forever on Bach. If I saw properly, he's actually got a Hex. Yeah, he's incredibly strong. So even if you have Lina going on anyone into a Haunt, or just Bach jumping them with a Hex vacuum and the Haunt comes in, you are starting to get cooked real quick.
We got ourselves a game here.
Oh, we do. All we needed was to not have a pre-game segment where we say it's a doozy.
We are bad luck indeed. Malrine this time with the damage rune. It's been XM every single time, it feels like, with these power runes.
79%. I don't disagree. And also, we all know that Dota Plus and Gabe, they love Spectre.
They do.
But I would probably go more with like a 70 to 30. I think 80-20 is quite strong. There's always a lot of gameplay to be had.
So Malrine does have BKB. We'll see if he wants to pop it while using his ult or not, because you're right. He's just going to get feared in all likelihood from Shiro.
Another good scan. They know they're behind this tower.
And the initiation, it's a little bit awkward thanks to the snowball. As XM coming in from the south. Gonna get bowled on as Jin Q is staying alive. There's the Haunt coming out. Get a big back wall onto 4 heroes as Crit and the rest of Falcons attempting to run away. Amar super low as well. They clean up 1 support. Feels like every fight is just Falcons trying to run away as the Illusion's catching up to him. LSA not gonna hit thanks to the BKB, so Skeeter gets to the high ground successfully.
He might actually get out. Interesting. So that's
somehow, yeah.
After all of that, just one kill, but want to play it safe. Also, second Roche is, about to respawn very shortly. Kind of looked like Jinkyu could have just been instant dead there, but with the Yules again making a lot of time, guarding Greaves and everything to make sure that he does stay alive. We'll see it here again because it looked like a good go, right? Like Jinkyu snowballing aggressively on the map there. It looks like Shiro didn't quite get to linger onto people. Would have maybe played a little more aggressive towards the start there. Because, yeah, only Crit getting out. Very nice disengage from Falcons.
You mean getting out to the grave?
Yeah.
It's crazy when you get a vac wall that is that disgusting. You get a singular kill on a support. Shiva's from Faith Beyond. Going to spot a little bit of action going on. Laguna already onto Skeeter. Arrow is coming. It's going to fully hit onto Malrine. He's in a lot of trouble now. Vacuum onto 3. Where's the follow-up? LSA into the dagger, but the Cold Embrace is keeping Malrine alive. Hookshot on the other side. They get the stun connection onto Jin Q. Is now a curse coming out onto 2. The Spectre beating the shit out of his teammate as the power shot from Mars is going to be enough to take out Y. XM now getting gone and gets pushed back. Beautiful cogs from Crit. They isolate the Lina. Double kill for Amar. 3 kills overall in favor of Falcons.
Oh, Falcons will happily oblige to that play. If you're Vici, look at their cooldowns. Wall only came up now after the fight. Haunt is still on cooldown. Definitely overplaying their hand there, but that's a Falcon special. They kind of toy around with you. They bait you to overstep ever so slightly, baiting you into their own observer ward, and that should just be a free Roche for them.
Absolutely. The Falcons were looking on the back foot a bit until that moment.
Unless Shira wants to Haunt, pull an inner collapse, fear them, and steal the Aegis.
Yeah, that would be a dream.
Not quite. Collapse not in the building.
I mean, that's a big reason that Falcons won the fight. They did not have Haunt.
Yeah, or Wall for that matter. Like, look at it. You're definitely, this is an overplay. But nice curse here also from Snaking in a moment to make a little bit more time here. And XM, that is a maniac Lincoln, if I may say so.
And when you're confident, you're confident.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful curse as well from Snaking. Just excellent execution for Falcons and Vici. It just felt like a cooldown-related issue, which I guess maybe that's the game plan from Falcons. You get into an initial fight, you make them use these big long cooldowns, you back away, you reset, you go in before they're up again.
That is definitely one thing you can do, right? You're playing against Wall and the Haunt, as Y finding himself a very nice spot here in the trees. Will now spot them on his own ward in the jungle.
Snake King spotted out, instantly killed. Try to turn this around onto Skeeter as well as the Haunt comes out. With the Shivas, nice vacuum onto Skeeter in the tree line. Gets the Spectral Dagger applied as well as the Mortimer's Kiss. It's not going to be doing that much this time around. And kind of isolate the Tusk though, as he's completely stun locked here. As we get back into the game.
We're back.
As Amar with the BKB going to focus fire. The Shiro Spectre gets to the low ground though and should exit the fight gracefully. So as Jin Q dies, it's just simply a 1-for-1 support for support, but it's not over yet. They find the kill onto Amar. The wall was still available. And that's 90 seconds without the Windrunner.
Bak is coming in kind of clutch right now with his hexes, as there's so many split fights going on. Like we see Amar on all the way on the right side, like fighting off the Shiro Spectre with his BKB with the Satanic, but then he kind of finds himself out of position because his bros were chasing Jin Q, taking up all the attention.
All right, what items are we getting close to here? I mean, the Aegis, we have 2.5 minutes left. So for Skeeter, Daedalus, he has enough. He has 6K. Question is, does he want to keep for buyback?
Nah, he will. I mean, at this point, because you have Aegis, there's one of two ways. You could either upgrade your Blink into a Swift Blink, because you have Aegis to like kind of, not fill up that slot. It will be a Daedalus later. Maybe the in-ears are hurting Amar. I'm not going to lie. Wearing those with the headset on top, it destroys your ears.
Yeah.
Or it could be the lights. Up to you.
It's actually the lights, of course.
Okay, yeah.
Malrine, he's working on a refresher. And speaking of Amar, he has Satanic, didn't realize that, to go along with Mjolnir, BKB, Hurricane Pike, and Daedalus is on the menu. And then on the other side, the Spectre, talked about the Ags already, has Basher now, and 2K into an eventual Abyssal Blade. With
will just be another way, right, to get immediately onto those heroes. And while the Ags theoretically has sounded good, I don't know if it's done that much yet. And also, like, the Basher into the Abyssal is doing something, I'll say, very similar, right? Like, if the Snap Bolt is coming out, you can just haunt on him, bash him, or Abyssal Blade him.
It's so chaotic, yeah, I don't initially see the fear coming out.
It is hard to pay attention to. It does lower the cooldown by 20 seconds as well, which of course is quite nice.
400 AoE is pretty small though. I will say. For an Aghanim, that's 4,200 gold you're spending.
Maybe we should just let them cook, you know, vacuum into the fear. Could be cool.
That's true. It's got to be perfectly executed though.
There's a couple of good items though that did come out and still are coming out for Falcons, right? Like Malrine with his Refresher and 25 talent. Maybe he can then play a little slower in the fights, maybe wait out for the haunt. Because kind of at this stage, you know, the spellcasters, you're getting to this 25, 30, 35, 40 minute mark.
Yeah.
BKBs are going lower, you're getting your later talents.
XM build is so cool though. He's going E-Blade now, another item we don't get to see all too often. So we'll just be able to burst heroes down for free.
It's a full-on damage build, and he's got perfect itemization.
It's funny, he's had this Lincoln's queued up for so long, he just keeps changing his mind.
He's like, next
damage,
item.
Damage,
next
damage,
item. Bach.
Hook shot onto Bach. Pops the BKB, though. They're going to try to turn this around to get the vacuum onto 2. Insta-gip crit. They're not going to go on top of Skeeter. A little bit too thick to chew on.
Some big respect on that name, even with the 5-second arrow. No haunt, of course, available. But yeah, talked about XM. He's got the 25 talent, more slow burn. He also has the Catalyst. It's definitely what you want, and even more cast range. This guy was hard to catch, and now he's even harder to catch, and then an E-Blade to boot.
And there is the Daedalus for Skeeter.
His next item definitely has to be like Swift Blink or damage, like maybe an AC later could be good. You want some type of attack speed.
Yeah.
Especially against the Shivas that we have talked about.
Or you could go for the old tree volley.
Yeah.
Problem is he's in the thick of things, so not exactly
It's so difficult to use, and they have like multiple cancels. Like against the Basher, a potential vacuum, the punch as well. Can we see a smoke up from Vici? They want to go aggressive here. Bottom lane is pushed in.
Crit might be the sacrifice. Going to show himself just briefly. Obviously, Vici would love a different kill, but they'll take what they can get. Will be an easy one. Dagon claims him. So it's a full minute, actually, without crit.
They did pop the Haunt, though, so there's still like a about 50-second window where crit respawns, where Haunt is not available. And I definitely think you want to take this opportunity. And Falcons at this point, they don't even want to wait for crit to respawn. They're like, okay, we know where they are. There's no Haunt available. Let's go for a smoke.
Okay, they're going to go for the Tormentor, so they're going to be a bit damaged in this pursuit. They will get the shard for Jin Q, and yeah, if Falcons can catch up, this would be beautiful for them. TPs look to be relatively successful with the Moonlight Shadow covering them as well.
It's
likely not to find anything.
It's a good read. Like, look at the map from Vici's perspective. There's been waves at the bottom tier 3 for like a minute without anyone showing their body. So just a full retreat into their base and now kind of, you know, mirroring the movement into their own top jungle. It's a nice defensive macro here by Vici Gaming. Drinking Buddy's quite nice. A little bit of another save, and the Abyssal completed on the Spectre.
Oh, wow. And Nullify. Wait, what?
Yeah, he took apart his Radiance.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
These are some great timings. Now, like, there's Aeon Discs on the Radiant side. Doesn't work anymore for Marine. The Glimmer and the Force as well for the Spectre. This is a problematic item timing for Falcons to fight into.
Are you going to miss any parts of the Radiance?
Nah, it's fine. Like, at this point, Manta, like, whatever. You're gonna clear out waves quite fast anyway. And you've got all the gold that you need. Like, Radiance has done its job.
And there is so much magic damage that the evasion... I mean, evasion's not particularly bad this game, but
It's quite good, right? Like he's looking to potentially still, you can replace...
he's still going butterfly.
Yeah, you can replace your blade mail or eat the axe and then go butterfly after.
Yeah.
Definitely looking at Maureen, I think, here to go big. You need his double ult with the 25 talent. It's quite nice.
Keep in mind, Shiro has bought out, so he does not have buyback even close at this point. And this is one of the best buyback heroes in the game with Haunt.
At the same time, he's a difficult hero to kill. So need to see if Falcons can kind of execute it. All that matters for Vici is that they have a good jump and insta-gib. Most likely, snaking is the best kill for them. Good positioning for now, gets the blink off.
A good read from Falcons as Vici just hunting for something as Roche a minute and a half away from knowing when he will spawn. Both sides relatively aware of where each other are. Arcane Rune from Malrine into a Shield Rune, a double whammy.
It's not normal you see an active rune picked up at 45-59.
Yeah.
Because no one really has mid control. Neither team has an observer ward that is spotting out the runes.
I feel like this is a pretty good opportunity to fight for Falcons. You get essentially double HP on Skeeter. Maybe just showing this rune will dissuade Vici from even trying to defend. They'll pop the fortification, which is a freebie since it's the first tier 2. Looks like it will fall though.
I mean, it's going to be on the menu for both teams is that you're going to talk about the next Roche fight, potentially some buybacks that need to be kept from either side to kind of fight into this Vici draft. We're definitely ahead in this game, right? We're talking about it, 7k net worth. Also, their heroes are quite strong, especially at this stage of the game. So if you can maybe trade the Haunt and the Wall for 1 or 2 buybacks if you're Falcons, you'd be quite happy with this. They for now have to split up a bit.
So Amar has the Focus Fire kills advanced cooldown, 25 talent. Malrine has the extra Mortimer's Kisses, which, who were we casting yesterday? Could not get to 25. It was Laurel, I think.
Yeah.
He's just stuck on level 24 for so long. He's Bach. Gonna find Crit, gets the Hex into the Laguna, into the Vacuum, into 2. Only onto 2 supports though with the illusions. The Skeeter's gonna focus on Jinkyu. Gonna pop the E on this. Crit already dead. Jinkyu gonna reset. They get the LSA connection. That's a double kill for Shiro, so both supports dead for Falcons.
That's huge. And this is one of the problems right now that Falcons are dealing with. How easy is it realistically for them to start the fight? And honestly, I think the answer is it's not easy at all.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna find another kill here. Thought they were gonna go for Roche, but Roche is not quite up yet. Skeeter's gonna have to pop the BKB in retreat. Surprised that they still want to fight here.
Jinkyu's here.
Nullifier applied now, but still the BKB about to wear off into the stun. Perfect timing into the Walrus Punch as well. The right clicks from the XM and the Dagon are enough to claim Tony as Malrine attempting to get out will TP successfully. But all the major kills going the way of Vici Gaming, and guess what? Roche just spawned.
Nice buyback as well from Jinkyu. Comes in all the way at the end of the fight to make sure that Tiny dies. And yeah, like you said, that should give them the Roche kill, which is very, very big for them. You can just see it, like, even though you're saving each other so nicely, you get a beautiful vacuum from Bach to bring them all back in. And then Shiro's Haunt. And Jinkyu is playing kind of like a madman, but he's always like separating the team during the Haunt, also jumping on the back line.
I feel like with these, we're kind of seeing that the illusions that come out from Falcons are not particularly strong. We have to hold that thought. Roche was being underway as Crit, looking for a potential steal. Goes in, he snatches the Aegis. A la collapse. Get a nice shackle from his teammate, but Namar gonna try to cover him for this second life. And Crit likely to sacrifice himself. As you can see, the Spectre just going on top of Amar. Gonna get stunned for the time being, but Amar trying to get away, getting really low. Gonna apply some pressure now to Malrine instead. The Shadow Step not gonna fully connect. Somehow Amar still alive, gets Hex though, as Bach trying to finish the job. He's gonna get out on the Windrunner. Force Staff to the north with a Blink Dagger. And then he can TP after the fact. We'll go for it as XM not gonna find him in time.
Could not quite sniff him out.
Getting away with murder here.
They stole the Aegis, and then Shiro also used a Refresher Shard to try and kill Amar. Even that didn't happen. So Falcons very nice here, kind of holding on to the game in a very good manner. But you can tell that they need some crazy executions to deal with these heroes. They have multiple ways to deal with, Malrine in this late game, even though he does have a Refresher. Yeah, it's got the AoE surge now on Bach as well. And that was mobility and like surging people up in the late game is incredibly nice.
So Falcons have 2 Roche banners right now. That was the that was the third Roche? Where's the refresher shard? Was that you?
It was used by Shiro in the fight.
Okay.
There's either a lot going on or you're not listening very well.
Both.
Okay, keep that up.
Octarine core from XM now. The full caster build almost complete. Will he go Arcane Blink is the question. The one we never get to see.
Yeah, that's like nearly a Tinker-only item. We've got a cheese in the backpack on Shiro. Maybe you want to give that to someone. I would say give it to my boy Jinkyu, because he's going ham in these fights. Ham and cheese go quite well together.
So
very nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice late game overall for both sides.
Oh yeah, also Bach, you know, he's holding on to the greedy enchantment, but soon you should kind of skip it. I think Refresher is the item here for the Darkseer. He's already been owning, and then you get double vacuum, double wall.
He's top net worth in the game. That's insane. Amar blinks in, immediately BKBs. He regrets his decision, it seems, as the Haunt comes out.
Hex on the
clock. Get the Hex into the Laguna. That is good by Crit. They get the Dagger now onto Amar as well. Getting slowed to a crawl, attempting to get out. Gets Abyssal Bladed into the LSA. Windrun buys him a little bit of time, but the magic damage is too much. Too dead for Falcons. I'm not sure what the play was there, but they get punished hard.
Yeah, I don't know either. And that was the strat. You have a block of cheese on Shiro. So he's going to be quite happy about that. But it's just for Falcons, it is very difficult for them. First of all, their ghost push and their map push on the map is worse. They don't have a real jump.
They get the break into the avalanche with the
That's a good one.
That's a lot of damage. He's gonna pop the cheese. He's going to be alive for now. Getting really low, gets brought back in by the Tusk. The arrow's going to connect on the Wyvern in the meantime. The vacuum to follow. Malrine taking some damage here. Gets the cookie. Now to get the connection though because of the BKB from Bach. Skeeter on the run, gets stuck inside the shards. As the double buyback from Falcons, they need to get something out of this. Get the shackle now. They get the kill on the top net worth in the game in Bach. 100 seconds does have buyback.
Looked like they could nearly even take down Shiro, but with the block of cheese, he barely got bailed out there. But very expensive. Double support buyback and Amar as well. And sure, the one on Amar matters, but being able to just... Because the supports die very easily. And here, block of cheese, very nice. Probably one of the only times I've ever seen this item have any useful impact.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just so much garbage for them to deal with, right? Like XM, he's just plowing out spells left, right, and center because there's a Darkseer vacuum wall going off. There's a Haunt illusions that are flying around, snowball, random arrows.
Yeah, if you're Vici, you're still pretty happy with this. You do lose Bach, but you force out 2 buybacks. If you can take a fight in the next 6-7 minutes.
Yep, 6-7.
Without them. That's right.
Same with Y too. Like he's closing in on a 25 talent on Mirana, and we've seen many late game Miranas have crazy impact. We've got the Ags, 20 talent for the Starstorm, 25 talent for the multi-shot.
So close. Yeah, that's got to be one of the best 25 talents in the game. I feel like it is
definitely
so annoying to deal with.
Also, I didn't talk about it, but I'm surprised that Y took 100 lead attack speed over Moonlight Shadow gives evasion. Usually you take that because, first of all, it's very annoying to itemize for like 20%, but it's only during Moonlight. You don't really want to buy an MKB. I guess maybe with the quiver, you know, getting out a little more pew pew.
How many times do you think analysts go over decisions like this and it just ends up being a misplay?
It happens, but it's rare. I don't think
like
it's that
hitting
often.
1 and 2, I've done that several times.
Yeah, but you're also not a pro player.
I understand that. But they play a lot more than me, so they make more mistakes, technically.
I don't know if that's
like
how it works. I don't know if that's how that checks out.
That's technically true. My former co-caster would agree with that.
Maybe there's a reason he's not here. Shout out to Cinnamon.
Or TK lead for Vici. And they're going to try to pounce here. Still a ways away for Roche. Which means this is likely to become a 60-minute barn burner. A real doozy, as they say, for those neutrals.
You could play on some buybacks like we talked about earlier. For Falcons, of course, that would help you. We did see a lot of their damage, right, onto the Spectre, but the only way to make that happen is that he has to be broken out of a Silver Edge, which means you have to... It's kind of all on Skeeter. I think you have to blink in, Avalanche, then Silver Edge hit the Spectre, and pray to God that all these follow-up spells are coming through. The hook shot, the kisses.
Feels like all the stars need to align to be able to do just that.
And that's one series early.
True. Avatos, they find the Tusk, but the Eondus is going to proc. You get the Heck now onto the Tiny as Amar with the BKB. Gets the focus fired. Trying to kill off Shiro. He's taking a ton of damage here. Trying to walk it off. Gets the Abyssal Blade. Is actually trying to help him out from afar. Able to jaunt though, as they get the connection now onto Amar, blow him up, 2 minutes on the deck. As you can see, Skeeter's just getting played around with Bach, forcing out the BKB eventually, as he's gonna get gone on. Shadow Step applied, the Dagon onto Crit, LSA not gonna hit. As the Mortimer's Kiss is trying to help out Skeeter a little bit, but Bach's just gonna run away. Surge is too powerful for this, and now they're gonna turn this around onto the Wyvern instead. Gets the full HP, but the damage coming out from XM is way too much as Skeeter no more BKB to work with, and they have stuns for days. Skeeter dead, 3 dead overall for Falcons, and this is gonna be buildings.
That is just, it's 2 diebacks and a Tiny who doesn't even have it. They are dealing with a lot of trouble here. Like, also, Amar, he can't really kill Shiro. First of all, he still has the block of cheese barrier that's constantly, like, just on him, helping him. You don't have an MKB against the Butterfly either. And without Shiro being broken, you can tell that this is a game where you are pressured. You don't usually see a play like that from Amar.
Very true. Shiro gonna finish off that first set of barracks as XM heads to the south to get a second. And they have so much time to deal with. I mean, in theory, this should be mega creeps.
Marine doesn't even have any ults to play with. This is absolutely megas or even tier 4 pressure. So play it nice for now.
Shiro completely slotted now, can eat the Ags. We'll see what he gets after the fact. They probably play disciplined. Now let's see how fast they can actually take this, because
I think quite fast.
They can take the tier 4s as well.
Okay, Marine.
We're gonna blade onto Malrine, able to get out. Damage done though. We'll have to wait this out as his barracks evaporate. So mega creeps for Vici, and now the pressure for the tier 4s.
I mean,
they don't know that Tiny doesn't have buyback.
Yeah.
It's money related.
They don't push slowly. They've got the Wolf as well from Bach to, you know, give them all the damage aura.
And the final tier 4 about to go down.
Back.
Bach with the last vacuum of the game. In all likelihood, they burst down Malrine with the Dagon. He buys back. Mortimer's Kisses. Ancient already exposed as they try to wait out these Mortimer's Kisses. As the Tiny will be back in 5 seconds, but that Ancient is about to explode as XM finishes the job and Vici take game number 1.
Honest, I think just even starting from the draft, I think they had their number here. You know, against Falcons, like the first pick Lina, it looked like quite annoying for them to deal with. Then they kind of do the reverse Uno. It's like, haha, it's going mid. We still get the Spectre. Bach also with a crazy game on the Darkseer. And I think, like, all things considered, I do feel that Falcons held on quite well to the game. But then you end up with like this off-lane Wind Ranger. It's not an easy mid-Snapfire game at all.
Yeah.
So honestly, I think this time around Falcons were just out-strategized.
And Vici played so well this game. Great to see them coming into form now so late in this tournament. XM finishes the game 19-5 on the Lina. Just an absolutely bestial performance from him. And like you said, Darkseer, I mean, I would pick him as MVP this game, even though his scoreline's 4-6. That's not anything crazy.
His spell usage was crazy.
Yeah, he had a lot of assists, 25 assists to his name. And early on, though, Falcons did have a little bit of a lead, as we see here in these early engagements.
There's probably a word, like if Falcons talk about this game now, that they still feel like they were moves on the map that they didn't execute or they didn't like find the opportunities to then take. Because while the game is supposed to be difficult, Spectre, Manta, Radiant Illusions, Lina is flying around, Darkseer Shells, there's a Moonlight Shadow. I do think it is difficult, but that generally the team, they find some of those moves, because this time around, it was honestly kind of all Vici from like minute 25 and onward. So I want to see how Falcons kind of, you know, swing it around for game 2.
The crowd is quite pumped up here as Vici take game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to be trying to break that one down. What a cool game 1 we got treated to with these two teams. We got Lacoste and Seb here on standby to tell us exactly why it happened the way it did, because we kind of thought the Tiny overall last pick was cool, but then the Spectre and the Darkseer, Seb, you already mentioned it during the draft that these two were going to be very scary for Vici Gaming.
I mean, there's a reason for why I'm a big fan of this combo. I think it's just amazingly good together. It's incredibly hard to fight against it. I think, I mean, not only did they play an amazing game, I think the draft made a lot of sense. The heroes, like the hero combinations together, there's just a lot of synergy. It's so much chaos. It's so much chaos. I don't know. Spectre, Darkseer, to me, I see both these heroes, I'm like, I mean, it's like, unless you're just getting completely stomped, I would feel like you're just on your way to winning the game. But I'm completely biased toward this combo.
And we saw some great itemization coming out from them. This is not what we have usually seen, especially from this mid Lina. Been very impressed by the item, what it does. When you think about it, it does have quite a lot of synergy what Lina wants to do, like keep the distance, not get too close to the fights, because this is the spellcasting Lina. So Dagon, once you max it out, it's 200 extra cast range, works with all of your items pretty much, and also extra 35% spell damage that works on Dagon once you're using your unobstructed movement as well on relatively short cooldown, 25 seconds. She also becomes super tanky, 35% extra magic resistance with the 15 talent. So she's just a real menace to deal with. Like you could see in some of these earlier engagements, every single time she was the focus of the fight. And also like that extra bit of a spell damage and everything. And also to point out the great itemization coming out from Shiro with this Aghanim Scepter on Spectre. 2-second fear once you jump in with the reality for the first time. It does feel very good if you want to be bursting down this Winter Wyvern. You see where he is with the Haunt and immediately jump him every single time. And it also showed like even later once he disassembled the Radiance, once he picked up that Nullifier, like there's no real defense.
No, there isn't. And you have to also give props to XM, not only how well he played the game, but also his the items as mentioned. He understands that Spectre Darkseer are gonna make them run away, so he went full, because this is a crazy build, it's full aggression. Don't try this at home, you're just gonna be feeding, I'm telling you. There's no BKB, no A on this, no, he eventually bought a Linken's at the end, just for the final picture, just so that he can't be,
looks good on the end screen.
Exactly, because he just went Dagon, Kayasha, Aghanims, Octarine. He went full aggression because he understands they're running away anyway. I'm gonna get the right angles. I'm protected. Offense is the best defense. That's a saying in traditional sports. Well, it's often the case in Dota, where it's this Dina is safe because his ally heroes are being so aggressive in the team fight that he's free to do whatever he wants. And he hurt them so much with this item build and the spell casting.
Yeah, we got another treat to Mirana position 5 that worked out
Looks
well.
good. We've been impressed by Mirana 5. I think Y had some insane arrows that he was landing. I think it comes down to the combo set that you were mentioning with the Tusk, because it gives you more than enough time to arrow pretty much anybody. And also Darkseer with the blink, with his Hex ability. A lot of the times you would see them initiate with the Dagon and Laguna Blade onto a target and then use Hex into walled Shiva's combo. And that hero, even if we talk about Amar, ATF, of course that's the same guy that we're talking about, Skeeter, they drop down to 50% HP. They are forced to use a BKB, and the fight already feels kind of over because there's a Spectre Haunt on top of that as well, and everybody's spreading. They are not really taking those fights.
But let's be real, this game was not easy for VG Gaming. It was a lot of battling happening.
I mean, it's not. They're also playing versus Falcons. They're playing versus arguably the best team in the world, or very close to that. And this is Falcons. They're here to win this tournament for many reasons. We've explained why. And honestly, VG Gaming, it's just so surprising when you think about it. Think about the group stage. Now they knocked out 1W. They're one game ahead against Falcons. You kind of wonder, what is happening?
And we just quickly, VG Gaming only played 4 Tier 1 tournaments this year. 9th, 11th on the first showing.
They were hiding stress or something.
They weren't even supposed to be. They were a stand-in for this tournament. 7th, 8th, that's pretty decent. 12th, 14th.
And then 6th place.
9th, 12th.
9th, 12th, okay. Yeah, things are not working out for them, but again, peaking at the right time does really benefit. We are in EWC, we are in TI era at the moment. This is where the big money is coming from. He talked about in an interview that they have been boot camping 2 weeks prior to this. They even look good in TI qualifiers as well, and they are ready. They seem to be having very good ideas how to approach the game. You would probably see other teams kind of fall off or just lose in 20-30 minutes against Falcons with a draft like this, but seems like there has been a lot of thought put into these type of drafts, and they knew exactly what they were going for.
Yeah, and we do have a couple of fights that we saw that were going to be broken down here by Seb.
Yeah, I mean, it's just trying to dissect and understand the pain of team fighting versus Spectre Darcy essentially. Like, you know, there's a fight prepared. Like, Falcons actually is looking to take the fight. They actually cast Xingqiu out of position. They start him. He gets a clutch Yules. And all of a sudden, you know, Lina's position, Mirana's position is good. Hunt happens. And I'm just going to put this a little bit more in slow-mo. You see how Falcons, they have to reposition themselves. They're running away. And it gives back all the freedom in the world to get a perfect vacuum wall. And essentially all the Falcons heroes, they're just repositioning themselves from Hunt. That's all they're doing. And they have to. Because if they just stand in the same place, they're just gonna die to Spectre. So this is why Spectre allows Darkseer to have such a shiny and flashy teamfight impact, and this is also why Lina's item build in this game, it makes perfect sense, because he doesn't need a BKB, nobody's jumping him. All he needs is to make sure that his spells do as much damage as possible and to have as low cooldown as possible. Second clip I want to show you is precisely the opposite, is Falcons understanding, hey, Haunt is on cooldown, this is our time to shine. So they go Roche. I think this is like a mistake by Vici, because they end up taking the fight anyway, and you can just look at the difference. Nobody's running away, Falcons is standing their ground because Haunt is on cooldown, and now they get to fight properly. There's no more chaos involved. Wyvern is in position, Clock is in position, and it just looks weird. We see the Winter's Curse happen, it looks weird for Vici. I mean, like, you know, they're like, where's the oomph? Like, we just won 5-6 fights in a row. Well, it was because of Haunt and the repositioning that it forces from Falcons. And the last team fight that we're going to look at, which is, you know, the most impactful one, this is where the game has been decided. Late game situation, Vici is smoked, Skitter gets a nice start, but it's on an Aeondis target. Haunt happens, everybody's running away. Absolute classic. It isolates the Tiny, also on the other side. And I want you to look at Amar. Did you catch that? He actually caught a random arrow. It went really fast, but that's just what Dota happens. Where he's running away, he got 4-staff, I believe, one of his teammates on the way of the arrow. 5 seconds stunned, dies without buyback on Wind Ranger, and this was really the turning point. They try to turn the fight with the snap, but great kiting from Vici Gaming, and eventually they run them down. Because like the beauty also of this Spectre Darkseer combo is that not only it is amazing at breaking the fight and breaking the enemy formation, you just get chased down all over the map. Like, they have an infinite amount of chasing potential, which means that, you know, the first hero dies, everybody's gonna follow.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what like Wind Ranger is supposed to do in like most of the drafts. You want to be killing the hero off and then playing 4v5, but this time around they kind of experienced what their draft wanted to do as well, and maybe they experimented a little too hard with this offlane Wind Ranger. We're yet to see, because it did look very good. It was on top of the network, like he was having a really good time for the good first 15 minutes, and then you could feel some of the issues as well once they pick up the Yule Scepter. The kiting was definitely there, you know, with the Tusk Punch and all of these things added, plus the Nullifier. It didn't feel like he could have that much of an impact in the later stages of the game.
No. Also, honorable mention, do want to give credit to Crit. He did steal an Aegis.
He did.
That was really cool.
That was amazing.
You gotta play to win.
It delayed the game by 10 minutes, but just think about the game from Alreen's like Snap's perspective. Like, this is like a nightmare Snap game, because all you see is your teammates kind of running away, running past you, because you're also very slow. You're like, guys,
hold the line. Like somebody needs to hold the line for her.
Hold the line so I can shoot, you know, Mortimer Kisses, because like everybody's invis, Moonlight Shadow, Spectre Illusions, everywhere. Your teammates are running past you, back to their base, getting chased by Darkseer Illusions. It's just unplayable for Snapfire. Like, it's impossible to have like a clear understanding of where the fight is gonna be fixated so that you can cast your spells properly. So again, like, that's just the beauty of Dota. Like, it's strategy at the end of the day. It's like you pick the strongest heroes out there, you know, Snap, Clock, and you get all strategized by a very clutch draft by Vici. And obviously amazing plays, but...
Yeah, I would compare this to maybe like back in the history, like Roman Phalanx. You know, they need to keep the formation. If they don't, if like they start falling apart, the cavalry in this one, it was Vici Gaming who kind of tore them apart.
Exactly.
We have a little bit of a trip down memory lane of this game right now. The Roche steal, we're gonna see that again, because we do like these clutch moments. They are what teams do when they're playing to win. There's not that many generally, unless, well, especially now with Team Spirit getting eliminated, I would imagine.
It was super clutch.
It was.
I mean, at this point, if he doesn't steal the Aegis, at this point the game is just over. Like, they would literally go for every tower, start sieging high ground. this was really Crit giving his team like another opportunity to maybe clutch it and win the game. But essentially, even that was not enough. Like,
no. I think VG Gaming taking this first game really cool, and they did it with an opening overall first pick of Alina for XM, and that just shouts confidence from this squad for this series. Let's see if we can see some of that confidence in XM in his pre-game interview.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello, I'm here with XM of Vici Gaming. You had an amazing upset against 1W, one of the favorites for the tournament, knocking them out. I was curious how it felt winning that series.
毛哥，首先就是你们当时打赢了 1W 战队，让很多人都比较意外。你们当时获胜的时候感受怎么样呢？
感受挺好的，因为我们成功晋级8强了。
I mean, it does feel great to be able to enter into the top 8. So yeah.
That's awesome. What kind of improvements have you guys made as a team since you started this tournament?
你觉得你们来到这次电竞世界杯的比赛当中，你们整体你们的战队进化了哪些方面呢？或者哪些方面进步了？
就是我们团队上对线的处理吧，主要是学习了 Yandex 跟那个就 Yandex 的那种处理吧。
I'll say one of the major areas of improvement would be our laning phase. I think we learned a lot of the laning details from Team Yandex. We've been watching some of the replays, so we've been adapting like them.
That's cool. You haven't gotten to play any of your signature heroes so far this tournament, like your Sniper and your Viper. Of the heroes you have been playing, I was wondering which of them do you feel most proud of? Which ones do you think you're best at?
那这次比赛当中，我们也没有怎么机会见到你的一些绝活英雄，比方说你的火枪和你的毒龙。那但是你也拿出了一些很多新的英雄。那在你这些新的中单英雄史当中，哪一个英雄你个人认为是你感到最自豪的呢？
我觉得是土毛吧，因为我感觉土毛到25太厉害了。
I'll say it's Of Spirit. You know, Of Spirit, once he hits level 25, is just completely different and overpowered hero, and it feels really good to play.
Well, hopefully you get to play him in this series. Thank you for joining me. Good luck in the series.
Bro, I'm not turning on screen shake. But why not? You can put this enable shake screen, and then when you're in a team fight and you're playing shaker, you echo slam them and then...
The quarterfinals between Team Falcons and Vici Gaming continues here on stage with Vici Gaming 1 game up. Let's see if Falcons can strike back and force out that third game to this series to keep their tournament dreams alive. Last year, they were the runners-up, and they would at least want to be able to top that or be the same as last year. We'll see though, this seemed like a tough game, a tough strategy also that Vici Gaming posed upon them, and I want to pose that to my panel as well. Overall first pick, Lina. Ups her in priority quite a bit, Lacoste.
Yeah, this hero is insane. Like, we've seen Lina being picked 17 times, sitting at 77% win rate at the moment. Yeah, these numbers just don't seem to be okay. Like, we talked about some of the most picked heroes of the tournament after the group stage, like highlighting Hoodwink, who was sitting at, I believe, 56% win rate at the time. And we're like, yeah, these are some big numbers. But yeah, after seeing Lina, it seems like this hero just does everything. Like, we've seen 2 different builds. builds that you can go for. Pretty much the spellcasting build, like probably the most spellcasting oriented build with the Dagon upgrade, extra 200 cast range, and insta-ban. Like I can't really blame them. Like the amount of work that he did in that previous game, it was just insane. And also to point out, like we haven't talked about Jinkyu. I think he was also, like he had the masterclass performance in the previous game, making sure that he's getting the blinks, he's getting the saves once they initiate on, and also the Yule Scepter to either save himself later into Wind Waker, Aeon Disc, making sure that he doesn't die. Like Jinkyu, he's been known to be like relatively greedy as a player where he wants to scale, but definitely toned it down in the previous series.
And I have to tell you, like, you know, the ban order, it means something. It's like, because you could ban Lina third, like second or third. Like, the first ban is usually the, yeah, okay, I don't want to see this again. Yep. Okay, good job, guys. You're not getting it again. You know, no more Lina. This is a, let's play an honest Dota game without Lina in it.
Yeah, the Snapfire also gets banned out, so we'll not see Melreen on that one this time round. It does mean that a couple of heroes are left in the pool. Most notable is probably the Treant Protector.
Yes.
Lone Druid gets ignored so far as well. We did see that ignored in the previous game as well, so
and interestingly
similar.
enough, they actually don't go for the Treant Protector that you mentioned, which is, I believe, like earlier in the tournament, I'm pretty certain Falcons had first pick Treant over Clock and got the Clock later in the draft. So now they're switching it up. It could be Vici specific, or it could just be because their like heroes priority have changed. Like I don't know if you found one of these drafts, if you can confirm it,
against Gamer Legion they actually had both, but
they went Treant first, right?
Against Boom Boys as well, they managed to pick it up even though Clockwork was available. So giving the priority to Clockwork, gotta say, can't really blame them considering the Clockwork performances that we have seen from Crit, where he was just completely dominating the play that he did in the previous one, stealing the Aegis on top of that. But also the Vision. This hero is just very annoying. It has the toolkit to completely dismantle your Vision game. Like we've seen teams utilizing Rocket. Like this is a, you know, these are professional e-gamers, so there's going to be a lot of different ways that they're utilizing the hero, where they are scouting the triangle with the rocket, making sure that if they see the camps are farmed, they immediately know where the carry is, and this is where they're going to be making the smoke move, maybe Moonlight Shadow move, but just making sure that they have the information getting from that Clockwork.
I have to answer yes to that request. I was just reading the sign. My answer is yes, my pleasure. But back to the draft. Like I'm trying to understand like why would Falcons switch priority, and because I feel like Treant is just a better hero. I mean, it's hard to compare Treant and Clock, but I think the stats would speak in that favor too. For some reason, I'm just not sure this is like the best trade, but my explanation could be that they're trying to keep the snaking hero open, because obviously we've seen Crit play the Clockwork, snaking can also play it. A lot of teams are running Clock position 5 also. So perhaps, you know, an Undying, because Undying is like being completely forgotten in this draft, like compared to the previous one, and it's been one of the most successful hero of the playoffs. Again, we go back to Yandex. This is the team that is setting the meta at this point, and they value this hero super high. So very pickable for Falcons and not really pickable anymore for Vici.
I think Ringmaster is also going to be highly contested because it was banned in the previous series, and when I was doing research for this one, I think this is the hero. I feel like this hero is... A lot of teams realize that it's super good, but I would also give it extra like 5, maybe even 10% to be picked up, because the hero just feels very... It has every single tool. It scales so well. Super strong laner, percentage-based damage, like AoE control and the team fight, plus the save. And this is a lane that you literally cannot win. Like if this is going to be the lane, like you need to start thinking about how you're going to be approaching this with the pooling, potentially getting something that can, you know, maybe sacrifice itself a little bit more in the laning stage, because this is just a nasty lane.
Listen, I think this is probably the worst lane in Dota. Like literally, if I had to choose like the two best, I was going to say stupidest, the two most stupid, I mean, it's like the two
OP broken,
OP broken,
Imba, anything.
Imba, whatever you want. Like laners, it's Lone Druid and Treant, and then you add both of them. I mean, Amara has decided to pick the Dawnbreaker against that lane. I have to say that I'm a little bit surprised. I hope that he has like a plan, and this is something that obviously, he's played versus Treant and Lone Druid a billion times over the last few weeks because everybody's picking these heroes, and I'm sure that they've practiced. So we'll see what kind of plan they come up with. The reason why I'm a little bit worried is because there's not really the jungle fallback plan, which is what a lot of offlaners this tournament have mentioned. It's like, yeah, sure, I'm laning versus Treant, I'm laning versus SF versus Lone Druid. I don't even have the mindset of going to that lane. I'm not even showing up. I'm getting a couple levels here and there, and then I'm jungling. So, but I think they're taking another approach here because I don't think Dawnbreaker jungles efficiently. He does, but only when he gets maybe level 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
He does have to enter the lane for at least 5-6 waves, which honestly might be hard against both these heroes. So we'll have to see.
Lone Druid is sitting at just a 56% win rate, though, even though it has been so highly contested.
But
is it just because the only people that have let it through are the teams that think they can beat it and then have a plan specifically catered towards beating that?
Exactly that.
Yes.
Exactly that. And I don't know, I'm just looking at Vichi's draft. I'm worried if I'm Falcons. Like, these are nasty combos.
Yeah, these are very strong lanes. This is the 1-2 combo that is very easily played. Even though we've seen Dawnbreaker being very efficient against the Beastmaster in a sense where you have the counter initiation. Their damage between the supports and Lone Druid, it really isn't that much in a sense where these two supports can easily move. So I want to see something for XM, even though this Beastmaster could still go to the mid lane. I feel like there's also a possibility because you're still building for the same item build. You are still getting the Helm of the Dominator / Overlord.
This is such a cool draft by Vici. I think it's amazing, the amount of synergy between these heroes. Also, at some point when they're going to start grouping up, with the Cuddle, Locket, the heals, the Helm of Dom 2, the Lone Druid, I think I'd like to see a little bit of a different build on Lone Druid. I don't know if we're going to see it, because obviously the classic is Mjolnir into Ags, sure. But I think when you play versus heroes like Cuddle and Beast, that lane, if executed properly, we've seen it by BB, it doesn't go wrong. The Beast will get his timings because he gets so accelerated by Cuddle, both in the lane and in the early game with the stacks and whatnot. There's a player, Ghost. He's probably one of the best launchers in the world. He has a different build. He always goes for diffusal early, and he plays actually very active. He just abuses. He plays the hero from minute 0, basically. He doesn't wait minute 20 when he can only play with the bear. And I think this would be the game for it, because Falcon's approach to their lineup is they're gonna up the pace, up the tempo.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This lineup, I kind of agree. I would love to maybe see something different, but this is the lineup that can just speed things up, play for the objectives, and I would love to see XM on a hero that can play tempo. I would be okay with something like a Storm Spirit. They don't have that.
Banned.
It's banned. Okay, never mind. Just ban it out because it would also, the reason why I like Storm Spirit, not because of the matchup, but because they don't have that much control. I would love to see in this particular matchup, he could also be picking up Guardian Greaves, which would give them quite a lot of tempo as well.
It would be amazing. Right now, Falcon's angle to not losing to the Vici draft, because I think it comes down to that. This draft is so powerful, is through Malrine. Ember needs to pop off. He needs to play with the supports. He's gonna have Dawnbreaker's ulti to help him out. So you have to think of this Ember Spirit running around the map with Ringmaster and Clock. Falcons, they excel at doing that. They move at the right places at the right time. They do it properly. They place the right ops. They DOR the areas. So they will bring a lot of pressure. They have Amar's help also. So that combo is very deadly. These 3 heroes, wherever they go, they will be able to assert dominance in the early game anyway. So if XM can slow down Malrine's game by just shutting him down on the lane, making him maybe starve a little bit in XP and gold, this is how they will see their lineup come together. Because I do believe that once Vici's gaming lineup come together and they hit their timings, they're unstoppable.
How are XM signatures looking with the Viper and the Sniper?
I think it's decent. They're not the best for their lineup in a sense, but I think shutting down this Ember to the point where he has no game, in this game in particular, I think it's worth it. I think it might pay off, even though your 5-man, equilibrium is suboptimal.
It is overall last pick, of course, for Vici Gaming, so if they wanted to put that Beastmaster still mid, they can, depending on what's coming with the last pick coming out from Falcons, where we are looking for a hero for Skeeter.
I wonder how the lane goes, because honestly, Beast Cuddle is such a good combo. Do you really want to break that combo? Maybe only if Beast really beats Ember mid big time, but I'm not sure it's the case anymore.
Can they put Cuddle mid? If they really wanted
They could, but it's not great against Ember, in my opinion. I feel like mid players will select Ember when they see Cuddle mid often.
Gyrocopter comes out.
They want to have some AoE. They know that there's going to be quite a lot of extra units with the Beastmaster, with that Lone Druid Bear, like maybe Aghanim Scepter later on for Keeper of the Light. So I think this is a very good pickup. We saw Spirit having quite a lot of success, even though Hero hasn't been picked that many times. I believe 4 or 5 times so far.
It could be maybe a reason to switch the lanes, but again, I feel like they shouldn't. Something like I have a feeling that they should just commit to this Beast Cuddle lane, like, and just believe that lane, if executed properly, will do fine against anything. And anyway, this is more about once Beast gets enough levels and they have stacked. Like typically, you're not going to be using your boar on the gyro lane because it just dies to flank. You're going to be using to stack, and this is when you accelerate. And again, it's going to come down to the XM hero. Like, is Malrine able to go to the Beast Triangle, contest the stacks, or is he just too shut down that he can't, and XM is protecting that instead? Yeah. So
I do think it's very cool that we heard XM talk, and there's a Slark coming out. So
I think it's a mid Slark.
It's a mid Slark. This is not going to be, you know, Falcon's off-lane Slark. It's probably going to be, yeah, he did pick it up.
I mean, if it destroys Ember mid, which I hope it does, like this is exactly what they need. They need to shut down the Ember, make sure that the Lone Druid comes online, the Beast comes online, play off these timings. It's gonna give them map also, like Slark's gonna... Because if they get ahead, like playing from behind against Slark is miserable.
Yes, this is a lot of things that they can buff up the Slark with. This is living armor. A lot of the times this hero like really wants to push the limits. You have Keeper of the Light, like one heal could make the whole fight in his favor. Hold the locket, give him HP, give him mana. I don't know. I'm kind of digging this Slark pick.
I don't know if it works. They were going to focus on the lanes.
I don't know if it works, to be honest, because I haven't seen it. But if it does, it's genius. So I kind of hope it does.
In theory, it should work. It should have a good laning stage. Like we've seen some of these Ember Spirits, because this is kind of the hero of the tournament. We've seen so many great performances from Ember Spirit from the mid lane. People try to shut it down, especially with Vipers, where he's really not getting much. Like he's buying boots of speed. And you are playing against one of the best guys, if not the best guy in the world when it comes down to adaptation, like what he wants to do from the lane, how Malrine's going to approach it. This is the guy that was playing Primal Beast in like these unfavorable matchups, kind of the master of dragging the creep waves and finding any spot on the map where he can farm. So I want to see what his approach is going to be.
I would imagine also that if his lane is that important to the success of this game for them, he might get some help coming out from the Ringmaster and the Clockwork rotating from staking.
Definitely at some point they should be helping him. But again, against Slark at nighttime, after 5 minutes, it's incredibly hard because he has just full control and full vision of what's happening. He can D-ward by himself and whatnot. I also just want to mention quickly, like Slark Cuddle, amazing combo. Like the Chakra on the bounces, especially when you have the Aghanims, you basically have bounce off cooldown non-stop. It's a nasty combo. We don't get to see it often, but it's very cool.
Well, a very cool game coming your way with game number 2 of this quarterfinals. Can Falcons force out game 3? We're finding out with Sunsfed and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. We have game number 2 about to begin. And I do have to ask, Lone Druid has looked quite stinky the last few days.
That's true.
How many times has Vici even picked it in this tournament? Do you know?
I will find that out for you because, Mr. Shannon Larkin, we've got the Lenovo Legion. So, Dota above, Mr. Vici Gaming, they haven't played Lone Druid a single time in this tournament.
Okay, well, that's a better record than most Lone Druids in this tournament so far.
They played it 2 months ago. He went 7-0-10, and they still lost. Okay, so that's not good news.
All right, let's get into the game as we have another hero that we definitely want to talk about. Stop looking at me. Take me off camera immediately. Let's get into the game because the game has certainly started at this point. Certainly not paused.
Definitely not.
And we're in the game. Congratulations, everybody. We made it. Game 2, Vici up 1-0 in this best of 3 of the playoffs here at EWC. Slark has been picked as a mid laner. I am having flashbacks, PTSD.
Oh, DC,
TI6 finals where Weehaw picked it. He refuses to acknowledge they in fact picked Slark mid against Wings Gaming, who had which player? Faith Beyond. And they destroyed us because why? They picked us Slark. We picked us Slark mid. Disgusting.
How did you allow this to happen?
I think they just lost hope at that point.
It was like, it's Jover, let's RNG the last week. But the thing is, first of all, XM, I love this. I've been saying this like 8 billion times this tournament. He is the anti-mid laner. He's the FU mid player. You give me a matchup, he puts up both his middle fingers. He's like, screw you. I go mid Slark against Ember. This is not the first time he's done this. They did this 2 months ago against Aurora. Mikoto played Ember, same matchup. Last pick Slark into the Ember. He destroyed that game. Had like a 12-minute defusal. You do pretty well in the lane. You can skill the Saltwater Shiv to steal regen. You can kind of, deal well with the early spam. You have better damage. You have higher armor. It's kind of chilling. It is very strange, the tricore of Lone Druid, Beast, Slark. It's going to be a lot of map play later on. So XM, while he's going to have a good lane, I think he's got a lot of weight on the shoulders.
All right, let's see how much regen he's going to get out of this. This level 1 currently has 7 regen. 4 of it from the Saltwater Shiv. Very strong. I mean, I did see a clip early on when this was first made where this was absurd.
Yeah, where Thompson
they nerfed the shit out of it since then, of course, and then we just don't see Slark anymore. So I'm curious to see how this works in the game, because when I would think of this ability, isn't it just better against high HP, high regen targets like a Centaur type?
No, it
don't really have, and they have a Dawnbreaker, I guess.
No, it doesn't really matter. It's more for like your own regen and your own sustainability, which is usually something that like Slark struggles with. But you can see here that he's already putting up a lot of pressure. And not just that, like also Leash is incredibly good against Ember.
True.
And we also heard them talk about it, as of course they are the studio experts. You have Slark and Coddle together, lowering the cooldown. You can pounce them multiple times. Very hard to play against.
All right, we'll see. I am thinking we're going to see a game 3, if I'm being honest. I am not a believer in Slark.
The thing is,
you feel confident, or are you just waiting to see?
I am fake hyping, but I'm also halfway believing, because it is XM. First, this guy, he played in the last TI finals, and then bro got kicked. Why did you do that? This guy is so good. Same with Jinkyu, and they're now showing why they're here. So when it comes to weird mid heroes to play like this, I trust XM. If this was a different player, there's only Thompson and XM that I would have some or any faith in that they could win this game.
Okay, fair enough. That's high praise. It's high praise. We'll see how it goes.
Look at the board. Look at the Bimbo here.
Yep, that's right. Some nice micro coming out from Mr. Faith Beyond. We'll be able to get the deny of the Water Rune, but Malrine will still grab the other.
Yeah,
so let's get back to this Lone Druid. We can talk about him for about 30 seconds, and then we won't mention him again unless he's on the screen, because he won't be doing anything.
That's true.
Why has this been so unsuccessful in the tournament so far? Because coming in, it's like, oh, this is our first pick, first ban.
One of the
Feels
biggest...
like it's been horrendous.
Yeah, one of the biggest reasons to me is that the hero was just first picked a lot of the times, and then he ended up playing, especially into like Underlord or heroes that just really catch you out on the map all the time, or Slardars, where the game is just very difficult for you to play. But overall, I think Vici created a good draft with Lone Druid. Like the hero eventually, he doesn't really want to teamfight. He wants an annoying map state where this wave is pushed in, that wave is pushed in, you can roar someone, get a kill. And Slark as well. Slark definitely abuses a good map state, especially in nighttime. You're going to have like way better vision around the map. The only thing I'm looking for is that I think Falcon's skirmish is way better. Dawnbreaker Gyro in early mid-game, like if fights break out. And also Dawn is incredibly good against Beastmaster when he overplays in an area. So it's more of like the smaller, finesse type of things that Vici need to do when it comes to map play.
Okay. They do have a good response for Roar, which is the box out of Snake King. So 1 save for Falcons. But you're right, it's more skirmishy. You don't really have this insane burst damage coming from Falcons. It's more sustained.
Yeah, and they have a very good top lane, right? Against the Beast Coddle. Both of these are counter picks. Ringmaster, very good against Beast. Not just for the Roar that you mentioned, you also have the daggers against the Boar. The Gyro goes without saying, one of the best counters against the Beastmaster. You can just spam him out, you can kill his Boars, you always have high movement speed with your innate.
Also looking at the other side, Solar Guardian against the Beast Roar, also quite good as a pseudo counter. So, should be an interesting game overall. Curious to see how it plays out. And of course, I mean, from Vici's side, their support, you talked about the Coddle, the benefit you're going to get in the lane with the axes, with Slark later on. I mean, to some degree, the Bear, I guess.
Like it's
almost like a metamorphosis type of... It's basically his main spell.
Yeah.
Getting lower cooldown.
And I think also, like, when I look at Vici's draft overall, like, there's a lot of cool things about the Slark, but it also has... It is a volatile hero. It has to be said. And they don't have the highest damage, right? When we talk about how their 3 cores play together, they don't really play together. They abuse each other's map state of like the Beast, the Lone, and the Slark. And Coddle and Tree, they're like enabling heroes. They amplify if you are strong, but they don't give you all the damage. So if XM doesn't have an explosive early game and like entry into the mid game, I really think they could struggle.
I'm going to give you a little trivia question.
Okay.
It's not objective, though. It's subjective, but I'm not going to pretend that it is objective.
Let's keep that up. That's
What's
good
the
casting.
worst ultimate in the game? In Dota.
The worst ult? Okay, hold that.
Think about that. The knife is going to stab Bach in the back as Skeeter apply some more pressure with that rocket barrage, and that thing is crazy good early on, and Skeeter gets first blood on the gyrocopter.
That is a pretty good one. And especially like we said, you know, Falcons want to play from ahead. They have good skirmish. They have very good collapsing ability early on. So it's a good move from Crit. They talk a lot about the 5-minute move where you can potentially go to the safe lane, then link up with your support. It also means that Amar is getting a little bit of solo XP. And to answer your question of what's the worst ult, I actually don't know.
I'm going to give you to the 10-minute mark. You have some time.
Well, you were going to say it's Ringmaster Wheel of Wonder. That's what you said the other day.
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank God.
I said it's a little underwhelming.
I know which one. Nuffle Projection.
No, that's a great one.
What? No, that's
Love
the
it.
ult is not good.
Okay, it's not the best, but there's the worst ultimate for sure.
Okay,
We're
you
gonna get to
please.
that in just a moment. Snake King trying to keep that.
This is fake hype. Please talk about the ult.
It's in this game. I'll give you that clue.
There's a word. What? True form?
No. What's wrong with you?
What is wrong with you?
Come on. You're better than this.
There are no bad ults in this game.
You're better than this. I was having a conversation with Lacoste, and he definitely agreed with me. So I have another analyst on my side.
Yeah, I don't know what you
analyst,
guys
I'm
are
gonna say.
smoking or talking about.
I'll let you think on that a little bit. I'm going to tease this up until the end game, of course.
Okay, we've got to pause. What is wrong with you?
There's some lag, apparently.
Okay, can you tell me about the worst ult?
It's gyrocopter.
Excuse me?
It's terrible.
Okay.
It's truly bad.
All right, we're going to have this game unpaused. Skeeter, in the first 15 minutes, is going to use 3 cooldowns that will kill multiple heroes.
Oh, please.
And you're going to eat your
please.
stupid words.
First of all, flat cannon is really ultimate. Let's be true.
No.
What do you...
God.
Are
stop.
you...
You're
how are you an
yourself.
analyst? This doesn't make any sense.
Flat Cannon is a good spell, but it's not his ult. He's not... If it was his ult, he would max it. No? Yeah?
Kazu,
Checkmate. Checkmate.
There's no checkmate here. You're going for the rocket barrage early. all
Yes, because it's good.
right? Of course, rocket barrage is insanely good.
Yeah.
Black Cannon is what carries you into the game.
Oh, man.
If he didn't have his ult, you would still pick Gyro occasionally. Zamar. Gonna get the start breaker, but gonna be completely nullified thanks to the fear as Amar now on the run outside, but the cogs will place inside of Shiro, and he is gonna get killed off instead. So a nice turnaround coming out from Falcons. Looked like it might have been a beautiful kill for Shiro.
No, that's very big. Especially this early on. Like, Lone Druid he always wins his lane. Like, nearly always. And killing him before level 6 is kind of what you want to end up doing. Marine will put his body here into the Vici side. This is the other great thing about Gyro and him having call down. You win your lane against Beast. He can't really go for boards, which means he has to max access. Then they stack. And you can easily contest stacks.
Now Ring getting pressured a bit, but
JK
will remnant away as he shows up in the mid lane with XM, who has the level advantage right now on the Slark mid.
Yeah.
He did make sure everybody's aware of this.
Once he gets Diffusal, he's incredibly strong. Even already now, he's a little bit oppressive. Of course, it's also quite difficult to ward against this guy early on, so very much a fitting hero for XM and the type of player that he is.
8-minute power rune about to pop. And Malrine will bot it in the bot side as XM getting chased by the homing missile.
Which is not his ultimate, of course.
No,
very
it's
important
also
to
a bit
point
of
out.
an underwhelming spell as well.
Homing missile, I do agree, is not the best spell.
He has really 2 spells on him.
Okay.
They're just really strong. Malrine already using the damage rune, actually.
Yeah, easy lasted.
XM. Obviously a very survivable hero in the Slark. Anytime he's in the shadows, we get a ton of regen. And, I mean, I know we don't see Slark mid. Do you see Slark in any position?
Very.
Like, what itemization are you looking for?
Very,
He's gonna
very.
go Diffusal first, apparently.
It's still very much the same that we used to see. It's like some Falcon Blade, Diffusal. Then some people play around. There's some Shadow Blades. There's some Aghanim Scepters that are like, I mean, Ags is nearly always core, but you also don't really want to build its second item. So when he played it last time a while ago, it was the Diffusal, Ags into then Skadi, but he had a way better of an early game. Because for now, like, even though you pick the Slark into the Ember, the matchup is quite, I mean, it's kind of, obviously you're winning, but Marine is still getting everything that he wants, which is levels, time, and a little bit of net worth. Also, insanely good neutral item on the Gyro, of course. The dagger of Mr. Ristool, 25 bonus damage. You take that on Gyro, you're an incredibly low damage hero.
Even with the ultimate, incredibly low damage hero. It's crazy.
Okay. Let's keep that up.
Soul Ring now up for Amar, and We talk about these, I mean, off-lane Dawnbreaker, there's several builds you can go for, but it is a Mar, so we just assume it's going to be right-click, which it looks like
you should.
Echo Saber and Skeeter coming in from the south. They're going to try to get another kill onto Shiro.
Oh, here comes the
huge amount of damage coming out from one proc of that ultimate from Gyrocopter. Might as well not even casted, for being honest. 2 kills go the way of Falcons. Unbelievable usage of the greatest ultimate in Dota. Call down. Great.
The hero died. That's all that matters. It's a good spell. This guy is a hater.
Incredible.
Man, imagine being a caster and using your voice to shit talk a good spell. Keep up that energy, though. I like that energy. That's the most energetic you've been. Let's rewatch the damage.
Let's look at this. And one of them hits him. Incredible.
That's living armor.
I think he went down about 50 HP there, as we're going to see some more action this time onto Bach with a full Starbreaker from Amar. Illuminate trying to help out as Bach gets to kill on Malrine first. So looking really bad for Vici at the beginning of that. They at very least get a kill. As Skeeter on the bot side kills off Shiro, and even bigger. This is 3 deaths for the Lone Druid already. It's feeling like every other Lone Druid game we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, they're kind of falling. They're falling flat. And it all started with the call down rotation, of course, from Skeeter.
That almost made me spit up my drink there.
Well,
go ahead. Sorry.
Stop drinking. And 5 seconds, of course. Biggest timing of Gyrocopter in the early game will be unlocked again, as the call down will be back up. It's a good spell. You're just a hater. They buffed it. Missile slow from 50 to 60%.
They could make it global. That would make a better ultimate. I'd be okay with that.
Shout out to Bombardier from Heroes of Newerth.
That's right.
Nearly had the same spell without the slow.
Except it's even slower in projectile. See a little bit of group up here on the top side.
They did get a good counterplay up earlier, right? When Jin-Q and Bach were fighting there. Because you have the early heals from Jin-Q and also the Ash Legion shield, which allowed Bach to stand his ground, counterplay it, and they're soon unlocking the overgrowth on Y, who's one of the best Treants. Like, first of all, I think it's not that easy to see when people like pop off on Treant Protector, but when I think of Treant Protector, I think of Y and Mipochka. Like, these guys are and were so good at the overall positioning, knowing where you need to be and counterplaying the right place, right time. We should soon see XM start to be aggressive. Your first timing is usually the defusal.
That first overgrowth of the game from Y onto several members of Falcons. They're going to get the full Starbreaker combo onto Jin-Q with the whip in addition.
Probably not the best TP here from Jin-Q.
And likely the tier 1 now will go the way of Falcons.
Okay, seems like maybe Malrine is feeling himself a little bit again. You know, getting through this early game, tipping XM. But yeah, this is the first timing, you get defusal, and then the second timing is the nighttime with the defusal blade, so that will be at the 15-minute mark.
Let's see if they end up using this successfully. Skeeter gets initially gone on as the homing missile will find its mark in XM eventually. See if he just dark packs it off or not.
Scared of the call down, can't really commit on him, of course.
Really, really tough to play around that really slow ultimate.
He just 2v1 though.
Yeah, he just killed Snake King, and now we have the Solar Guardian, so they will get the trade. Bach.
Here comes XM.
1 versus 3 essentially as XM comes in with the pounce. No more mana for Amar, but he is pretty quick. Dark Pack gets him out of the Searing Chains, but not fast enough.
Okay, still hasn't been able to do that much yet. Of course, some pressure, forcing Amar out of the lane, doesn't have the ult yet. Need to see when the 15-minute mark comes around. I don't mind if he does end up going for the Shadow Blade here. I think sometimes, you know, going this early Ags, it's still not that easy to catch people. You know, it's not really the same it used to be. I think the Shadow Blade will help you apply a little bit more pressure and also allow you to scale and have a bit more attack speed.
I mean, if he does get off to a good start, which has yet to be seen, he's 0-0 and 0 on XM.
Excuse me, he has a Ghost Scepter first item. All right, this is the anti-Slark item.
He's really respecting that mid-Slark. And hey, if you're forcing him to get a Ghost Scepter, I think you take that any day of the week. You could always upgrade to Disperser eventually just to completely nullify that.
You can be happy about that as the Slark, but at the same time, it is quite good against the other 2 cores, and it will allow Malrine to play quite aggressive. And I think for their draft, it's actually very important. When you're Dawnbreaker, you're not looking to like make moves first. You rely on your team to go in, be aggressive. And if this is what allows Malrine to kind of play over this matchup anyway, I love it. It also gives you some stats, which is nice.
Shrine's being taken now. Only from Jin-Q so far, as we have a smoke from Falcons. Obviously would love to kill XM in that mid lane. Still a difficult one even at this stage of the game.
He's ultra difficult to kill. Like, how do you even do it? Hookshot Cogs into Wheel of Wonder.
Spotted. They're going to get the dust on him as well. Into the bowling, into Skeeter's Rocket Barrage.
See you later.
Easy cleanup for Falcons as the Echo Saber now complete for Amar. Now some pressure to this tier 1 mid. Malrine use the Searing Chains to start things out as the rest of Falcons on the way. Vici, not sure if they're going to try to stay here. Malrine taking a ton of damage. The whip's going to keep Vici at bay. Tower is going to get denied from Malrine. Very even game to start things out.
And Bach's been having very good games, right? Like first the Darkseer game, sure the early game wasn't incredible, but he was up against a hard lane. He's top network on the Beast, getting some solo kills, top tier 1 taken, mid tier 1 taken. Very good timing on the Overlord. Of course, a lot of this is because of Gen Q, with the Coddles, the stacks, the Chakra Magic injection.
The fact that it's 9-2 Falcons and still even. Is that good news for Vici?
I would say that they are pretty happy with what's going on, right? Especially now, this is one of the stronger timings for XM. Nighttime plus the diffusal for you. And Jiro has been having a very quiet early game, probably too quiet, at least when we look at his net worth. 5.8k.
Oh, why? Go for a massive overgrowth here if he had some vision. This Falcons gonna group up maybe for this tier 1. Y gets hit by a knife or two. Snake King spots him with the sentry, but now outside of it. Treant, always such an annoying hero to play against. Now we're gonna pop the Ghost Scepter to XM. Gets initiated on by Crit, but the Dark Pact keeps him safe. Meanwhile, the Treant does get off the overgrowth, trying to walk away. Is he actually gonna find the distance? Hammer does hit, and that'll be the end of the tree for now.
And this is what I mean with Y. Like, we watched him walk around for like 50 seconds where he's giving full vision defending his tower. Pounce onto Malrine.
XM taking the brunt of the damage here. They get off the roar, but there's the box to counter. We talked about that pregame. As XM's ult keeps him safe for the time being. And Skeeter gonna try for a little bit of turnaround here, especially with that Solar Guardian and the Wheel of Wonder to top it as Bach gets off some axes. Searing Chain's not gonna hit. Illuminate though.
They're getting kited.
That is the death of Amar. Big kill from Vici. Very long, drawn-out fight. Ends up in the death of the offlaner. Snake King TPs, but the axes assassinate him from the fog. Nicely done from Bach.
Just good kiting in this fight. Like, there's a little bit of an overplay from Falcons. You TP in, you get off a good roar. And they're just constantly playing with XM in the front lines. There's Illuminate heals coming around. He's getting Living Armored in the middle of the fight. Holy Locket as well. And they do need to play fights like that. You need them to be semi-drawn out because they don't have the craziest, like, damage when it all starts. But look, like, just a full heal onto XM from Jin Q there.
Yeah, it felt like a lot connected there for Falcons, but they just didn't have the damage to finish the job. Then nice read here from Faith Beyond.
Yeah, this is big because remember that all of these fights, like Jiro, he doesn't really have to do anything. He's just playing his little Lone Druid minigame. Get your items, get your Aghanim Scepter, keep helping your team with how the map is played overall.
Wow, the fact that they can potentially get Roche without the Lone Druid involved at all.
Can they really?
Huge.
Okay,
now,
so here's the early rocket. Blink Rush also from Crit already has it.
Are they actually going to commit for this? Y in the area, ready
Crazy
to block
good
this
positioning.
smoke. Snake King and Crit trying to contest. Snake King already popped. He gets in again with the hook shot, but not able to steal it this time around. Good attempt from Crit, but it's going to cost him his life. And now Snake King on the high ground gets overgrowth. Will box himself, but that provides a little bit of extra time for Snake King to get chased down by the likes of the Slark. Double kill for XM. Weird ass pick, but it's working out so far.
He's cooking. Seems like that was a skill issue many years ago in DC when you guys picked the Slark. No, they are owning. Defiant Shell as well. Very good on Slark, of course. You get some return hits. Get another Essence Shift stack yourself. Now he's got Shadow Blade with the Nighttime still a little bit available. And Aegis is, yeah, on your hands. You're 4k gold up without having needed your carry at all.
How much damage can they get done with this Aegis? Keep in mind, this is not the carry. The Lone Druid is supposed to be the carry, and now all the space created, even just obtaining the Aegis in general, just buys extra time for Lone Druid to farm. And he is 300. Okay, never mind. That's bad math. 1,300, 1,500 away from the X.
Let's keep mentioning numbers. Very good. NA math.
Well, it's weird that the point booster is in this position. Usually it's first out of the Ags coming out.
Well, he's just bought the other two parts already. He's going for a bit of a different build. Bach going for another solo play.
A Solar Guardian onto the Black Dragon. Amar is going to live. Bach actually, if he had the vision we had, he would have just stuck around and killed him. There's XM. Mallory and company, knowing that he has his Aegis, of course. XM just going to get healed up. Have to be wary of this call down. Very powerful ultimate, according to one of the best analysts in Dota, quote unquote.
Yeah, one of the worst ultimates, according to one of the best casters, quote unquote.
That's right. Crit gets the hook shot off, but the Dark Pact is always there for XM, and he is looking really good.
Okay, this mid Slark being buffed up by Jinkyu's Caudal with the Holy Locket Force and the max living armor he's a big problem. And this is without, again, Lone Druid hasn't been in the game yet. Bach is having an exceptional game on the Beast. Like, usually Dawn is a counter to Beast. When you meet up 1v1, you know, you can kind of stand your ground. If Beast goes for any plays, you counter play it, but he's the one that's taking over areas. Like, look at where Falcons are playing. Gyro is farming very defensively up top. Dawn is farming super defensively down bottom. And they're taking back barely any space in their own jungle.
Vici going to take this extra space to take out the first Tormentor of the game.
They'll get themselves quite a good gold lead. And these are some good shards. You get either the 3 and 1 for a bit more map play. Rocket.
Oh, not quite in time. Jinkyu will get the double solar bind.
And even,
it's called.
Yeah, and even more heal from the Illuminate. So this matters quite a lot. It was already difficult to kill these Radiant heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about... Usually we don't see the Maelstrom into Aghanims. It's always like a Mjolnir that goes into it. So a little bit different for Shiro here.
Oh, crit spotted, but blinks out. So showing off that blink dagger. Snake King gonna be able to steal the Wisdom Shrine as Jinkyu will
do the same.
Follow suit on the other side.
Let's see if Falcons can find a way to like either fight back or slow down this net worth lead here. But VG, they've been very impressive, right? Like, first of all, getting to the stage, beating 1W, taking them out of the entire tournament.
Yeah, that was surprising.
And of course, cannot be understated that most of these players have played or won a TI final outside of Shiro.
Or hookshot to come in and try to save him, but Snake King's already dead. They're going to get the clockwork as well, so double kill for Faith Beyond. He is owning in addition to the Slark. And remember, this is with Lone Druid not existing currently, and he eventually will if given enough time. 8k lead for Vici.
They are pretty much 4v5ing, and I think Marine's build, he's had a Vessel for a while. I don't know if he's had a single charge on it this entire game. They're not really just not finding any moves. Amar with an early Shiva's Guard. Not an item you ever see second.
Wow.
On Dawn. Sure, it gives you a bit of AoE effect. You get a lot of armor. Most importantly, perhaps the attack speed. And the AoE damage plus slow, of course.
Echo Saber Shivas. Something looks wrong about that.
Because this has never been done before. That's
Ever
why.
in the history of Dota?
I believe so. Wow. I think if we're looking at the stats, people can correct me, but Echo Shiva that's not a build. Potentially it is a build, and it just speaks for this type of game where you're cornered. Like, Gold Scepter, first item on Ember is also not really a build.
I'm sure a Herald has done it before.
Yeah, who cares about those guys? They don't matter.
Not very nice. That's a lot of people.
That is a lot of people, but generally that's
Why
not
do you
where
cater
the
to the top 1%, huh? What's wrong with you?
That's what we're looking at. I'm not casting a Herald game.
What about the rest of us?
Get Jenkins up here. He'll tell you about the Herald.
BKB now up for XM as his game continues to progress pretty damn nicely. And of course, this is a hero that scales crazy in the late game.
Oh, yeah. They've got a pretty good ward in the triangle, so they know that Amar walked over to the mid lane.
Yeah, Drums of Slum online as well. This is a big power spike for Vici. They've already been winning these fights.
Uh-oh, hello.
Amar spotted, tries to get off the hammer, but the Roar finds him, and that's going to be another death for Amar. Malrain has to try to Remnant away. Put in a bit of a weird spot here. Gonna get feared up. Do they have actually the connection?
That's not
Do they have the damage? Is gonna be close. Yes! Wrong place again for Malrain, and off the back of it, Vici get a tier 2 tower, and why not keep pushing?
Yo, these guys are good. They're just going straight for the high ground, minute 23. This is
popped.
This is one of the best plays I've seen from a Chinese team since maybe last TI of Extreme Gaming. They are very convincing here in this entire series.
Not going to force the issue. Not going to get too greedy. Playing discipline here. They forced out the fortification. 11k lead for Vici. The fact that they aligned with these 3 big items. And now we're going to see the Disperser next for XM. So that Ghost Scepter is not going to do shit.
Absolutely not. I mean, already now, it's kind of just delaying one of the things that are happening. Okay, let's look at Skeeter. So he wants to go Satanic next, which, yeah, it helps you stay alive, but they've got damage problems. This Coddle Treant, like dual support combo with like 3 beefy cores, it's really not that easy to like punch into.
I think the big power spike for Falcons when they get level 3 on the call down.
I knew you would say that. I knew you would say that.
There ain't no coming back from that as Malrine.
If Gyro had an Aghanims that made call down twice as good, they could win with that one.
Yeah, maybe.
Sadly for them, it's a side gunner.
Yeah, that's again, side gunner / flat cannon is the real spell for Gyro.
It's done a lot this game.
XM looking for the pounce target.
Nighttime, baby.
Indeed, opens it up onto Snake King. They get the box off. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes for Nullifier at some point as well. The box is the only annoyance for Vici.
I really like, at least strategically, what Vici have created in Game 1 and Game 2. Like, Game 1, you had a lot of like this overall map play. You're kind of owning them with like Moonlight Shadow Spectre. I think even here, it's a bit similar, right? You have a lot of summons, Ghost Push, but also this one guy who's stopping
Oh, Amar again might get caught out. Another roar to his name. Do they have the box nearby? Snake King trying for it. Finally gets it off to the last moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Y taking the brunt of the damage. Shiro is actually doing a lot to the gyrocopter. Is Skeeter about to fall just to the bear. Eventually, Bach does fall to Malrine. So a 2-for-2 exchange to start this out. But XM is still up and running. Crit on the cliff. Dead shortly after. Double kill for Shiro, who has finally entered the game. And again, we talked about it all game long. They've been winning this game with 2 cores, and now the third has entered to play.
Yeah, right place, right time. Definitely needed him in this fight because Falcons had a pretty good angle to counterplay there. Crit with an incredibly quick hook. But this is a 15k lead. They're knocking on your high ground, minute 26.
Yeah, there's no fortification either. So when I look at the replay,
it's just so difficult, right? It's nighttime, they see everything, there's summons around. And just great positioning and also great patience. If you look at Y, look at the back. Double overgrowth with Shiro just getting to hit into everybody.
Yeah, that was the Blink Dagger reveal for the tree. So Bach does die, but it's at a heavy cost yet again for Falcons.
You know, I thought this series would maybe go the distance, but at this point, Vici they're really putting in the work in this game.
We're the 2-0 masters.
Somehow we are.
I mean, if I was going to pick a 2-0 to start the series, it would have been Falcons, actually.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Vici have been pretty... I mean, at this tournament they've been good, but generally speaking, they've been quite inconsistent. But powering up at the right time of a tournament is nothing to scoff at. This is how you win.
Yeah, but this is
Take notes, Kazu.
Oh, yeah, that's very useful for me. I'll go play again next month, of course.
And once you realize this gyro ult is garbage...
Yeah, that will be the return of my career.
That's right. So it's been holding you back this whole time.
Yeah, thinking that gyro ult is good. I never liked that hero. He's good when you can like play off his tempo. And there's a world where Falcons could have still done that. I feel like in like
now you're not liking the hero after all this talk, huh?
We only talk about call down. Stop mixing my words. You should go into politics.
I don't think I'm racist enough for that. As we get into the pit for Vici Gaming.
Well, somehow you found a way to use that word in a cast.
Comes out. And yeah, Falcons are going to have to try to do something, but you can see Vici are aware of this, and they're going to wrap around instead. XM going to lead the way. Still nighttime. Snake King.
Got Aghanim.
Spotted. Boxes himself, which means he won't have it for a potential core. There's the roar onto the gyrocopter. Solar Guardian to follow the Wheel of Thunder right on top of them, though. Do they have the damage to take out Bach? It's getting close. The Illuminate heals him quite a bit. Finally popping the BKB, and now XMK, they get the pounce onto the gyrocopter as Skeeter falls. First core down for Falcons. And Ember Spirit, Malrine trying to take out Jin Q, but it's just the support at the end of the day. The Urn Charge, the living armor keeping him alive. Gets off the blinding light as well as Malrine slow to a crawl now. Bad pounce from XM, it matters not as Amar barely gets out, but Shiro, meanwhile, just hitting buildings on the other side.
Yeah, and they're losing racks at the same time. Oh, Falcons, they're in such big trouble for this game. Because that fight wasn't even that bad for them to begin with. Vici went very deep, but you can just see all the backup that they have. Multiple heals.
2 sets minimum.
I think XM is also getting the shard on Slug. Like, he already has the Aghanims for the double pounce. The shard is coming, which is another added save.
Okay, minimum 1 set of racks is what I said, of course.
Yeah.
I like this play, though. Vici playing it very safe. We've seen so many times before, especially, honestly, Chinese teams are very notorious for this in the last couple of years, where they'll stick around a little bit too long and get punished extremely hard, especially when an objective like Roche is available. they'll get this for free. It makes closing the game out that much easier.
And even Amar, like if you look at some of their the item builds, they're really cornered. Trying to look for Crit, of course, to not give him an opportunity to steal the Aegis.
Yep, XM's gonna show up, and that's when the damage arrives. Gonna be dead right outside his own cogs. Oh, a good attempt.
Yeah.
Did he take anything, Malrine?
Was close. Went
he had an open slot. That would have been sick, but Bach gets the Aegis instead.
The only comeback I see for Falcons is a completed data list on Skeeter, and maybe if you get the time, you go for a Divine. I think you have to play for an all-in play at this point. You're down a lane of racks. You're playing against Lone Druid Aghanims and 3 top network hordes. It's the only way I see for them back in this game.
And even then, I don't think that's going to be enough.
Well, if that isn't enough, then I've got bad news for them.
Maybe double Divine.
Now let's see if they can make any type of space.
Farm that up. So Aegis, we'll see if Vici are waiting for any items coming out that would make a difference here. Disperser is still a ways away. I'm not sure if they want to wait that long. AC also a bit of a wait.
Yeah, I don't think they have to really wait for anything. They could just continue to play on the map is pushed in, we find a pickoff, we find a poke. They also have a potential to place a banner on, you know, one of the waves with the double siege waves if they want to. Because you do have Aegis. I think you're very far ahead. If you want to play super safe, you could wait for nighttime. I don't really see why you would have to do that. Because even in daytime, you're incredibly strong.
Now the bear shows himself. Skeeter has to skitter away.
Very good.
And maybe they are waiting for this next item round. I mean, now that they've waited this long, Bach is 500 away from AC.
At this point, you can
definitely... That should align with the Disperser close enough.
Yeah, you can definitely wait for the AC at this point. Why? Just scouting out Malrine here.
Does he have anything?
There's the bear.
Right into the bear. Gonna get the root off as well, but the box is there to save him. As a remnant in addition, but he gets pounced on, and he gets killed off. Another death from Malrine. A minute on the deck as the Wheel of Wonder coming down. The Skeeter has to run away as XM is just going to focus on Amar instead with that BKB.
Nice
super safe. The overgrowth on the 3 heroes with the Illuminate. They're going to kill the Gyrocopter right in their own base. Snake King trying to get out, but it's not happening for the rest of his cores. As Amar, I believe this was a buyback, so now a dieback for him as they're just going to call GG's for Vici as they continue on to EWC and Falcons eliminated.
That's a beyond godlike for XM. And honestly, I beg the question, how did any team ever kick out XM and Jinkyu from their roster? Like, XM alone in this game with both supports just taking over the entire early game. Same with Bach with an incredibly hard lane, getting solo kills here, being top on the network. And again, this is single elim. This is Falcons out at EWC.
This was a sick performance. I was not a believer. I have reason to not be a believer.
True.
Many years of pain and suffering.
Personal experience.
Weehaw, Slark mid, but Faith Beyond was on the other team, and maybe he learned a little something from that, Kazu.
Yeah,
and they turned
like
around here.
Took like 10 years to tinker around and then make it work.
Just needed the right changes on the Slark, but I have to say, this is a very memorable performance for XM. Yes. I'm going to remember this one specifically. 10-0 on a Slark mid. I don't know if we'll ever see that again. That's insane.
And this is what I love about not just the best teams, but the best players. They will find ways to make the game different. You know, you find a specific pick or a specific build, and it is just not normal to see a mid Slark. And this is what the best players do. You don't just get to play on autopilot. You're playing a different game. Suddenly you're playing XM Slarking with the Jinkyu caller backing him up, the Treant Protector as well, and Falcons.
And remember this call down. That is something to remember as well. Just the massive damage coming out was enough to kill off Shiro. Without
that was a double kill.
Incredible display.
Still hating. At this point, it's just, yeah, Vici. This is one of the better performances that I have seen, rightfully so. I think all of them just kind of owning from start to finish. You know why? Superb positioning, good overgrowth, and yeah, this one's got a sting. The Falcons had a big break. Maybe that also worked against them, right? With the format, not playing for, what was it, 5 days, 6 days? Yeah. Vici, they just looked hot and in form.
Yeah, single elimination. I love single elimination.
As a viewer, definitely.
It is incredible for the viewer experience, and we're seeing now why. I mean, we've had already a couple upsets the other day and another one here. I mean, in theory, an upset. Falcons a very storied franchise in their brief history. This team has been around, just the players alone have been around for a very long time together, more so than any team in recent history. But Vici getting the better of them, and it's off of a Slark mid. Just incredible. Just a ridiculous display.
But it is just like this is a characteristic of XM, and they're so good on Vici.
Let's go to the interview on the main stage.
Thank you so much, everybody. You know who I had to grab, ladies and gentlemen, XM! A absolutely incredible performance here with Jin as well for the translation. Thank you, Jin. Falcons had 5 days to prep for this. They've been watching all your games. They've been just sitting in their little hotel room relaxing. And you guys that come out and 2-0 their asses. Were you expecting it to be that easy?
那毛神就第一个问题想问你，因为法老战队相当于有5天的休息时间，他们在他们酒店里面看你们的回放，做他们的功课，结果到这个舞台上了之后，你们直接2-0速通了他们。你当时有想到会有这样的一种结果吗？
有想到，因为感觉他们休息太久了，我们手感正热。
Definitely, this was the result that we expected because 5 days is a huge break. It's a very long break, and our hands are red hot while theirs are not.
All right, you could tell those hands were red hot, absolutely, especially on your Lina in game 1. Incredible performance. I gotta ask about the Dagon though. Was that more for damage? Was that more for cast range? What was the thinking, and have you done it before?
那么第一把你拿出了你那个火女，然后你出了一个5级大根，就想问你这个大根当时出的思路会是什么呢？是为了这个输出和补一手输出，还是说为了这个施法距离，还是怎么呢？大概跟我们说一下嘛。
因为这个出装就是从抖音教学上看到的，感觉还挺适合的，就自己思考了一下，感觉它的那个属性都挺适合丽娜的，找到这把感觉挺适合就出了。
I actually learned that item build from TikTok.
From TikTok?
Like I was just watching those shorts and I was like, okay, this kind of works. And when I looked at the lineup that draft, I was like, you know what, this item build, I think it works here, and it clearly did.
You have ruined so many pubs from that. Thank you so much. So much TikTok will be made with the worst builds in the world. All right, anyway, let's move on to Slark. This was super exciting to watch. Slark mid, incredible. Who's making these calls? Was it you saying, give me that Slark, or was it the coach?
那当时第2把你们选出这个中单小鱼，这个小鱼也是发挥的非常非常棒。能跟我们大概说一下你们当时选最后一手英雄的时候，这个小鱼是你提出来的呢，还是你们教练，还是怎么样的一个队内讨论？
就是我的小鱼一直是用来打火猫的嘛，然后当时我也在纠结，然后就是心情玩的光法，他觉得小鱼很好用，然后我就相信他选了小鱼。
Slug has always been my weapon against Ember Spirit, and I kind of wanted a hero, but it was still a bit of discussion within the team. Sure. And then Jinkyo was like, you know what, I'm Kodo. I can feed mana to Slug, and I think Slug would be a pretty good pick here. So we trusted Jinkyo's decision, and we went for the Slug.
Fantastic. All right, last question then. After destroying such a strong team like Falcons, can we finally say that Chinese Dota is back?
那你们摧毁了法老这种强队之后呢？我们现在能不能宣布一下说，西人 Dota 回来了呢？
可以，西人 Dota 回来了。
Absolutely, Chinese Dota is back.
Let's go. All right. Well, speaking of back, let's get the team up here, boys. Come on up. Come on up. Here at EWC, we have something to do. Not only did you destroy Falcons in the game, it's time to destroy their spirits, my friends. It is time to crush their keys. Let's head back there and head to the crusher. Now, Jin, I gotta ask him, who wants to have the honor of crushing Falcons?
那么你们现在成功了击败了法老战队之后，还有最后一个环节，就是你们要把他们的钥匙也给碾碎。那你们当中谁会得到这个荣耀去碾碎这个钥匙呢
？Come on, boys, talk about it while we're walking. Let's go, let's go.
大哥，
Oh, Buck, you're going for it?
Yeah, because I'm Porte 3, and you know I shake hand with Amar, so I have to do it.
All right, that's an honorable thing. Friends with Amar. If he's gonna go down, it might as well go down from a friend. Please take your position. Gentlemen, gather around, watch your Falcons go down. The club champions are about to get crushed. Here we go. Stone Cold Yeah, baby! Oh, he's going deep! Oh, that's too deep! I love it! Fantastic, let's bring it out. It is time for you. He took the whole thing! He destroyed Falcon so much they're in the tournament! By God almighty, he killed him! Bring it out! Goodness gracious! Buck, you gotta take it easy, bro. Take it easy. Go ahead and show the camera. Do you approve? Is it destroyed enough?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's throw it back to our panel and let them talk about that incredible series. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
VG Gaming guaranteed top 4 here at EWC for Dota 2. They have eliminated Team Falcons here on the main stage and in quite the fashion indeed. I'm here with Lacoste and Seb. Lacoste, this game was very cool as well.
Yeah, absolutely. What a way to eliminate, a team that has been in the grand finals in the previous EWC as well. And also, I love the energy from the whole squad, telling that China is definitely back. And I feel like they needed it because TI being in China as well, and also showing that some of these strategies that they do have, like they're definitely working. We saw it in game number 1. We're seeing it in game 2. It just feels like a lot of the stuff for them is clicking. And he said, their hands are red. They got caught red-handed in this one because they stole that victory from Falcons.
It's honestly, like, to me, this is like one of the highlights of the season. Like, in a way, I'm sad for Falcons because, crowd favorite, tournament favorites too, and it's gonna be a very tough loss for them. But I'm sure they'll have time to, build themselves back up for TI. But if you focus on Vichy, I think this is incredible what they were able to do here, because they didn't just grab like a win or something. Like, they actually dominated Falcons, and they made a statement that they were the better team, the smarter team. They had better strategies, they executed their strategies better, they outplayed them too. I think I think everybody kind of gets bored with stalemates in Dota when it's only the same teams that are dominating, and it's been too much of Europe. And I'm European myself, but I have to say, even as a European fan, like European or Europe team fans, I'm bored of European teams dominating. So whenever teams from other regions are gonna like contest the highest placements in these tournaments, I think it's just incredibly more exciting. And we got to see it today. I think the crowd also has been roaring more than for any other series.
Yeah.
And I think it really tells the story of like what we want in Dota. Like,
oh, absolutely.
We want region competitiveness. We want contests, between these players, and it's just amazing to see.
It's been exactly 10 years since China was on top, with then Faith Beyond and Innocence, now called Bah and Y, at the top with Wings Gaming and Vichy Gaming here starting their TI season, their money season, as you call it. They're starting it off so strong, and it is so promising. And everybody, you can feel everybody wants to believe, everybody wants to hope that they can go all the way, and that would be a massive underdog success story here, Lacoste. That would be very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. This has, like, we've seen, like in the group stage, we haven't seen any underdog stories yet. Once we got to the survival stage, we saw quite a lot of those, but this is the biggest one. This has to be the biggest one. Them also eliminating one right before this series, and now eliminating that. This is 2-0. This wasn't really that competitive, especially in the second game. I gotta give credit to their drafter, the way they just played the draft as well, like the total execution of it, bringing in two very heroes that had. When you think about Lina, this is the hero that has quite a lot of win rate. So bringing in Lina, which people kind of expected to come, but bringing in Slark from TikTok, this is not what many people expected, right?
That was such a funny answer, but I actually think it's real. Like, a lot of people are looking at these shorts. Like, I've seen so many people refer to TikTok builds and whatnot, and at first I was like, I'm not paying attention to this can't be serious. But if XM is gonna pull this out on the stage, then now I'm gonna start watching it too. Like, this is how you catch up. But honestly, I feel like after watching today, if you're like BB Team, Nigma, Yandex, or P-Vision, which are the remaining teams, Vichy is coming for you at this point. You better look at that team, because they're coming full speed. They have their own understanding of how Dota is played. They have their own strategies. And, think about who's on that team. Like, these are two of the Wings, players. Yep. So, smartest minds in the history of Dota. You have Xinkyu. Like, the guy has been carrying every team he's on. Like, somehow he's always top 3 at every event, no matter who he plays with. And then XM, we saw, the prodigy that he can be. And Shiro, that team is wonderful.
very, very solid foundation for success, that is for sure. And in this game too, that we witnessed in particular, we're going to take a look at some of the mid lane fights that kind of already made a statement in the game.
Yeah, at that point the game was very even, but you could kind of feel it brewing at that point of the game, seeing that, you know, it could be pretty much anyone's fight, but also showing the strength of Vici Gaming's lineup, what they want to do, because Falcons, they take a kill and they're like, you know what, we can actually take this fight. But XM with the Diffusal Blade, he's going to be the front line. He wants to soak up the damage, and Jinkyu, his positioning is top tier. He's keeping the distance, getting one blast off, making sure that it's going to connect, giving Chakra Magic to himself, getting another blast, which is going to heal them to almost full HP, gets another blast right off of that, and we are seeing Keeper of the Light in this draft like coming in together what it's supposed to do, which means that we are going to be unkillable. Like, we want to have this lane dominated, like pretty much all three lanes did go into their favor. Maybe top lane not as much, because Falcon did outmaneuver them for the first like 7 or 8 minutes, making sure that they're rotating through the twin gates, getting some of the kills. And then second time, this is the second Roche, where Extreme Gaming, they decide they don't want to be taking that Roshan fight straight away. So it's going to be again XM, the first point of contact. They drop the sentry, they see him immediately, and then one of the supports that needs to be kind of in the backlines. You can already see one blast coming in, and then it's going to be Buck. Very well orchestrated gank coming out from him, in terms of like him being the point of the contact, again being in the middle of the fight, popping his BKB. XM also uses his BKB, knowing that they don't really have many abilities that go through debuff immunity, making sure that they can hold the line, they can hold the formation. And then Malreid, he goes in deep, and then again Jinkyu with another blast, completely outplaying him, plus another blast. Just, you know, the tip of the, just the cherry on the top, Shiver, making sure that all of these heals, they're connecting, and his positioning in these fights have been immaculate.
Yeah, he makes Keeper of the Light seem absolutely broken. And you can also tell how much he backed up XM on his Slark. And for our MVP for this series, we had to go for XM. From first pick, overall first pick Lina, to overall last pick Slark. He did it all in this series, Seb.
It's so refreshing to see. It's like, I mean, I'm maybe biased, but, you know, I miss my Thompsons. You know, I miss these players that are just gonna come to a game and be like, you know what, I'm playing Slark, and I'm going mid with it, and I'm gonna crush him. And
tipping my opponent while doing so.
And you tip Marion, and you tip like a Falcon player, which obviously it feels a little, it hits a little bit different, because we know how that team has dominated the scene through plays, but also through, you know, the mental advantage that they get on other teams usually. But XM, I mean, he was exceptionally good on his Lina. But again, one of his trademark, I don't want to don't talk it, but as, you know, less surprising than the second game. Yeah. But what was surprising in that game though was his item build, the TikTok Dagon, I guess we'll have to call it now, the TikTok build on Lina. It's just great read of, you know, understanding of the strategy, basically, like how the team fights are going to develop and how to adapt to it.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I mean, the Slark, I think it was, the pick was mind-blowing. We saw, we could not obviously think about it. As soon as we saw it, we were like, it actually makes so much sense.
It makes so much sense playing with the Keeper of the Light. And just to go a little bit back about his TikTok build, which probably going to become another meme, I feel like you know, he's joking about it, but there is something to it, because like a lot of pro players as well, they are like playing Overthrow, they're playing Turbo mode, and trying to push the limits on some of these builds, seeing like what feels the best, because a lot of the times, even in scrims, you don't get to practice these like 60+ minute scenarios, and also feeling what synergizes nicely. Like even back in the days, like people were, you know, hiring like Broodmother, like you had some Broodmother specialists that you were coached by him, making sure that you understand like what this hero can actually do, getting the tips from him. So a lot of these things, like a lot of these ideas are getting molded in the pubs, which pro players of course take, and they just make them better. So I feel like this has been a thing in Dota for a really long time, and really happy that we're seeing it again. Yeah, like, especially with the TikTok.
You gotta know when to pull it out, I guess, and XM was absolutely on point with that one, and they take victory here over Team Falcons, who has definitely been one of the favorites here for the whole tournament. For some final words of Team Falcons, we're heading over to Porte, who's standing by with ATF.
Hey, I'm here with Amar. Just got knocked out of the tournament. I want to hear how you're feeling right now.
I mean, always feeling like shit, you know, you get knocked. You know, it is what it is. Shit happens. You win some, you lose some, right?
What's the process like? I mean, you've had a lot of highs and you've lost tournaments as well. What's it like to go through this? Like, you worked super hard to get here, I'm sure. You guys did tons of scrims, tons of practice, and then to have an upset like that, what's it like?
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a shit format, right? Like, you win groups, you get top 1 seed, you just play one game, you get eliminated, and that's it.
And then you wait for like multiple days,
Yeah,
right?
you wait for like 6 days, like for eternity. So like, it's much actually better for them because they get to actually play and practice. But for you, it's like you practice, like you don't even know what you practice.
Yeah, it's a common problem that happens when you do so well in groups. It's what was game 1 like? Game 1 was quite close. You guys had a lot of back and forth. They had a Spectre that you had to deal with. They had tons of jump. You started the game really well. Your Wind Ranger turned out excellent. You had good KDA. What happened after that?
Just think they have like R press buttons and they just auto win the game. It's like as long as if we don't snowball with our heroes, don't think it's easy. Like I think we need to have like 10k lead by minute 20, and their heroes will do nothing. But the problem is I don't think we have like so big lead. So it's just hard. You know, Dark's here, Mirana, Spectre.
It's a lot of team fight, right? Yeah. What about game number 2? They got that surprise Slark pick at the end. You're a big Slark player, obviously. Did you feel and know what pressure you guys were going to experience in the game?
No, I thought his pick was useless, and I'm not sure how he had impact. It's kind of, I don't think he's like big problem. I think the Beast and the Quater were like the main problem. Like, I think they did so much that he just picked a hero who cannot die this game, and that's like he could have had Puck or Storm, so he did the same thing.
Did you say you thought the Beast was the bigger issue?
I mean, I think so. I mean,
what was like the pressure that he put on the map? Was it just like gank potential? Was it like
he's
pushing?
Just like 2k HP. He has farm into dead lane, and he just takes all like it's so hot when he's like this fat.
Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. We all did appreciate you guys playing in the tournament. It was a lot of good games, but I'm sorry that you guys lost. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah, that must have been a disappointing loss for Team Falcons as they get eliminated and end top 8.
I do want to give like a big shout out to all these players doing exit interviews because I feel like they're actually sharing a lot on, you know, what they think happened in these games. It's not easy. Emotions are high. So big shout out to all the players really doing these interviews and accepting to share their wisdom and their hot takes, like recent takes, I guess, like fresh takes on what happened in these games. Very, very cool to be able to hear that.
Yeah, very insightful for us as well. And it's nice to have a little bit of a look into the mind of a pro, regardless of whether they just won or just lost. Both are part of the competition. Vici Gaming is looking for an opponent in the semifinals tomorrow. So we have one more game coming our way here for the quarterfinals. Lacoste.
This is going to be a spicy one. Like we saw Nigma Galaxy overperforming in the group stage, and they're also a team, they topped their group, that has been waiting, playing against BB team that has looked more stable than them, most definitely. But we did say multiple times, this is the best iteration of Nigma Galaxy that we've seen in recent years. It does feel like this team is going to go far in the tournament, and if they manage to win here against BB team, I feel like it might give them another momentum because they, like we saw, Falcons might be losing some momentum because they didn't play for 5 or 6 days, and the same thing happened with Nigma Galaxy. So we'll see if Nigma Galaxy is going to be able to pull it off, because strategies that they brought so far at EWC, I think they have been the most innovative.
Honestly, like, I'm looking at this bracket, I'm looking at the results, and I'm feeling it. I feel like I haven't been as excited for a Dota tournament in a really long time. Like, if you're not watching this tournament, I don't know what you're doing. If you're complaining about the stalemate of Pro Dota and how we see the same teams dominate, well, it is changing right now. So you better watch, because think about it. We have Nigma full force. Like, they seem like a serious contender. You have a Puppy as a coach that's now looking to, he's already top 4. Like, you have Vici Gaming, you know, the Chinese superstars are back in form too. Then you have Yandex, you know, I don't have to go back on Yandex. BB team is like, this is getting super, super spicy. And at this point, I don't know who's the favorite anymore, because every day a different story is being told. This is, you know, this tournament is delivering.
Anything can happen. We've seen the favorites win. We've seen the underdogs win. Who knows what is coming next? Well, we do know what is coming next, because Nigma Galaxy next will face BB Team on the stage. Before we get to talk about that series in depth, we're first going to see how they felt on Media Day as SVG found them.
Body was built to move. not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You play pool? You want to do some interviews?
I got 10 minutes.
You got a little time?
Yeah, I got 10 minutes.
If you were a pool shark, how much money do you think you'd win on an average Sunday night?
I would lose a lot of money.
You want to test it out? I'll wager $1,000 you miss the next shot.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking that bet.
Okay, what about you wager $1,000 I can make the next shot?
I don't know how good you are, and
Yeah, but you're a signed Nigma player now. You're making big bank. You're probably going to win this event. That's a big payday too. Probably going to win TI. Probably win like the next 8 events after that. So that's like an estimated like $3 million going in your. But you can afford $1,000 on a pool shot.
I don't know, but I don't know if I put money on you. You know, I really have no incline to that. Like,
You wouldn't bet on me?
I mean, I just don't know you.
You don't believe in me?
You gotta show me first, bro.
Okay, if you were to pick one player out of this entire tournament who could make one pool shot, who would it be? It can't be from your team because that's like everyone's gonna say GH or some bullshit. But like, come on, give me a real answer.
I guess the Gamer Legion coach Mangusto. I mean, I haven't seen that many players pool, but he pulls pretty good. I think. Yeah. The game.
Wait, how do you know that?
I saw him pool. You know.
You just said you don't play pool though.
Well, I don't, but he looks like. He looks super sweaty and like professional when he does it. So
sweat is an indicator of good pool capability.
Like sweaty is in like he tries like he's very tryer, you know. He like tries to like look like the pros even though he's.
Can you give us an impression of him making a pool shot?
I don't know. He'd be like.
I can hold that if you want. I can hold.
He would like
Okay.
he'd have the mannerisms, you know, like rub this in and then you get you know. Just like this, I'm all cool, I'm a pool player.
That's amazing. Okay, now let's do it for real. Try and sink this in the corner pocket. I'll give you $10,000 if you make it.
All right, I'll hold you to that.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Devi, pool shark. If he makes this shot, I'm absolutely leaving this room and you'll never see me again because I do not have $10,000, but he doesn't know that. And there's no way he's going to make it. Thank God. Was the pressure too much with the wager on the line?
Nah, I didn't trust you anyway, but the cameras and everything, you know, it's stressful, you know. I probably wouldn't make it anyway.
Is this a sign of things to come potentially?
I doubt it. I think I just would make the shot 1 out of 10 times or 2 out of 10 times. I'm really bad at pool, so.
That's not bad though, 2 out of 10. Like if I said you're going to win TI 2 out of 10 times, you'd probably take that, right?
Yeah. If I don't like, you know, I'd rather win it, you know, my own skills, you know.
Oh, I see. So you want to earn it. I respect that actually. Let's say you could win any TI in the history of TIs. Which one would you have chosen? It could be Kuro's. Like you take it away from the dude, you know? So you could like take Kuro's ring away from him.
Well, the big bucks for NTI 9 or 10. I mean, of course, like you can say it's all about. It's like it's more about the prestige and the victory than the money. But I mean, at some point, like that was like obscene amount of money. So I would take 9 or 10.
Okay, ignoring the money. Let's ignore the money.
Ignore the money. Then this one.
This one.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm playing it, and I feel like I can earn it.
Devi Llama, ladies and gentlemen. Where did the llama go, by the way? Oh, no. It didn't make the pool shot. Well, maybe with some TI money, you can buy another llama. Yeah. Would you buy a llama if you went TI?
Maybe I'd like adopt one at the zoo, you know, like pay for its feeding. Because I don't have a backyard even. I rent a house without a garden, so I don't know where to put the llama. But
There's a big prize pool at EWC, though. Let's say you win EWC. Are you going to buy a bunch of llamas and put them in your backyard?
I mean, even winning the EWC is not enough to buy a house with a garden, but at least in Belgium. But I'll like adopt a llama, you know, like that lives somewhere else.
Is Belgian real estate that expensive?
It's not as absurd as, you know, in like big American cities or some other European countries, but houses in Western Europe are expensive.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe a couple EWCs then.
A couple, yeah.
All right. This has been Devi from Nigma Galaxy, ladies and gentlemen. A true pool shark. Thank you.
Hello guys, back with another basics video. We're going to be talking about chain stunning and layering disables. This is a huge tense part of watching Dota 2 games because pro players are so good at stretching their disables as long as possible. And pros are so good against playing against that they know what their limits are typically, but sometimes you can catch your opponents in places that give you kills that they don't think they're going to get. Kind of confusing, but let me show you some examples here in game. I'm going to have to unfortunately use both hands for this, so my audio will be a little quieter. So Queen of Pain here is very good at escaping. Her second skill, Blink, allows her to teleport a short distance. It's on a 6-second cooldown though. So that means that eventually she can get away again. But if you layer your disables really effectively, what ends up happening is you can end up killing her. So what I want to do is I want to stun her repeatedly with different heroes to make sure she doesn't get the opportunity to end up blinking away. And if you layer your disables very effectively between all of your heroes, she basically gets no opportunities to escape at any moment at all. So that's very, very important. What a Queeton player would say is that if I see Lion and Lina, I know that I'm likely going to get disabled, so she's going to buy an item like Black King Bar. And when you buy Black King Bar, that's going to protect you from most disables. Not all, but most. And as a result, she gets to do whatever she wants and actually play the game. So these items are extremely important to play around. The downside is they have cooldowns. Black King Bar has a 95-second cooldown, so she has a window that she can abuse this, but it's not going to guarantee that it's going to cover the entire team fight. So a lot of the game is going to be around dodging these kinds of disables. Some disables are weak, like Frostbite. You can use BKB through this if it's actually off cooldown, which it isn't. And there's also Blink Daggers, which can be used similar to Blink, the Blink ability, but this one is disabled by damage. So if players are damaging you, it stops you from using the Blink Dagger normally. I have some cheat commands on, so it doesn't look quite right. So making sure that you can avoid getting chain stunned is hugely important in Dota 2. A lot of heroes have very small windows where they can abuse this magic immunity, and it's important, or spell immunity, I can't remember what the names are now. And this is a crucial part of team fights in Dota 2. So try to keep an eye out for the gold and Black King Bar, Blink Daggers, chain stuns, all that stuff makes huge difference in these high-level team fights.
Finally, some good fucking food.
You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we're live from Paris with our final quarterfinals of the day and of all the quarterfinals. We'll see which one of the two teams that will be on stage next will make it to the semifinals tomorrow. For the series, we have our Sony series of the day. It is Nigma Galaxy versus BB Team. And will stars align, Brian, or will Big Bang?
In other words, Shiver, is Nigma finally back, baby? I mean, we've been saying this like throughout the last, 2 or 3 years, every single time Nigma has a shred of hope that they've provided their fans with, but this might genuinely
be the first time that I myself have had faith. And I'd say in the last 3 iterations of this lineup, they truly look like they've found their form throughout this tournament, Mira.
BB, but Brian, I shall raise you this. So we just saw the effects of a long break on a Dota team just now in Falcons, and Nigma had about the same time too in their downtime.
That is true. I think the 5 days is historically a disadvantage for any team, because we've seen the metas always gradually develop over the course of a tournament, and even just getting those extra 2 or 3 series in that teams like Vici have had that provide you with that little bit more insight into particular matchups, and you also get to test things. I think it plays a big role in this, and for Nigma, they did have a very clear identity throughout the course of the group stage. Talking about GH's Wisp, GH's Coddle. We're seeing Sumail have a very cool flair as a carry player with a lot of these tempo tinies and alchemists. But teams have had time to scout this out, adjust to it, and the question is, do they have their own adjustments that they haven't really had to make, but otherwise just theory crafting? And that's a big question that they'll have to answer today.
Goodness, is Katami okay?
Yeah, he's been in a wheelchair the whole event so far. I believe he has I'm gonna maybe misquote this, but I believe it's a fractured knee. So it's pretty serious and pretty painful, I would imagine. But it is also the reason why when the team is standing on stage, he is not standing with the team, because he's wheeling himself in and out.
Well, he's been doing
wheeled.
great. has been playing really well on his trains and on his veins, and I think he's been a key piece in how well BB have been doing this tournament, and I think they should actually look towards securing some of his heroes early on, moving to this series.
Yeah, we're going to focus our attention first on Enigma Galaxy. This is a team that went 9-1 in their group stages, only dropping one game the entire road through, and a lot of people are very hopeful that they are indeed back. Let's find out how Enigma Galaxy was doing on the media day.
Our current roster is doing pretty good. We have a lot of natural synergy with each other. The players have a good understanding of each other. This iteration of the roster does feel like it has maybe the most potential because things have just clicked for us more naturally.
Enigma Galaxy, too dominant of a victory here.
The team has been performing pretty well. I'm very satisfied, really happy with the guys. Above my expectations, to be honest. We always work hard. I mean, it's competition, so there's always a layer of perfectionism. There's always something to improve, something to do better, and the guys are really into it. I think we made the switch like 2 weeks prior to the TI quals, and everything was kind of rushed. It was like just taking a risk, let's say. Didn't truly know what to expect. For now, we have some, in my opinion, some good fundamental ideas about the game that we're pushing and breaking the meta a little bit, but I feel there's a lot of potential to do more of that. The playoffs, they're always the real deal, obviously. I think the group stage is a good indicator of how strong teams are overall, but since this playoffs is a little bit more special because it's single elim, which I like. So there's a lot on the stake. There's like one chance only. I'm pretty confident in my team because they're all veterans at this point. It's not the first time for them to play on a bigger stage. I think we'll thrive on it.
The synergy that Kuro is talking about, we can feel that, Brian, in the games that they're playing.
Yeah, there's something about, you wouldn't imagine that this team has been as recently assembled as they have. We've talked about all year the Lornoff mercenary buff. For whatever reason, whenever this guy pops into a team for a short period of time, like, not only does it look like he's having high individual impact, but it also looks like he meshes himself really well into whatever the identity of the team is, and I think that says a lot about him as a player. And I think the biggest surprise about him is that he hasn't landed on a team consistently up until this point based on his performances.
Yeah, I think with Lorinov, he's just extremely high-skilled and very versatile. And even with Enigma, we've seen him play multiple types of mid laner. Like, he's played the Tempo Embers and the Pucks and whatnot, but then also he plays Necrophos mid, he'll play Sniper mid, he'll play Huskar mid, and his ability to kind of fit into any vision that a team has is what I think gives him a lot of that mercenary buff that you were talking about.
Yeah, and on the other side, we do have BB team. This is a team that's been stable throughout the year. The question is, can they finally reach the top? Because that has been eluding them for quite some time, actually. They were able to take a title, but of course, they want the big title, and that would be this EWC. Let's find out how Kataomi feels before this very match.
Hello, I'm here with Kataomi of BB Team. You guys looked so clean in your last series. How many dreams are you guys going to crush this tournament?
I will hope not ourselves, dream, you know?
Everyone else, though?
Yes.
Yes. Did you expect to win that series so one-sided?
I think, yeah. It's not the hardest opponent, I feel like. We just have a really good preparation for the series, and no problem.
How's your preparation for this upcoming series? Do you feel as confident?
Yeah. We have our guys prepared, all the heroes, all the, like, raids of heroes. Yeah, we're confident.
Even they haven't played in a long time, though. It's been like 5 days or something since they played any matches. Are you worried about any surprises, or are you guys ready to pivot depending on what you need to do?
These guys should be worried because it's hard to not play official games for 6 days on the tournament. We've been in this situation last Riyadh, and it was really frustrating to sit at the hotel for 1 week waiting for a playoff.
That's what I hear from most players. You guys played a lot of Slardar combos in your drafts. I feel like other teams aren't playing it as much as you guys are. What are some of the things that you like about it? Just being able to take Roche quickly and synergy with other heroes, or what?
Yeah, it's about flex, mostly on mid and top lane. and it's about good combination with carry heroes, minus armor, like with some cats, you know, like you can just destroy one hero in like 0.5 seconds. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing that with me, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you so much.
We'll see if BB Team can indeed beat Nigma Galaxy, and if that break that Nigma Galaxy had is going to be that detrimental for them. Now, I'll tell you a little story, Effie. BB Team by Seb has been named the team to be the quiz. It's the Tier 1 Dota quiz. If you can't beat them, you're not Tier 1. What do you think?
I can fully get behind that because as a team, they used to be the lane check team, right? They were famous for having incredibly dominant lanes and winning off of that. And in the past, if you couldn't stick it to them in the laning stage, you would just kind of lose. And they've kind of evolved over the years with the addition of Miro. They became more of an all-rounder type of team. And while I would say they have some of the best players in the world, they do kind of give that energy of like jack of all trades, master of none in some capacities, right?
Yeah, when we talk about like a team like Team Spirit and they changed their roster, I feel like they maintained pretty much the same play style and identity throughout that. I think BB Team's not like that at all. They went from Pure at last TI as their carry player to Kiritich, and personality-wise, I don't think you can get much more opposite than these guys are. Pure is much more like, I'm going to show you who's better, and he talks about it that way in interviews. Comes off in his gameplay. He sometimes has very good performances, sometimes poor performances. Kiritich, on the other hand, like when you ask him interviews like earlier on the season, he's like, I'm just happy to be here. It's such a privilege to get to play with players that are this good. Like it's clearly almost like a culture shock to him to be on like a Tier 1 squad. And I think at the beginning of the year, he was more prone to playing too unselfishly as a carry. And I know that it's been really important for carry players to play like enabling carries. We've talked about like the Duraccio style of play that kind of got pioneered. But I think over the course of this year, he's really learned that balance and fit much better in with the team. And it's really awesome to see because Miro is a very positive influence on the team vibes-wise. And I think Kiritich has really sealed it off.
Yeah, and the question is if they're going to peak at the right time, because historically, BB Team has been good throughout the year, and then during this time, that's actually when they don't perform as well. But maybe this time around, they have what it takes, Effie.
You know what? Maybe they do, because we always talk about them. And I remember last year, there was this running theme of every time BB Team would make it to like top 6, we're like, is this the tournament? Is this the one where they're finally going to get that first place finish? And it feels like their issue in the past has always been psychological. So maybe the things that Brian were talking about, with the addition of players that are pure vibes players that bring a sense of joy to the team, balance out that inclination to tilt that BB Team and historically GPK have had in the past.
Yeah, when you're talking about vibe players, I got to bring up Nigma Galaxy there real quick as well, because there's a player we haven't talked that much about just yet. Just to quickly touch upon the vibe, he has been known as being a vibe player, Brian.
Yeah, a very mixed bag of vibes, I would say. Sometimes on social media as well as all chatting within the game itself. I think he's quite a character. I think he's good for the scene in general. The personality and flair that he brings in the interviews and the banter, very much into when he's winning, and you can really feel it when he's losing sometimes, but I think this is a good meta for him. I think this team fits well with him as well. I think they're doing a good job of enabling him. I've seen them more lean towards his picks later on in the draft because he does, I think, heavily rely on having like a good matchup. Not rely, but he thrives when he's given that good matchup. And yeah, I think he's a pivotal part of this team here.
Well, we're going to see him on stage, and we're going to see Nigma Galaxy and BB on stage as we start game number 1.
Yes, Shiver, yes, panel, we are in for the game that everybody's been waiting for here in the quarterfinal. Is this the Battle of the Heavens here happening in front of us? But before that, let's check in. Last game, we got to say, Slacks, China back.
China is back, dude. Yeah. That was a game of the underdog coming through. Never in a billion years would I imagine VG Gaming is going to 2-0 Falcons. Absolutely incredible. That is what we have waited to see all season. These teams coming up and finally getting in some good shape towards the end of the year.
I love having the variety in different positions here in our brackets. I'm very excited to see how things go down, but that's for later once we get to semis. But now we have to introduce our squads for a final quarterfinal of EWC 26 at Dota 2. Please join me in welcoming Nigma Galaxy! You know them, you love them, and even if you don't love them, you'll have to watch them no matter what it is. They're here, and they're ready to prove their might. It has been a long trek for Nigma Galaxy to get to this stage here, be it at EWC or in the many years past since their inception. They faced their toughest challenge yet, but with the greatest opportunity for a return. And I'm sure that we're all excited to see where their story goes on next. My God, I'm seeing stars all over.
Dang. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. Yes, I have been waiting for this team to be good for 8 years, and it feels like it is finally happening. However, I am a man who has sucked on that copium a lot before. This is the moment. If they can beat this team, this is Nigma's moment to be the champions, because there is hardly any better team here than, let's bring them out, BB Team! Here is a team that has been clawing their way through this tournament. Throughout this year, they have gotten their highest highs they've ever achieved, and they have been on fire. So many names that have been so incredible for so many years, here to finally take one of their biggest prizes ever. Before them lay a team that has been chilling out for 5 days. We saw how that went last series.
That's fair.
But both these teams, I gotta say, they got the dog in them. Ain't nobody taking a break this one. This is gonna be a bloodbath.
And I cannot wait for it. This is the one we've all been waiting for. So please, gentlemen, you may place your keys, go on ahead, make sure to shake your hands, and we'll see if this gets heated up or not. But still, regardless, our players are gonna get it set up for this one, Slacks. I cannot wait for it.
Hey! All right, my friends, it is going to be quite a game. Settle in, get ready, and we'll go to the desk to see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. I very much hope that this series will live up to the hype. Nigma Galaxy and BB going head-to-head here to decide which one of these two teams will be in the semi-finals of EWC here for Dota 2. A lot on the line. It is not just about the Dota. I think the honor of this game will be a clutch factor as well, potentially. And we have an extra voice to the upcoming draft. Hey, Gork, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm sitting here alone behind the crowd, having a good time.
You're looking the wrong way. I can see a brilliant view behind you.
Yeah.
But you're looking the wrong way, sir.
Well, you know, I gotta entertain the crowd too. My crowd.
Fair enough, fair enough. Happy to have you join here for the draft. Of course, Effie and BSJ are still with us as well. I want to hear your take, Gory. What's your expectations for this series?
Listen, I think I've watched more Nigma than anybody this season. I've watched them lose against tier 3 teams. I've watched them throw unthrowable games. And honestly, I'm just honored to see them like on a big stage like this, top 8 against BB Team. And I think they're ready to make another upset happen today.
So you believe?
I believe. I've always believed.
All right, what's going to be instrumental here? What are you going to look forward to in the upcoming draft? Is there any, you say you watch them so much, is there any hero in particular you'd really like to see out of this one?
I mean, they've switched up a lot. Like Kuroki talked about, 2 weeks before TI quals, they changed a lot of players, so they've changed a lot. And their discipline is a lot better. And they've gone for more of a semi-cheesy healing lineups. I'm expecting Coddles if they let it through, Necrophoses, Vipers. But they have more to them than just that. But I'm expecting those heroes to be targeted a lot.
I've got a meta question for you, Gork. So throughout the beginning of the group stage, all the teams are kind of like trading weaker mid laners, like Ember Spirit for Earth Spirit or Earth Spirit for Puck. And I feel like teams are more gravitating towards like the Necros, the Vipers, and Enigma was one of the first teams to do this. What's your take on like, I know you're a carry player, but what's your take on like the mid meta right now, how it affects you when you're playing in terms of the momentum of the game and all that?
I think the mid meta is very important that you don't get cheesed a lot right now. I think people realize that if you just completely shut down the mid, it doesn't matter with these steroids that Embers and Storms used to play with like Coddles and Largos. Those often get banned out. So as long as you shut them down, this Ember, like we saw in the Falcon series, just does nothing for the game. So I think that's why people are playing around that a lot more now.
Okay, I mean, give it to me straight, Gork. Lorinov versus GPK. Who do you got?
Okay, listen, it depends on the heroes. I think GPK is like maybe the best laner we've had in Dota the past 3 years in terms of consistency. But Lorinov is also the cheesiest and most adaptable. So I'm hoping if he gets the right hero, I'll put my money on Lorinov for that one.
Ooh, spicy.
I was kind of thinking playstyle-wise, like GPK skill absolutely a beast in terms of skill, like you said, but
you can't outskill a Viper, BSJ.
That's what I'm saying. Is like we've seen. It's been a little sus sometimes when we see like the GPK Huskar. He's not the guy to cheese you. He's the guy that wants to play the heads-up battle. I think Lornov's kind of a bad matchup for him. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I agree. He would love to play Ember versus Earth Spirit or Puck versus Storm, but we're not going to see that today. Hopefully.
Well, with that in mind, we did just see a series where that Lina was incredibly dominant and GPK plays a very mean Lina. It was overall first picks.
Has he been watching TikTok, Shiver? That's the question.
I mean...
Lina is amazing. I'm glad to see this hero suddenly resurge. It can also be flexed to carry. It's a really powerful laner as well. I would almost categorize her as a bit cheesy as well, towards the Viper direction.
How do you feel about Samel's carry hero pool versus... the offlaners that BB tend to pick, like the lane dominators, the Enigmas, the Beastmasters? How do you think he fares up against that?
I think he plays a very survivable hero pool. He doesn't really play those hardcore carries like TB and stuff, and I don't expect him to get punished too much. I'm expecting him to get to play kind of strong laners. They love the SF, they love the Necro, they can even run a sniper safe lane. They will survive that lane is my expectation today.
Well, we are moments away from getting the draft on our screens. We got Nigma Galaxy on the Radiant side, BB team on the Dire side, and it is BB that has overall first pick. We already have the IO and the Necro band out, the Keeper of the Light that was
They can't hear me, can they?
Yeah, we can. Yes, we can.
No, I meant like the players.
Oh, no, the players
banned my Sumail heroes, or no?
I thought you meant us, my bad. But yes, we can hear you. The players cannot, but you'll be on the same wavelengths with them.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they had some prep time. Obviously, Nigma had more prep time. 6 days is a lot of time. You could get into your own head. Hopefully, what happened to Falcons doesn't happen to them. They steal the... Oh, they take the Bane here. Wow.
Bane's been a great hero for Katami this tournament. I mentioned it a little bit earlier in the pregame, but when they picked this for him, he's just able to always set up plays on the side lanes, like make these smokes happen, and it does feel like the team that can make the first couple of smokes happen tends to snowball in the mid game.
Yeah. I think Bane they're maybe the best Bane team in the world, but obviously Nigma prep for this. They have the Lycan on 9 pick here. What you gotta watch out for is this Bane maybe transitioning into a post 4, and you could run into other lane counters. We've seen gyrocopters answer the Lycan. We have seen enchantresses. Maybe even a Chen could come out. We'll see how they'll try to punish this Lycan pick.
Yeah, I feel like we're at like phase 2 or 3 of the meta where earlier on in the tournament, we were seeing Lycans and Beastmasters more later on in the draft as the late draft counters to the ranged carries, because summons are generally very good against all of them, except for Gyro specifically, I believe, and maybe Medusa, but that hero doesn't seem to exist right now. But now all of a sudden, we're like seeing a Bane, and Lycan's apparently good enough to just first round. I do think these summons heroes can run into some pretty bad matchups, and I would like to see what you said, Gork, like potentially flexing the Bane or prioritizing hard countering this Lycan, because giving these heroes a good start, like the map just evaporates very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we actually, in Team Bald, when we played the TI qualifiers, we loved playing Lycan, but we never really did it into Bane for that reason, because there is a few answers, you don't really have enough bans usually. But, oh, Hoodwink, that's a strong post 4 that they kind of steal out from BB as well. They're not really expecting them to switch it to post 4 then, maybe as well.
These bans, at least for the group stage games that I got to see, it makes sense for Enigma Galaxy specifically, but Necro, Sniper, like these are just not heroes that we saw hardly at all on the other groups. And I really like these type of group formats because you get basically 4 mini metas, and Lina started in one of the groups, and I think it was Yandex that ran it first, and suddenly she's a signature hero in the meta right now, and we're seeing her again. You mentioned the flex potential of it, but I think I would not want to play Lina carry into Lycan off lane. Would you agree, Gork?
Yeah,
do you have a
I even think it's pretty good against Lina mid as well. You can use a lot of the best Lycans to use this wolf to scout. You could set up a lot of kills on her. I actually think it's one of the best punishing heroes into a hero like Lina.
I have a question, because I heard someone say that Save is a very good Lina position 4. We haven't seen it as a pos 4, but I'd love to hear opinions on it.
Yeah, he used to be a big bully in the lanes many years ago. That was considered one of the biggest lane bullies to post 4 Lina, but I highly doubt they're gonna play that here.
Yeah, they just go for the Mirana instead, which has been Save's go-to if Ringmaster doesn't look like a good option, which probably it doesn't versus Lycan, who can get a Nullifier. But this Mirana, she gives you an easy combination with the Bane, with the arrow into Nightmare, and I've talked about how BB are always looking for these 15 to minute 20 smokes. these two hero combinations just simplify that idea.
So we saw Nigma Galaxy whip out Ancient Apparition against Necrophos. Like, they're not afraid to just hard counter a hero conceptually. We saw Vici Gaming pick position 4, in this case it might have to be position 5 Zeus, to deal with Mirana. I unironically think it might be good here, just because the Zeus ulti buff that makes it so it does damage to invis units on top of revealing them. I'm just wondering if we're considering this.
It's not a bad suggestion. I feel like so far all these 3 heroes kind of get countered by the same archetype. The Lycan kind of eats all these 3 heroes alive, and Zeus is also something people used to pick against ranged carries before as a bit of a counter, like Drow Ranger, seeing her with Nimbus, getting vision, closing the gap. I think these teams have a lot of problems. They have a lot of problems with that on BB now. They're gonna have to solve that in the draft.
Yeah, the next pick will go the way of Nigma Galaxy, taking their time at this point to think about what they want, as they have to pick 2 heroes for themselves. So most likely gonna be something that can deal with the Lina and maybe even follow the Lina about if needed. But I guess Lina, if she doesn't want to go safe lane against the Lycan, right?
Hey, she doesn't love it, but she could probably survive that lane, I think. Lina Bane can be a nasty combo with sleep into a stun. I'm curious what GH is going to pick up here. A lot of his heroes get banned very early, so he could go for a healing angle. Okay, Viper's still in the pool.
Viper's not... how does that mid matchup go? Maybe they're saying that we want you to run Lina mid?
We saw that earlier in the tournament. I think they tried to pick Lina to counter the Viper mid, because it used to be many years ago, but then the Viper just ended up dominating the lane anyway, so I'm...
Interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a bit of a finicky matchup. It can go both ways, but I feel like it's Viper favored right now.
You were talking about how Nigma favor healing heroes, and one of the special heroes they've been running is Dazzle.
Yeah.
Do you think that could fit into this draft with the Viper? They go for the Undying instead.
Undying. I like Undying a little bit better. It's also a bit of a healing hero. Wow, that was a quick Naga. Oh my god, that's dirty. That's really dirty.
Why is it dirty?
It's because it's honestly the biggest lane counter to Lycan, and they accidentally fell into the trap of picking 3 heroes that also don't deal with illusions. So now Nigma are stuck with 1 hero to deal with Naga illusions in this game, and they fell into a trap, honestly, I think. They were ready for this Viper. I think they planned for this.
We've seen a couple of Naga games this tournament where it's looked like a great pick, and it just doesn't go the way that it should. I mean, on paper, Naga is great here, Brian, right? With the song to disengage from the Tombstone, and then also disengage from the Shapeshift too, outside of being a good lane versus Lycan. But what's been going wrong with the Nagas we've watched?
Okay, so I know we all have our biases. Every single Dota player has these heroes that they have like a love-hate relationship with. Naga is one of my favorite carries to play, and before this tournament I picked Naga in like a perfect game, and I just felt useless. And then I was like, oh, I'm gonna learn something watching the Naga Sirens that we've seen 2 of them thus far, and they were in picture-perfect games, one of which was against a Lycan for a Nightfall, and he had a good laning phase. Like Gork said, it is an absolutely hard lane counter to Lycan, but then the Naga just didn't carry the game. It just feels like the hero, it's like a Terrorblade that's melee. Like that's what it feels like later on.
There was sadly a big difference between this and that game. I mean, I'm sad for Nigma. Listen, I'm a little biased here, maybe.
Of course.
The sad part is that lane Naga had to deal with both Ember and Lifestealer, which makes a huge difference, right? Usually against heroes like this, you want 2 counters to be able to deal with them. So because one can kind of be shut down with a grip or sleep or control, so she gets free reign. So in this game, I really don't know what their pick is going to be to deal with Naga alone. That can't be handled by Bane. That's what I'm a little bit worried about.
And they take out the Alchemist, which would have been one of the potential solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alchemist is great against Naga because he buys the Radiance, he usually outpaces her, and then allows his team to like group up around him because Naga does want to split you up. I think if Nigma Galaxy is ever allowed to walk down a lane between like 15 to 25 minutes, Naga isn't great at dealing with 5-man, and they, like Gork said, the other 3 heroes are very susceptible to getting ran at. So I agree entirely that this is much more of a free Naga game than the other one we watched, but at the same time, I haven't seen this like dodge game work very well for a lot of teams, and I do think that they're kind of like one big mistake from losing at any point, but I do think BB team is capable of running like that crisp execution where they just never allowed Nigma to do that.
I can see your points, Brian. I definitely think BB team might be the team that's very scary into this because their laning is so strong. They might be able to get away with it, but yeah, more often than not, like split pushing hasn't been working out as well in this tournament, and yeah, if Nigma managed to get an early lead and push, this Naga could not matter, potentially.
Well, you're both carry players. Is Sven pickable against Spain? Because right now, Enigma have to tick some boxes, right? They need a way to clear illusions, but they also need a hero that can blink stun for them. That's why the Tiny and the Alchemist both get banned. Because Viper isn't going to be the hero starting these teamfights for you. He just kind of stands there like a magnet. Like, can you play Sven, or is it too bad of a hero?
The only thing I can think of is the Sumail Leshrac here. That's what I want to see.
I was kind of thinking this too. I didn't want to say it though.
It's a very hard answer to the hero. I like Necro in a similar idea. The problem with Sven is it's just honestly just pretty shit hero. Either you go 20-0 or you don't do anything. And I think the Lesh could fit pretty well for them here. Could solve their issues. We'll see what they want to run though.
I wouldn't mind a Monkey King either, like just something that makes it hard for the Naga Siren to walk into you and also has some AoE. It wouldn't be a hard counter to Naga, and you might have lane issues, but...
Yeah, you're laning with an Undying, so preferably you pick a ranged hero here. You don't have to, but it would be nice.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because most of the ranged heroes don't really deal with Axe Naga very well, so I think you got to kind of pick your poison. I think both routes, like, you can't choose a hero that synergizes well with Undying and is good against BB Team's lineup, I think.
Oh, they go for the carry Viper.
I was not expecting them to do this because I thought the Viper was specific.
Holy, okay.
Wait, no, it's... What is going on? Is it carry Invoker, or are they swapping lanes?
So.
What are they doing?
That's the hero they wanted, wow. No, that's new.
Is it good new?
I don't
What's
know.
your experience with carry Invoker, Gork?
Well, usually it feels like some win trading stuff going on, but no. But obviously, Sumail is a very, very experienced mid player, and I feel like with an Undying support, he's gonna be able to play his game from the safe lane the same way. I don't know if it's enough to deal with Naga. It's a good answer. You have a ton of spells. His lane shouldn't be too hard. I think they can maybe get away with it, but I'm worried for Enigma this draft, to be perfectly honest.
Does it take a long time for an Invoker carry to come online? Like, how much of a leeway do they get?
I'll be quite frank with you, Shiver. I have absolutely zero concept of Invoker carries timings.
Fair.
It's difficult, honestly. I don't remember the last time I saw it.
Is there any potential they lane swap? Like, is there any potential that Lornoff is playing the Viper and Sumail's playing the Invoker mid?
I mean, it could
That would
be.
make more sense.
Yeah.
I think it would make more sense.
It would. I feel like Viper's one of the best matchups into Axe on lane. We ran a lot of Viper safe lane as well into Axe, so they could do it, but so far we haven't seen that swap yet, right? Between the players.
No.
But they're capable.
But, you know, anything is possible, as we've seen with some of the series.
I mean, when I see this Invoker carry, I just think about BB very early building on like a Bane plus Mirana roaming duo, and Invoker, if he's played from the carry, I feel falls victim to that very easily.
Yeah, I honestly, now that we've logicked it out as much as we can in this short time, I hope it's a Viper carry Invoker mid. I think otherwise it's going to feel very awkward for them. Cool draft, though. I like what both teams are doing.
Very unique, very unique. 6 days of cooking involved in this one.
True, and very different from our previous series that we've seen as well. Thank you so much, Gork, for joining us on the draft. I know you're still here for the rest of the series. People can check you out on the co-stream that you're running at the same time from the venue with the coolest view. For sure, we are heading over to our commentary duo with Enigma Galaxy and BB on stage.
Thank you, Shiver. That's right, BB Team versus Enigma Galaxy, a matchup that, well, you would initially look at it and be like, of course, BB Team. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. They got first in their group. They've been very consistent. Well, they're actually the ones who had to battle through the survival stage, and it's Enigma Galaxy who have been waiting to play these matches for quite some time. And Avery, that wait can really test a team, can it?
Oh, we saw it earlier today, as Mar in the exit interview talked about it. It's very tough to regain that momentum after you take a pause. I feel like you get out of the meta of the tournament. Other people are advancing, they're figuring out more counters, feeling what works, and you're just kind of sitting there watching. So you really have to do your due diligence, make sure the homework is completed on time, and then you show up to class. Because otherwise you get schooled.
Well, we're certainly going to be seeing some off-meta stuff here for sure, as Sumail is still going to be rocking the safe lane here on a carry Invoker. They didn't go for the lane swap, which I honestly was all in for. Maybe Lornoff is uncomfortable playing carry from that position, but I don't know. I feel like matchup-wise, it's got to be pretty good. Viper versus Axe is a dream.
Look at the leap out of save here. I kind of agree, but I don't want to see them do that at the same time.
Oh, the Sunstrike, it's going to land on save with the blood grenade. He's dead. Omar there to collect the first blood, and he'll give chase through the gate after Katomi.
Nice little pickup. Does cause double Blood Grenade Sunstrike, but well worth it here.
Katomi was actually, he turned around on the other side. Omar might die. As Katomi with the brain zap, obviously that's not a 1v1 that Omar actually wins. And if he had a carry that was willing to come over, they might have gotten that kill, but no such luck.
Oh, good equilibrium for the Lycan top. Will be good equilibrium for the Axe bottom as well. Both these offlaners happy with where these waves are going to meet. Big question will be how well Lornoff can do mid against this Lina. I think Lina fares a lot better than most heroes against the Viper, but I do think it is Viper favored. If you can end up in a position where you get to high HP and you can zone him off a wave or two and gain that level advantage, it can become problematic for Lina even with the super long attack range. Really comes down to execution between like that level 2 and 3. And GPK, he is a master of this hero. I really like how he played it. We saw him play it the other day. He went the physical build.
Yep.
Took the physical talents. That's what I like to see. I think this hero scales like a truck. You should be really confident in almost any late game you have it here.
But does he need to do the scaling here? Carry Naga Siren has not been particularly successful. It is supposedly a harder carry in the game, but we haven't really seen it come to fruition.
This is a very good Naga, though. I almost feel like this draft is split between two ideas. You have the drafts without the Naga, and then you have Naga Siren in here.
Sure.
And how much it's going to change the game. Because if I take Naga against the first 4 picks Nigma had, I'm going to bet on the Naga every single time. And they only had 1 core to address it. Invoker does kind of address it in the late game, but he's not that good at pushing the illusions off of the map at all. So it's a double-edged sword in that regard. This, to me, seems like Nigma Galaxy want to just hit an all-in timing around that 30-minute mark where they just take over the map with Forge Spirit, Wolves, Sunstrike pressure. Any bushwhack that lands is just a kill. GH, he's going to go back to base and return with full HP here. And just kind of ignore the Naga in the sense of like, we're going to debilitate your other 4 heroes in the map so much that it doesn't matter what your carry is, you're going to lose this game. And I can see them hit a sick mid-game timing with this lineup. It's going to require some speed and some swift execution. Oh, you deny the Forge Spirit to remove the Battle Hunger. That's pretty nice.
That is nice. But all around, the lane is not going very well. It's part of the reason why GH almost needed to die there, because Sumail and GH are suffering in this lane. The constant harassment from this, this bonus damage that Mirana has now off the Celestial Quiver, combine that with Battle Hunger, which I've always felt is like a very nice hard counter to 5 position Undying.
It's good.
Sets your 4 position up to actually be able to take that man fight. So, and that's not the only lane that is going well. Every single lane is currently being won by BB Team. Back to their lane-winning ways, it seems.
Very tough team.
Lornoff going for the all-in on GPK right now. Who's going to win it? He is Lornoff. He is going to win it, man. He knows the Viper. He knows the limits of this hero, and he played it perfectly.
It did miss uphill, and that always helps. I think GPK was wagering a little on that. Had a Blood Grenade as well that he never got to use in this exchange.
Another Tombstone that's going to die, though this one does get denied by GH, but we're not seeing the Tombstone really amount to much here.
Is it another one of those lineups where we see them? Oh, we're going to see a replay of this. Did get up the hill for the last attack. I think barely. It's actually pretty close there. That's that Viper who just wins this lane. Like I just don't think Lina wins a lot of lanes that convincingly anymore, to be honest. The heroes just changed too much. If you're willing to invest in early LSAs and hit a lot of stuns, you can sometimes swing it a lot harder, but honestly, you're just playing for farm.
Yeah, and what Lina wants to max out LSA anymore, right? They all want to max out Dragon Slave and just farm up neutrals.
For sure. Don't think this mid lane is that important for VV, though, to be honest. I think in a lot of their games, they want GPK to snowball. In a game like this, you want the Naga to free farm for sure. You want him getting soul XP, and you want this lane to go better if it can.
If the Sunstrike could land, it can make all the difference, and it does. Help Sumail get the kill on Miro, and he won't be run down, where otherwise he might have. Actually,
there's a leap.
I mean, Sage's still thinking about it. Maybe he goes to the leap, and he got him. Underneath the tower, there's no Fairy Fire, nothing left. Save will actually TP out. I thought maybe die to just the tower with nobody there to collect the experience, but decides otherwise.
Nice pickups on this Axe lane, putting some pressure into this Invoker that's very slow to come online. Once you get there, you're the fastest farmer in the game, but it's going to take a while for Sumail to get there. And meanwhile, Naga's going to accelerate at a very nice rate. He can do some serious damage in this game with the illusions because there's just not that much illusion clear. And he has great core matchups. This is one of the hardest counters to Lycan in the game, one of the best counters against the Viper in the game. There's not really a way to itemize your way out of this hole. So you have to make all these other matchups count that much more. Right. If you're Enigma Galaxy here, start trying to land some extra Sunstrikes on the map. This is a tough hero to gank.
Katomi, he came in with the sleep, but immediately Omar was right there behind him, wakes him up, and they get the kill on the Bane. Lorinov doesn't take too much harassment for it. And he is going to get tangos delivered and also given a tango.
It's a double bracer Viper you're trying to gank. If the arrow connected on the sleep, maybe you can all in that kill, but you didn't have Laguna. And that feels like a big missing component. Tombstone dropped here for 6-minute power rune.
It's an amp damage, which Lorinov, obviously Viper mid doesn't go bottle, so there's no saving this one. BB team are likely to just dodge him. I would say one very big component of Lorinov being able to win this matchup and winning that one-on-one fight was the fact that he was ferrying out salves constantly in this lane, right? Because that's part of the way Lina wins the matchup is Dragon Slave harassing you.
Did cost him some net worth.
Yes, most certainly.
So he's not really winning the economy here, but he won the XP, and this can turn into an advantage if you can find a couple more kills on GPK here in the early game or start to pressure some towers, which this lineup definitely pressures towers. Like an Undying Viper with Invoker, Meteor, Hammer, plus Forge Spirits, there's going to be some tier 1s melting across the map here. Another reason why BB winning lanes could relieve some early game objective pressure for them, buy more space and time for Naga to get the levels, come online, and start pushing the waves back into Enigma Galaxy. Wisdom Shrines get split. This also seems like a nice Mirana game. He's got a lot of setup to play with.
And Katomi is about to provide that setup. Sneaking around, getting a nice ward around that Lotus. And now goes for the pounce. It's a Nightmare, pulls him back. They kill the Force Spirit as well, so no way to wake up Samael here. Guaranteed, landing the arrow, the follow-up call. They drop the Tombstone, but if anything, this is just going to be more bounty for BB team. They get 2 kills, and now trying to deal with the Tombstone. Omar hoping to get the kill on the Axe at least, but can't do enough damage and doesn't want to give up another kill, but it might be too late for that. With a leap coming in, a Starstorm, Omar gets low. Bushwhack up in a second. Arrow lands, and they got the double off the brain sap. Finishing blow from Katomi. That is a massive turn for BB team.
He maxed arrow. So when you land these arrows, they hurt.
Yes, sir.
Not the conventional build, maybe not something Enigma Galaxy expected to be skirmishing into, but again, you have so much arrow setup in this game. The sleep is a little unreliable with how many summons are in this game, but all your other stuns are amazing here, and Naga is one of the best. You always have that sleep arrow combination that is undodgeable. Something to think about as we go into these later fights.
Yeah, I think that's what was so cool about the way BB team played that, right? They made sure the other two just playing the lane killed the Forge Spirit as the Bane came in from behind.
A little extra gold on top, too, if you can clear out some of the summons in this game.
Sure, they get the Forge Spirit, the Tombstone. It all stacks up.
They're going to make their way back down here again, looking for the sleep setup.
And Omar's
not
here this time around, so this is likely another free pickoff, though Nightmare does get taken off a bit early. Arrow misses.
Okay, not that time. Still have an earn charge on save here. Could invest a point in the Moonlight Shadow, as Kirtich getting forced out of top lane.
It's about the best you're going to do if you're Devi. How do you play this lane? Is there anything that you change about playing Lycan when you're matched up against Naga-san?
Not really. I think you're just playing to do first pick Lycan things, which is go after the supports, go after the Lina, try and find these nice squishy targets and ignore the Naga in the process.
So he's not playing against Naga, he's playing against Lina.
Yeah,
That's going to be the #1 hero he's hunting all game long.
If you have a choice of connection here, you're going to take that every single time. We see GPK, he does not go Boots of Travel here, he goes Power Treads. That is a big sacrifice. That's signaling that they need to fight earlier and defend these towers and join fights, be a little tankier with this Lina rather than I'm going to invest in playing the map more. Of course, Naga helps pick up that slack too, so you don't need as much map movement, but this hero, it definitely feels worse without the Boots of Travel, so if you feel pressured to go this route, it does signify that BB they're expecting the fight to come sooner rather than later. It's just all about buying time for this Naga Siren to come online.
1 lanes and still had stacks. Ooh, that's going to feel real good for BB team. Look how many stacks they have. And apparently Enigma Galaxy have done nothing. And they're still losing out on lane kills around the map. A Nightmare Arrow into a Fiend's Grip. Sure, you can throw some damage on GPK, and he might even die for it here. Take down from the Viper Strike, thanks to Samael hitting that Sunstrike. So they do get a turnaround here. But again, like BB team are making more moves with their support, setting up more kills while also stacking more at the same time. I mean, they're hitting it both ways.
Nice early game for them. Naga on top, it's kind of all you want here. As long as you're finding a couple cheeky kills, slowing this game down. The big moves are going to have to come from Devi. The Lycan can really speed this game up with some tower backstabs. Once the Helm of the Overlord's on the battlefield, it's a difficult creep for BB to deal with. They don't really have any casual spells to throw into it or control it that they don't want for the team fight. You're going to get swarmed in this game. You need to be prepping for it. You need to defend these towers as long as possible. That might mean bringing Kiritich in before he's ready to have a large impact in this game.
Yeah.
Like be able to sleep you out of a fight or stall up one of these Lycan ultis. But Devi is going to be strong on this map. All eyes on where this Lycan goes and what he can make happen with his timings. It's going to drive the victory here for Enigma Galaxy as they're down 3k gold, but a lot of that is, again, on the Naga Siren and the supports. Your cores are all looking completely fine here. Hammer is up for Sumail as well, so some of that global tower pressure is going to start to come online. Can only defend so many spots here with these Naga illusions.
So we've had 2 different games here at EWC featuring the Naga Siren. It did not work for Aurora. It did not work for Team Spirit. We did have a different build. I think Nightfall's build was kind of interesting. Second item, Heart, rather than what I think is much more conventional, which is Manta, Orchid, Bloodthorn. Do you have a preference here? Is this, what kind of game dictates a Heart build early on Naga?
I feel you only go early Heart if you are confident in your other 2 cores carrying some of the damage and scale load considerably.
Okay.
I hear a Laguna go out on a
Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, and yeah, that is quite the long distance poke they're able to employ. GPK. Yeah, what did he Laguna Blade? Was that like a Helmet Dom creep from the Lycan scouting him out? The Acer and blowing off. Put some pressure on him, but the Moonlight Shadow will allow the Lina to disengage.
No, it's the fastest Viper's going to be this game, unless he gets wolf bitten later on.
That's true. That's a scary thought. Yeah, they do not have wolf bite heroes.
No,
that's for sure. But they will have a very good Helm of the Overlord timing device. The most farmed hero on Enigma Galaxy's side, but maybe I just jinxed him. Because that is a Fiend script that will not be stopped. So, easy kill for Kiritich.
Yeah, he just walks up, grips him, no counterplay. It's big to take that Lycan off the map while he had ult available, while he's pushing towards that Helm of the Overlord. There will always be some tower pressure in return.
No doubt, no doubt.
That's what this Enigma lineup guarantees. Just keep running at these buildings, putting the pressure on BB to invest in some early items and then win those team fights. Arrow lands, decent damage. Save's doing work in this game. He's really pulling a lot of creep waves off towers, arrowing a lot of forge creeps, killing some tombstones. Some of the simple Mirana utility could be nice in a game like this. Even Moonlight Shadow. Moonlight Shadow is a decent spell against summons lineups if it allows you to disengage. Can be really frustrating to play against.
Save.
Like even this kind of stuff.
One leap away, has no more leaps left, so with the damage amplification.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's very dead. He's not getting out of here. And there goes that offlane tower. So if they can also take this mid tower, Enigma Galaxy can start funneling some more heroes into this triangle area. Maybe start taking back some of this net worth lead. There's also the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine to play for. Right now, they may not have Tombstone, but Sumail is kind of spooky to walk into. Samir's going to try for it anyway. Naga Siren's going to go for it on the other side at the same time. Flesh Golem's still up. Samir's going to take a lot of damage off of this one, but Sumail seeing some heroes TPing in, does not want to stick around. Miro, ooh, nice force stab from GPK, but the zombies will still do their work. They get that kill. Devi secures his own Wisdom Shrine, so the Wisdom Shrines are split, but costing the Axe his life. It's got to feel good for Enigma Galaxy, and yet, as I say that, I just noticed the net worth went from 3K to 4K, so even when they're losing, BB team is still winning.
And look at who it's on. This Naga Siren is completely out of control. When I say completely out of control, that might be an understatement. He has 200 CS.
Yeah, what? How the hell did he get this far
This
up?
is a godly efficiency performance. He's been farming back camps plus jungle plus the wave plus some summons plus that Lycan kill. Took the tower.
Killed some Helmet Dom creeps as well. Saw that a couple times.
I mean, he is giga farmed. This is bad news for Enigma Galaxy if they can't speed this game up right now, because his timings are out of control. So you really have to make this mid-collapse work with the Lycan ulti, with his Helm of the Overlord. Find the Lina, find the Bane, swarm these towers, drag BB into bad engagements before they're ready to set up.
They're not really going to find any of them here. Maybe they get the supports. At best, it's Kataomi, as Save is already able to get the leap away. Sunstrike lands, Sumail gets the extra bonus here, and the mid tower is going to fall. This pressure has to keep up, though. I mean, this almost feels like a game Nigma Galaxy, like, do they have to close this out by like 25 minutes? Considering now the Naga Siren is up by so much, you're not really ever going to stop her. She's going to keep funneling.
That's what I was saying.
Late game.
I think the ideal game for Enigma is it ends at that 30-minute mark. Like, you just go high ground, drop a tombstone, the summons go in, you could throw Alacrity on the Viper, you have some long-range disable from this Invoker if the Lina steps up. You can make that high ground work. Annoying against the Naga, she can always song your tombstone and stuff like this, but you're going to have to hit a timing somewhere in there.
Chasing in. Kiritich cut across the map trying to get here. They have the Fiend's Grip on it. Samael, nobody here to stop it. At best, GH tries to give him some heals. Samael's now on the run. Save. Does have a leap. He's going to chase after him. He is. Leaps after him. Drops swords and spots him. Samael's too far out. Meanwhile, Delina is just going to get the easy kill on the Undying. Very important that Samael gets out of there. Ooh. He actually died to that Fiend's Grip. It would have been terrible.
I think he hit Miro with Sunstrike maybe at the end of that too as he was running away.
Oh yeah, got really low.
Had that ward on the high ground. Those are the kind of fights Nigma want to take, but with Naga showing up, no Lycanrolt, little hard to make the long fight work. And now we're seeing the Naga already get involved just because he's so farmed. Kiritich has the confidence to join these early engagements.
Yeah, it doesn't even have the Orchid finished and is like playing to team fights. That's pretty cool that he
does have it finished now. This might be one of the fastest Orchid Manta timings I've seen. And the pickoffs continue. Every time this Lycanrolt is on cooldown or Enigma Galaxy back up and split the farm, BB are going to look for pickoffs. Because they don't have to sit there and farm lanes. Like, Naga can deal with the map. Another
the
good
setup
Sunstrike.
is, in a way, just as easy for Enigma Galaxy because of the Sunstrike. So any kind of bushwhack, sharpshooter, that combination of burst damage can get pretty easy kills on the supports for sure.
Yeah, supports are really scary in this game. You see the squirrel peek out, you're like, dear God, no, get me out of here. You see this Bane coming around a tree line, please don't sleep me. There's a lot of threat behind these little setups in this game, which is pretty cool. It forces you to play right on the edge of that threat, to get the next wave out or to get that deep ward out without going too far and just getting stunned once and you're 100 to 0'd.
Yeah.
There's very little room.
I mean, Divide can't even play the lane. In fact, he's going to die here.
Look at the setup. It's so casual.
Now it's not even a support setting it up. It's Kiritich himself. You get in range, he's going to ensnare you, and then maybe there's a Bane behind him. Maybe there's a Mirana that's ready to arrow you.
Both teams are trying to abuse this.
But it's so much easier for BB team to do it, right? Because the Naga Siren is going to just push in all the lanes faster than Nigma Galaxy can keep up.
Generally, Naga prevails in this style of game. Unless you can find him and kill him a couple times. There's another grip. Not the highest damage on the follow-up here, but it's enough. Just with the Naga himself. Now you're going to kill the creep. Dude, what is this net worth chart? What is happening? He has almost 300 CS on top of all of the extra kills and gold from the creeps.
He's almost has 700 GPS. And he's going to go
it's a good Naga game.
And then go back for the Bloodthorn. All right, so, the game state clearly favoring BB team. You're saying, generally, Naga Siren's going to prevail in this kind of game, so how do you shake it up if you're Nigma Galaxy? Because whatever they're doing right now is certainly not working. Is GH, well, he's going to die again. This time it's a call into an arrow.
They just can't get the lanes out. They can't control this map right now.
If he can make a die here, though, that would be a massive turnaround. But he's got to get this kill fast. Otherwise, Miro's going to run. Meteor? It does a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. Now they got the call on him. Now all of BB team is here for the big punish.
Money and bones. GPK walks away with both here. Those are those kills you need to get with the Invoker. With this last pick Invoker. GPK, he just went early, treads Hurricane Pike. It saves him. The extra HP. He's just playing tank Lina. Yeah. Like, I'm just going to go in, tank a bunch of spells, be obnoxious. I'm not the real carry in this game. My Naga is going to carry me. It'll be interesting to see if he continues this trend with his itemization. Like, maybe he actually just plays more of a, frontline obnoxious role than the traditional carry Lina here.
Yeah. I almost feel like they can't play with Sunstrikes anymore. I kind of feel like Samael needs to join his team. Now, that's hard to say because he's trying to deal with lanes and stuff like that, but it feels like Viper, Hoodwink, Undying, like, it's only 3 heroes. Bane is easily able to, set up Nightmares, Fiend's Grips into arrows constantly, or it's a call into an arrow. Like, there's too much. You need this overwhelming power that another core can bring you.
It has to be Viper getting involved. It's just really hard when you don't have a mobility item. You have no mobility spell. You're very slow. And every time you make a move like this, the lanes go in. So you really have to find something if you're committing Lornoff into these plays, because then he just falls behind on farm. He's going to be the poorest core in the game. We all know what the poorest core Viper looks like. It's not fun to play.
Yeah.
And there's a Moonlight Shadow, right? It's like these plays are just so hard to land because of what's happening around the map. Your best bet in this game is to force fights through objectives that BB feel pressured to contest. Either Tormentors, Roshans, Tier 2s, high ground, things like this, right? These smoke plays that are just going across the map into open areas, they're almost never going to land, and if they do land, it's going to be on some target that BB are okay conceding for what they're getting on the map. Right now, Naga's just taking a Tier 2. So, again, you have to make some quick calls here if you're Enigma Galaxy. He already has Heart done. Every time I look at him, he's like another 2K ahead of the next highest hero.
Sumail has been setting up this for quite some time, and they will finally pounce. But the problem is the Ancient stack already got taken, and all this attention is away from Kiritich, who's in the top lane, successfully taking a Tier 2 tower.
That's so
now,
big.
if you go for Roshan, go for Tormentor, now Kiritich, he might be threatening your base.
Right, at least you get the Lycan solo Tormentor.
Yep,
you get a nice shard off it too with the Boomerang, but you're going to lose outpost control instantly gobbled up here by Save. People underrate how much map control this early outpost gives you. Makes it way harder to contest Roshan, way harder to control your Ancient area. If the Bane dies, you can just instant TP back here, right? 5 seconds, he'll be on your side of the map. It counts for a lot.
How fast this Rosh is going down. Enigma Galaxy not in a position to contest it.
You can't contest. You can always just Naga Song for it here.
Yep.
See what they give this to. I think the Naga's fat enough. You actually might just give it to Kiritich, but normally you're giving this to your playmaker here.
Yeah, is it even possible for Kiritich to die with this early of
Probably
heart?
not.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they'll give it to GPK. Why not?
So now you've got two untouchable cores on the side of BB team. Enigma Galaxy, well, it's out the window. There's just no way this is ending game in 30 minutes time. So
nope.
Now I feel like you're on the other side of the equation. Now it's like, all right, boys, let's see if we can make it to 70 minutes. And the game starts getting real weird.
You have to make this game weird. You have to scale really hard, get to the ultra late game Invoker, get some hexes up, get some saves up. Like Tombstone Shard will be big in this game. You do have some counterplays against the like Sleep Arrow, Song Arrow combinations where you can kind of bail that guy out with the Undying. Maybe you can look for some more stuff like that. But this game is going to get real hard in the next 10 minutes. This is the period you're going to have to survive against the pressure that Kiritich is going to be able to create here. You can go Butterfly into Bloodthorn. He's just going to be an absolute menace. And you have a lot of threat with these other heroes. These other heroes can just hunt. They can permanently hunt the map.
Ooh, broken on the low ground, but it is Sumail. They still got the call on it. They had a Sentry laid on the right-hand side.
Tombstone.
They do have the Tombstone save. Fiend's Grip placed onto the Lycan. Sumail's going to pop out, hits a good Tornado, but he's got to keep his distance away from the Lina now. Devi let loose from this Fiend's Grip is going to try and chase down GPK, but it's hard to be able to keep on top of these heroes. Meanwhile, Kiritich right in the middle of everybody, and he's kind of untouched. The call on Lornoff, they're going to focus him down. The rest of Enigma Galaxy have been kicked away by Kiritich, and they're going to make sure they get more kills off of this one. Kiritich with the aggressive song to get two more heroes. It's the Lycan first and the Zombie second.
Such a tough fight. The second the Naga comes in, it looks like that fight's over. Should be able to clean up GH here with another
eventually you'll hit
ensnare.
that ensnare. If anything, Omar's, I feel like he's got to be careful hanging around this area at all.
And honestly, I think that fight was kind of awkward for BB.
I think
there were a lot of things that just weren't. It didn't look like it was super convincing for them. The Tombstone was on one hit and no one killed it and just got to exist for another 10 seconds. Like the save on the Invoker was pretty big at the start. But just no one's dying. Like you're not able to put any damage into the turnaround here. You know, this grip on the Lycan is good, but it got canceled and the Bane dies. All this looks pretty okay for Enigma. You're pretty high HP on everybody. Your Invoker, he's low, but he can play the outskirts of the fight here. You're zoning heroes off with the Tombstone that no one wants to kill.
Devi coming back and like stops chasing Lina. Lina has Aegis, he comes back. Like you're not challenging the Naga side.
No. Kiritich way too strong right now. You still had an Aegis on that Lina if you do chase him. I think there's just no easy targets for Devi in a fight like that. Who are you going after? 2 lives on Lina, a Naga Siren that you can't fight, or an Axe that is just going to call you?
Yep.
And his net worth continues to explode. 21,000. chasing that 1,000 GPM marker.
Yeah,
getting close to it.
850 GPM now. And Lena's there at second. So GPK is still going to scale.
Yeah, that's the scary part. It's a solid Lena game, too. If you can get fat. I think the Lycan is your biggest counter, but the Lycan is debilitated in this type of game. You can't rely on Divide to just chase this Lena out of the fight every time. And he went Silver Edge second. They threw the gem onto him, already level 18, so he's kind of cooking in terms of a pick-off threat right now. You also get that nice break against the Viper.
Yeah, very strong. A Viper who's trying to go back for Maelstrom. A Maelstrom pickup in like, what, 29, 30 minutes?
Something, but honestly, it's not going to change anything.
No,
here.
it's not. And it's
Galaxy
settling into a game that you hope is long because it's your only chance.
Or maybe you hope you can get out of this one.
Go
next, you know?
Yeah.
It's one of those games where it's just going to be an uphill battle if you can slog it out somehow.
I think it's pretty clear from this that they got out-drafted. But would you agree that I think Nigma Galaxy looks a little uncomfortable with the fact that Samael is playing a carry that isn't actively setting up kills with them? You know? Like, sure, he's providing a Sunstrike. He's still sort of forced, but he's not actually moving around the map, making calls about like where they want to go and stuff.
I think it's hard for me to judge that when this game is just so decided by the Naga pick.
Yeah, that's fair.
I could see this Invoker maybe doing that. It's definitely going to be a little slower than something like the Alchemist, and I agree that hasn't been what has worked for them the best, but I can see it work out. He's a master of the hero. This game is just so skewed in terms of what should have it looked like. When you can do this, you can just run your carry in and set everything up.
Yeah, that initiation was walk into tower. That's what they have to do.
And it worked.
Enigma Galaxy, they have, like, they killed an Undying underneath his tier 2.
All right.
Okay, maybe they have a chance here. Nope, there it goes. One little Force Staff, and that chance is gone.
A glimmer of hope on that stun.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen Kiritich be below half HP this entire game?
No. I have not.
Me neither.
Maybe he shouldn't have gone hard. It's not doing anything for him.
that is a funny way to put that, yeah. Butterfly, he wants a Scythe next. I mean, you could build whatever you want.
What a performance from him, honestly, in this game one. He's really good on these micro heroes. We saw what he can do with the Arc Warden as well. Like, you forget about it, but he has some of these pocket cheese picks he's very comfortable on. Gonna run into the Ghost Walk, maybe an opportunity.
He is right outside the base.
You have to be able to kill him
Nobody is
here.
here to protect him. Save's gonna double leap in. Force Staff trying to break the Bushwhack, and he still got off the song, and he's making a run for it. And I think he's gotten out. The heart has already healed him up. Up to 2/3. He's gonna turn around, maybe kill the GH Undying off of Illusions. He will. And I would be tempted to GG out right there. I mean, that was your absolute best shot. You're not going to get a better opportunity than that to kill BB Team's carry.
Now the sleep starts coming through. He's regened back up. You can start to look for the team fight.
Tornado Arm, it got used, and it doesn't stop the Fiend's Grip of Bane, so nothing will stop it. Divine Llama actually somehow got out. Mantis makes a run.
What a call.
Nice call from Miro. That's going to set up a Viper death, and maybe Samael as well. They get both of them.
From bad to worse. Too many opportunities for these BB stunners to just find openings when you can park Kiritich on the front line and everybody's attention is focused on the Naga Siren.
I love that you pointed out Kiritich's success. We talked about him earlier today. Conversation about, BB Team have had some, very high reputation carries, right? Nightfall, Pure, guys who are heralded as some of the best carries in the world, perhaps at some point in time, the best carry in the world. And Kiritich has come in, and it feels like this BB Team is showcasing more than maybe any of the previous rosters.
They're stronger. They're more united. The vision is there. It just comes down to the execution, and they are absolutely executing in this game one.
He's still hitting all the buttons just right. Little Nancy dodge there on the Bushwhack. Continue to hit the tier 3s. He's level 20, so illusions are already a problem for Nigma Galaxy. Add one more illusion to the table, and it begins to become overwhelming.
I mean, I'm just following his GPM. He's about to hit 1K here, which is just disgusting.
Almost there.
Like, this is one of the most efficient Nog games I think I've ever seen. That's not an overstatement. It's genuinely incredible. And it got gifted to him. I mean, you pick Lycan Viper, you give him the Naga, you're already down 2 cores that don't do anything in terms of interacting with this hero.
What are the downsides of Enigma Galaxy having such a stylized draft many times, right? Like, you know what they're going to be rocking, you know what Lorenoff.
Oh, they were ready to jam that Naga there.
Yeah.
Like, they were thinking about it. Because the thing is, you're watching that draft, and they are getting out-drafted. Like, I liked what Enigma had. I don't think this Bane, Mirana, like Lina opener was really threatening a game plan, but then you just got this one hero thrown in, and all of a sudden it comes together, right?
You know what's funny is that we talk about how drafting is a little less reactionary than it used to be, right? Older style Dota was a lot more about counterpicking. I mean, they've got one of the absolute OGs of counterpicking and drafting on the side of Enigma Galaxy and their coach and Kuro. And they still kind of got.
I mean, everybody gets got nowadays.
That's true.
Maybe it's back a little bit. Saw what that Slark counterpick did earlier.
Yeah.
Still not out of it yet. They are doing a better job at pushing out some of the map right now and not giving up the pickoffs. Game slowed down for BB after they took took that mid lane. So you can get some Invoker rat action going without getting caught. Definitely slow this game down a little bit.
Tormentor on spawn. And Roshan to take not long after.
Goes to the Bane.
Nass TPs to the other side of the map to get to the Roche faster. Kiritich by himself is keeping 2 lanes pushed in at all times, and they still hold control of the outpost.
He can just sit here and pump illusions into the top 2 lanes. And there's almost no way to do anything about this unless you can smoke your whole team right into him on a camp before song goes off. Very difficult to do when he has so much information to play off of. And straight to the Roche pit.
Kiritich is done waiting for his team. He's going to start it without a shard for GPK.
Ooh, look at how fast that goes down.
Yeah. And another Aegis for GPK. So Kiritich is truly feeling himself. If he didn't die before, that a little excursion almost inside of the Radiant base, he says, I'm never going to die in this game. He's just boldly walking up straight into the entirety of the team, and he's going to song! They did not want that Naga Siren at all. Maybe they even thought it was an illusion, but as it stands, it is a perfect initiation straight to the backline. It's going to be Omar.
2 supports dead.
Already dead at the start of it. You've got Divide blocked in by illusions. He can hardly handle this. Do manage to get the stun on Kiritich. Here comes the Meteor, but a 4-staff gets him out of most of the damage, and the call comes in. Miro hits the mail.
Kiritich might go down.
Kiritich actually does die. Yeah. They get him.
There's an opening. Your chance in this game to make something happen.
Unfortunately, the rest of the BB team seems to be too strong. Divine Llama used his entirety of the shapeshift to try and get that kill on Kiritich. They used the buyback on Omar just to be a part of it. Now they have nothing left for 4 other members of the BB team.
By the time you take Naga down, you're already dead on pretty much everybody. As the items are just flowing in here. You get an Ags on the Mirana. Just to add some extra DPS. You're going to have an Ags on Bane at this point. And the song setup, it works really well with this lineup. You have 2 stuns that you can throw out instantly and a net. Just lock these heroes down. Not enough BKBs or Aeon this early in the game. And that'll be Megas here.
Just a number.
The Naga will sacrifice herself once to push this game over the edge.
There will be another hold.
Megas, okay.
Enigma Galaxy are going to be up before the barracks down.
Discipline here.
Yeah, BB team just, no reason to take a awkward fight without their carry.
For sure.
But yeah, what a setup.
Yeah, you're going to stun the Undying here. You're going to ensnare the Hoodwink. He gets arrowed. So both supports get taken out without casting a single spell. And honestly, here, you could just back off if you're BB. Like, I think you can end up in a world where you get Kiritich out of there. They decide to just take it anyway.
Enigma Galaxy trying to play into their triangle. Arrow does land on the sharpshooting up. Hoodwink. Oh, what a call from Miro. He lands another 2-man, catching both the cores that were trying to run over him. An instant GG from Enigma Galaxy. This game, they've been beat in this one for a while. I
yeah.
believe it was just the preamble of rolling out the red carpet for BB Team into the Radiant base.
What a sick Naga performance. It's one thing to play Naga in a free game and make it look good. It's another to do everything perfectly to where there is no escape in that game for Enigma Galaxy. Like, his timings are too good. If he's 3,000 poor, if he dies once or twice, doesn't farm the jungles efficiently, you have a lot more window to maybe snowball that game. You know, you get a Roshan, you're pushing a tier 2 or tier 3, you can threaten something. He's just so fast, there is almost no hope. He's joining fights at the 15-minute mark. I mean, what are you supposed to do? You're forced to interact with that hero so quickly, you don't have time to really make anything happen against the rest of the squad. So, sick pick here from BB and the boys, as they're going to be a game up in this series, and man, that felt a little free.
It did. Power of a very strong draft. Enigma Galaxy, you know, they've already coming into this maybe a little bit slower because they haven't played in a couple days. Having to play game one against that kind of cheese pick in the first place, that's a rough place to be. But this is now the true test of a team, right? Whether or not you can, especially under the pressure of single elimination, you know, wipe that game one out of your mind, learn from it. Okay, just drafting, dress your openers a little bit so your draft isn't so open to that kind of pickup. And coming to game two, try to be as strong as you can.
It goes both ways. If you're BB, you're very happy you got this win. It was very convincing. Almost didn't have to work for it. But at the same time, Enigma can look at that and go like, hey, we got cheese picked.
It's a write-off.
It's a draft thing. They didn't outplay us. It's not like we got out-team fought in this game. It's just a lot of these situations are near impossible to play. Yep. We go game two, we can reset. We're not going to get cheesed again, hopefully. And we get to play some Dota, and we know how good we've been playing this event. So I expect to see them bounce back. I think game two will be close. And it'll at least be a game where they get the team fight and show us what has made them so good this event. And so that's just what you have to go into that game in terms of mindset with. You know, it's not a fair fight. It's just not a fair fight.
It's not. Despite the death that Kiritich did have, he ended the game on a 1,068 GPM.
Hell yeah, that's a Naga performance right there. That's where I always say, like, yeah, can you still play this hero? It lost some other games this event. You know, how good is Naga? You know, a free Naga game on a Naga player with a lineup that can abuse the net and the sleeps. It's good.
Drafting is everything in Dota, and we see that in game one.
Not a fair fight, they say. And I think, Brian, as a Naga Siren enthusiast and having been let down by other Nagas this tournament, I think this is probably a breath of fresh air for you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting about the inverse of the Enigma fans right now, Shiver, for Naga Siren. I mean, yeah, the hero had been picked in theoretically good games so far. We'd seen it twice, and it did not win in those games, but it did feel like, you know, what I said in the draft was I think BB Team is the team that is capable of executing a hero like this, because Naga, she either controls the map or she doesn't. Like, there's no, like, trading of the map. It's always very 100% one team or the other, and the execution from them was flawless. Save on the Mirana was everywhere. They had multiple setups for him, and we were a bit skeptical of, like, opening up 3 ranged heroes with the Bane, Mirana, and the Lina, but they tied that draft together very nicely with their last 2 picks, Mira.
They really did, and I think I knew coming into the series today that BB Team would be a big challenge for Enigma because they had been on a break, but also they're the only team remaining from their group. You can make a case for their group maybe not giving them the best practice in the first place, and half of Dota is the draft. Like saying, oh, we got outdrafted, we'll get him next time. Well, you're gonna have to win the draft next time too. Like, what have you prepared for their heroes? Because I do think this GPK Lina creates issues within the draft that have to be talked about and solved. And if I were to elaborate on that, the issues are it forces heroes like Viper and Sniper from the mid lane, and then if you take out this Tiny and Alchemist that allow you to kind of cooperate with Vipers and Snipers, Sumail doesn't have the carry hero pool of, let's say, a Toro.
Yeah, and then we end up with a very unique Invoker on the carry role. Now, I know this Naga ended up dominating all. Objectively speaking, Invoker from the carry role, Brian, is there a future for it?
I don't think there's a future for it. I also, like, I hate to look at that draft and say, like, to criticize the pick. We were talking behind the scenes that, like, we do think a hero like Sven might have been better. But when you know there's a problem in the draft that's unsolved, that's most of the time when teams on first pick win the draft is on the pick where Naga came out. You have to kind of pull out of your bag somewhere deep down where you're like, I haven't reached this far in a while, but we're going to, like, pull out a hero that's off meta. And a lot of, like, whatever your specialty is, whatever you've played throughout your career, that's what you're going to pick the bag from. And a normal carry, like a historic carry player would just pick a Sven, you know? But Sumail, he's played most of his career as a mid laner, so it doesn't surprise me that when game gets weird, when the draft's a bit off, that you do this on Sumail. But I also think, like Mira said, they were kind of exposed with like the limits of their draft, the limits of their hero pool, and something that when you're swapping roles, when you've only been a team for a couple months, that can definitely be a tiebreaker against a team like BB, who's been together for the entire year.
I mean, I do think just watching how that draft unfolded in that game one, I think you can't be put in a position where you're last picking your carry hero, because BB are going to create problems for you to solve. And if you're working with maybe ranged heroes plus Tiny Elk as your tempo carries, then you're just gonna have to get it early and maybe tank a bad matchup or two.
What role normally is the biggest like problem solver? Is there a specific role for that?
I would actually argue it's based on the hero that's being picked. Oddly enough, most of Naga's, like I looked at her matchups on Dota Buff just statistically, and her worst carry matchup is Finn, but he's actually her 15th worst carry matchup, matchups in the game. Like there's 14 heroes that do better against her, and they're all like mid laners and some off laners. So I think every carry or every hero in the game has different roles that counter them. I think for the illusion heroes like Naga and PL, it's most of the mid laners like Ember, the Leshrac, the off laners like Darkseer, Sand King, Underlord. You know, the AoE can't really fight into them, reveals the illusion, or reveals the real one amongst the illusions very easily. And yeah, as a carry player, if I'm looking at a Naga pick like that, there's not too many options that say, yes, it's going to be good. And all the ones that are good are bad against the Bane. They will die to that. They're single target. So it's a really tough spot to be in.
Yeah, and that Bane was overall a first pick, and we saw that Bane shine together with the Mirana, who on position 4, we've not seen shine that often, but Save definitely makes it work. I believe, Effie, you've got some examples of that.
Yeah, we talk about the draft, but I want to look at specific examples where BB really made this draft shine. And I talked about Katami and his Bane, but he really is so good on this hero. Here we'll see this Nightmare plus Arrow setup. The first rotation he makes, he goes to the gate around minute 7, gets the Nightmare, and Save is ready with the Arrow. And you see this combination early on the draft, you have to be ready for it. There's not that much counterplay. And again, if I were to look back at the draft, that Undying could have been a Ringmaster or something with a more reliable save. Anyway, in the mid lane, we see another setup here. A nice staff was happening on the side too, but we get to see the Nightmare into Arrow and just how easily it gives BB that fighting chance in that early game. They just used it very effectively. And a cool thing that BB team did with their draft is it wasn't just the Bane Mirana combination. If we look at the next clip now, it's going to be that their Naga Siren also enables their Mirana. And Mirana's a hero that's been criticized a lot this EWC, but if you can enable her within the draft, like look at the power she gives you in this mid game. Everyone that gets done just gets caught out.
Yeah, there's a reason most Miranas, I think, were going Max Starfall first. It's because she's kind of like a pseudo utility, wants to get her own items. Some people were going for like some damage build with the Ags. We saw Greaves in our previous series, but Save, he just straight out maxed the Arrow. That's like how good their setup was in this game. He had a 1-4-1 build. So I think it's really important. I think it's difficult, but it's really important, even as panelists, like, and everyone watching, that we're all going to have our biases. Naga didn't look good for me for the first 2 games I'm watching. Mirana has not been very successful throughout this tournament, but it really does matter whose hands it's in, and I don't think it's just Save. It's also like conceptually the whole team of BB team and how they approach this hero.
Yeah, and we know that Naga wasn't really properly answered in the game we just witnessed, but Naga was one of the later picks in the draft. So when you see an opening of a Bane and you don't address that, that's a problem. And that's where you want to see Nigma Galaxy that address, right, Effie?
Absolutely, Sheaves. I mean, Bane plus Mirana, just single target save. And while Undying can give you that later in the game, that's with the assumption that you're going to get a shard early on and be able to save with your Tombstone. There are heroes that give that to you more clearly, like the number 1 being Ringmaster, and maybe there's a lot to think about in their draft here. I mean, I'm sure Nigma are looking at this and just cringing all around.
And it's just a, warm-up game. A lot of teams sometimes need like a game 1 to get back into it. And we did say they had a 6-day break.
Yeah, it's like we have to acknowledge the reality of the break, but you also have to do all you can to not use it as an excuse for a team like Nigma. I think, Gork made I don't know if it was a joke or coping mechanism of the copium that he's been huffing all year with, or the last couple years being a Nigma fan. And going into game 2, this doesn't bode well for them. I think we've kind of yet to see a team like really strategically pull back in a series, but I think there is a lot to learn from this draft, and the matter is like, we mentioned the Naga pick. You mentioned opening with the Bane. There's clear, like, I found that this type of stuff tends to be dominoes. Like, it starts with the Bane, and then you don't have an answer for the Mirana, and then now you don't have an answer for Naga. You can't answer it all at once. And so I would like to just see the more direct answers. I think sometimes it is as simple as that, like Mira said. And it's not like Bane Mirana surprising. It's not like Naga surprising into Lycan. These are historically just bad matchups or good synergies. And, you know, Kuro, he's been around for so long, and he knows this stuff.
I do want to praise BB team as well. Of course. Like, they played really well. We saw how effectively they used their combinations, but they made very minimal mistakes this game too. Because again, Dota is not just drafts. Like, there are moments where they could have overextended, but they didn't. There were moments where Kiritich on the Zaga Siren was catching 3 heroes with a song on the side and setting up for an epic team fight. And I really like that this GPK Lina has entered the picture, because it changes a lot of ways that you have to think about approaching BB team, and it allows for a hero like Naga to be picked because you have scaling from that mid lane.
Yeah, and GPK is the one guy I've seen who, when Snapfire was popularized, everyone else was going boots of travel, but he would go treads on Snap, and he would be walking at tier 1 towers, playing a more of a active, almost like menacing ranged hero on the map, and then he has that extra 200 HP from the treads. And the casters were talking about it during the game, that played a huge role in some of the times where he was more of the point of contact, because you have an Axe that wants to farm up, you have a Naga that's just going to be playing the map and cleaning up the waves for you. That's usually Lina's job. So I hats off more so, already on top of what Mira said, hats off to BB team, because when you pick a hero like Naga, you also need the rest of the team to adjust around it, and I doubt they have too much experience playing it. Like, we haven't seen it yet from them. So conceptually, just making it all come together, there is a reason, not just the draft, but also the execution and idea of it coming from BB team, that why that game was so one-sided.
Yeah, and I think also we talked about this before the series. This BB team, this iteration of BB team is a lot more stable than a lot of past iterations of BB team that we've seen. And we see that come to fruition in a game like this, where, you know, it's a little bit unusual what they go for, but they execute it perfectly without seemingly any issues whatsoever. We'll see if that continues though, because of course it's a best of 3. Nigma Galaxy has a chance to force out a 3rd game to this series. We'll see if that one ends up happening. And so far, every single series on the stage for quarterfinals has been a 2-0. A little bit unusual, especially with some of the results that we have been seeing in the group stages. But that just means the pressure is just on, and some teams cannot deal with it. Yesterday, a lot of action and a couple of teams that are considered to be the favorite of the whole event. We're going to find out with the Saudia radio comms what that communication was on stage in those quarterfinals.
Uh, 20 seconds, guys, my ulti. I would attack them. I don't know.
No big smoke. I don't want to attack. When you have 40 seconds. Yeah. I mean, they are staying on ops like idiots. Open at guys.
Okay. 10 seconds, my ulti.
I mean, it's gonna be big ulti, guys.
Nice. 5 seconds, my ulti. Oh, nice. I'm rolling on them. I'm going on lean as well. Maybe bash.
Yeah.
Eh.
Why does that once? Yeah. I will go on snap, guys. I'm going. I'll stop snap. I'm maybe.
It's gonna take some damage.
Yeah. I'm dead. No BKB, no chrono. And snap, no BKB. Look on me, guys.
Okay. We're going tango.
What's that? Buying back.
They're buying back.
Killing Chron, guys. I'm killing Chron. I'll put tag on him. Any Lotus? Give me Lotus. Cheese. I'll try to give it cheese. Kill him. Даю степ. Kill him. GG. Nice.
Ooh. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, one. You're done.
Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
BB team are about to match up against the top of group, Nigma Galaxy. I know, that's right. Still surprising to me. that Nigma Galaxy managed to top out their group. They're doing very well for themselves, but can they show it in playoffs, Avery?
Yes, they can, Austin. They are the real deal. They are not just back, they are actually back. I talked to them yesterday. They're in great spirits, high morale. They're ready to win this whole thing. But this is not a fluke. They're vibing.
This is not a drill, Nigma Galaxy fans.
Wake up. It's not a dream.
But BB Team are going to be tough opponents. I mean, this is a team that has been extremely consistent year over year. The one thing that, okay, maybe they choke in playoffs or they choke in finals sometimes, but this isn't the finals.
There's a lot to be proven still if they can get that first spot, right? A great runner-up team, they're always in the top 3 or 4, but can they win the whole thing? That is the big question. I think they're capable. I think they're looking a lot better than average. I think GPK is cooking.
Yes.
If they can have a GPK prime like they did when he was at TI, this team's capable of taking it all. So I'm very interested in that mid lane matchup, GPK versus Lornov. Who's going to come out on top might decide the series.
Nigma Galaxy versus BB Team coming your way with game number 2 here on the stage for the quarterfinals. One of these two teams will be advancing to the semifinals tomorrow and the other will be left top 8 here at this year's iteration of EWC Dota 2. First game went the way of BB Team. And we heard SVG talk about it just now, that he thought a large portion of this matchup will be decided in the mid lane. And I do want to focus a tiny bit on the mid lane as the draft is starting. We saw Viper versus Lina in that mid lane, and we of course saw GPK pop off on that Lina. How much more emphasis do we want to see on that mid lane from Nigma Galaxy this time around, Effie?
Yeah, the thing is, Lorenoff and his Viper did great. He actually solo killed GPK's Lina one time, and he was doing well on the lane, but the second that roaming duo of Bane and Marana came to the mid lane, that just takes his lead away because there was no way to punch back for Enigma. And honestly, I would just ban Lina. Okay, they did that. Because the issue with Lina, I mentioned it before, but I'll just touch up on it again, is that it forces Lorenoff to change his hero pool to play like these ranged archetype of heroes from the mid lane, which then limit Sumail's hero picks. So you just get it out of the way. Not a big deal. I think player to player, Lorenoff matches up very well against GPK.
Well, we have got a couple of different bans coming out. We, of course, have BB Team Radiant this time around. Nigma Galaxy on the dire side. First big go on the way of Nigma Galaxy, who also first phase banned Treant Protector, which is not very usual, as a lot of teams still like to pick it for themselves, but they gave priority to the Bane to make sure they have it for themselves.
Yeah, I was just looking through Nigma's draft in the group stage, because obviously when BB Team looks like they had the strategical upper hand in game 1, they did their studying, they came prepared, and their last 2 bans of the last game were Alchemist Tiny, and every time, I believe I was counting 5 times, yes, 5 times that Sumail was given overall last pick for his team, and they were all Tiny or Alch. So for me, that is my concern in this game, as Mira's talking about banning out the Lina in order to enable Lornoff's hero pool. I do think Devi is very dependent on the momentum and having a good lane matchup. And then you also have Sumail operating on a relatively limited hero pool, and that's not based on skill. That is just because of the fact that he has not played, has not invested all that many games as a carry compared to the amount of overall games of Dota that he's played. So there's just a lot of pieces you have to fit into the puzzle on the side of Nigma, while on the other hand, I feel like BB is, yeah, I feel like they're playing like Scrabble, and BB's got a bunch of different letters to choose from, and Nigma's like, I only got these 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but maybe we'll see something different with the problematic, pesky mid laner being taken out. I mean, if I were BB Team and I wanted to recreate that situation, I would have to pick another ranged lane dominator like a Viper that would force Lorenoff to then change his hero pool. Like if I were getting into their heads and trying to recreate that.
Is there any equivalent of that in the meta? So last draft, I know they banned the snap, because I think that's kind of GPK's hero that operates similarly. Actually, they did not ban the snap. They left it in. I thought they did, but yeah, that's the hero that he's been playing in the tournament leading up to this one that I think plays very similarly to the Lina and what it represents in the game. So is that is that what you're thinking, or is Because Snap plays more on her innate with point blank, is that not quite like the Lina archetype that you had in mind?
Yeah, I mean, I could see that for sure. I could also just see them taking a different approach in this game too, because they're quite versatile. Because they do have first pick on Nigma Galaxy, which makes their mid lane more fluid. They're probably going to get an 18 pick counter pick for Lorna. So maybe you don't want to... You can just take a different route this time around.
Well,
but
yeah, go for it.
No, sorry, Sheaves, you go.
No, I just want to point out that they banned the Mirana themselves on Nigma Galaxy with the Ringmaster as well.
That is quite strange. I think maybe they assumed that BB team would snatch it right here. Centaur Mirana, quite a strong lane. You already have the natural setup, and this is a hero that we haven't seen too much of this tournament. He had a few patches this year where he was very broken. What is it about Shadow Shaman that, like, they saw Bane, obviously it pairs decently with Centaur, but as like a 4-position player, Mira, like, is there something about this matchup against Bane, or is it more of the synergy with Centaur?
That's a really good question. I think for me, the way that I look at this is, as I mentioned before, Nigma have first pick, so they're going to get that 18 pick in the draft, and that's where Puck comes out. That's where Storm Spirit comes out. So if you pick the Shaman with a lane where he can actually get kills with chain disables, you've also addressed the issue of the Puck on 18.
Yeah, because we've seen many a drafts lost in that 18 overall pick, so that makes sense that it's a lane synergy that also preemptively prevents that quote-unquote cheese coming out. I like that theory.
Yeah, but this Centaur is such a problematic hero this tournament because he gets first picked, he still gets free lanes anyway. I think the only time I've seen him look kind of bad was if there was like a life stealer with a really strong ranged support, but even then Centaur always found a way to have a game.
Agreed. I personally think Centaur is like the single highest impact hero of the meta based on just the average performance that I've seen. I think a lot of times there's like some heroes that they are first picked because they represent a really dangerous game plan or like a specific idea that their team can play around. For Centaur, yes, he has like things, he offers Global Stampede and the save from the Ags later on, but this hero just is so flexible in terms of his laning stage, and he's so reliable at what he does that he can he goes the heart, but then from there he can be anything that his team needs from him, and that's just, yeah, one of the reasons that a hero can be broken, and it's super overwhelming to play against, I would say. I do like what Nigma's doing better this game than before. Like, I think that this is more in line with, you know, pick Sumail's hero relatively early, pick strong lanes, generically good heroes in the support role. You are dealing with Undying, and like if you look at, a lot of times the carry is the responsible one for killing the Tombstone. A lot of times the illusions are the best carries for killing it because the illusions, even though they're like reduced damage, hero like Naga will kill it very quickly, PL as well. Tiny, not at all. They have really no Tombstone killer, and we've seen like players like Malady like 1v5 of early to mid game because he just has a long duration Tombstone go off at like the Wisdom Shrine and tier 1 towers. So what do you think about this Timbersaw?
That's really intriguing that they gave this pick to Devi over Lorna, but you see this issue with the Kez and you just think to yourself, okay, I have to pick a hero that can stand on lane against Kez, and Timber with his reactive armor is one of the better heroes to play against Kez and not get blown up.
This is an example of pulling out of the bag because Devi, I think this is the hero he kind of came onto the map with. Like, I know maybe he's been a little overshadowed by like ATFs, Timbersaw, but I would easily put Devi in the top 3 Timbersaw players in the world. This is one of his absolute go-tos, and I agree with you for why they picked it. But once again, they don't have a Tombstone hitter, so I think, I don't know how they're going to play fights here.
Snap. Easy snap fire.
There you go.
For Lorna.
Okay. That's true.
Yeah, and it's not a easy hero to counterpick from that mid lane on 24 for BB team. I'd be very surprised if they don't go for Snapfire. But I mean, let's say they don't go for Snapfire, they could go Sniper even.
True.
2 more bans, of course, coming out, and both teams need a mid lane. So we're going to have a lot of thinking ahead.
Wait, then why is Nigma Galaxy banning carry heroes, Shiver?
Oh, this is a good point. Invoker getting banned, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, overall last pick for a BB team, it's usually like, oh, here comes GPK Invoker, here comes GPK Storm Spirit. I do think they have nice solutions for Storm because they have so much lockdown in the first 3 picks of Nigma, and for that reason, they're not really afraid of the Puck either. Something like Invoker, though, would have been better for them.
Yeah, I'm just looking through their picks. You can always go something like Slardar if they pick a melee hero for Lorinov here. All the spirits look good. Is Earth Spirit still in the... Okay, they just banned that. Just got rid of that.
Yeah. And another one that I would say might be on our radar is a Pango.
I mean, you got to man Snapfire if you're BB.
Yeah. They have a minute and a half actually left in their bonus time, so they can think about this all they want. Is there a hero in particular that comes to mind when... Is it actually Snapfire that comes to mind when you're banning out Invoker and Earth Spirit, or is there another mid hero that those two would do extra well against?
I think this would have just been the best picks for BB team here. It'll give them like team fight and magical damage, which you need against Timbersaw.
And Invoker Kez has always been pretty gross with the Alacrity. They actually banned Storm Spirit themselves, so GPK clearly has something else in mind. I think it's still go Puck, like on GPK, if it's given a decent lane matchup. They don't have all that... Like, the thing about Puck is, yeah, maybe in the early to mid game she'll be a bit vulnerable, but it's like, you just get an Eon Disc at some points, and then heroes like Bane feel pretty lackluster.
That is true. Pucks have also been going early Octarine just to get a little bit tankier in that mid game. But yeah, I do think Tiny is a very good solution, especially if you have a player like Sumail who's going to play active for a Puck.
They're definitely going to have to pick something a bit different than what they normally have gone for this tournament on BB Team. Obviously, GPK Puck is a classic, but other than Slardar, all of his heroes that he's picked thus far are banned.
It is the Puck.
They just steal the Puck.
Brian, let's can you refresh us on the Puck win rate?
I would have to pull that up in a second here, Sheaves, but
I think it's still like 25, maybe it got 27% or so. It is answered by a Slardar. Are we happy with that, Effie?
Yeah, that's the counter pick to the Puck. I guess Nigma thought it was more important to not give this Puck away and play it themselves, but now there is the issue of this Tombstone. Like Brian mentioned it, but they don't have those Tombstone hitters unless Tiny gets a BKB and some attack speed later. It's not the easiest fights to take for Nigma.
So Puck's at 31% win rate in 32 games. Just going off of what we were saying earlier, Slardar is the literal only hero GPK has played in this tournament that was left in the pool. And Slardar has also been traditionally used as one of the counters to Puck, like historically and in this tournament thus far. So I feel like you kind of walked into it with this last two picks. I think the Puck is... Maybe they were just so scared of the Puck coming out for GPK himself and they felt the need to deny pick it. But in that case, I would have banned the Slardar instead of the Earth Spirit.
I think that's what happened, and the reason why they picked Shaman in this draft is they were already thinking about the Puck for Nigma, so they already created their solutions, and I think it was a mistake to not get a Snapfire or a Sniper or something that could hit that Tombstone for you. Like, I do think this Undying is gonna win this mid game pretty easily.
I think that there's no individual hero on BB Team like Naga Siren equivalent from last game that's going to cause this game to look as ugly as the first one, but I think if both teams played equally skilled, I would lean towards BB Team's draft just because of these natural answers that they've picked for them.
Yeah, I do want to say though that it's still a very good Timber game, and we did get that Timber pick for Devi in the slot. If there is a hero that can carry this game for his team, it would be that Timber. So all eyes on Devi here.
All eyes on the off-lane player Devi on his Timber. Let's see if they can force out Game 3 against BB Team. It's Cap and SVG with Game 2.
Well, there's good news and bad news, Avery. The good news is that Nigma Galaxy seemingly have a better chance based off of draft than they did in Game 1. But the bad news is the panel still seems to favor BB Team. Do you agree with them?
It's a more mixed bag. I'm not leaning one way or the other here, honestly. I think this draft's very even.
Why do I feel like that's a cop-out?
No. We're going to be able to see Nigma play Dota.
Okay.
I don't think they really got a chance last game. So we'll see what kind of form they're in today. See if they're cooking up something. And I agree. The last point, I like the Timber pick. I think Timber can do some work in this game, and this is a hero that's kind of gone under the radar. He got forgotten about a little bit, but in the games we see him where he's set up well, he can just run away with it.
What is this early start off? This could be first blood. Kiritich is going to get a bit of distance with the Falcon Rush, but a dive under the tower with the blood grenade. They'll secure it. It's Omar, the one to take the last hit. Unfortunately for Nigma Galaxy, it doesn't go to Lornoff, which is, I think, what they ultimately wanted. But still, it's a good start, and they still have plenty of time to maybe go for a second kill, secure bounty runes. We'll see.
Nighttime Bane, always a massive threat, and they took that hero first, recognizing the power of it in the Game 1, kind of daring BB to try and deal with it in the same way they did, and I think BB ignored it a little bit more, but also just got a very well-rounded draft with a lot of physical scale between the Slardar and the Kez here. That's the big concern if you're Enigma Galaxy, is how are you going to deal with the overwhelming physical damage? How are you going to deal with the presence from the Shaman wards plus the Tombstone? I think anchoring the fighter on both of those spells in a Roshan or something like this, it's pretty nasty to fight into for a lot of Enigma's heroes. You don't have a hero that wants to run in and really tank that until the Timber gets big. So that's why I also think this Timber Saw is really important, because I think Devi has to kind of yeet himself in here this game and not only do some serious damage, but absorb some serious contact. That's going to require him to be quite fat. So all eyes on him from me in terms of hero popping off. I would like it to be the Timber Saw. And for BB, GPK. This Slardar gets fast. If he can win the mid lane matchup, he will bring the Kez into the game. The Centaur can be there for utility, and your two supports can help you, you know, corner the Roshan and the Tormentor into your favor.
A Shadow Shaman. It's been a minute since I've seen that hero. What made BB team go back for this?
Get another instant stun in your lineup, another hero that can force objectives pretty quickly, give you high ground potential. Is a save classic. Maybe he just wanted to bust it out for some comfortability. Can be an annoying hero for Bane because of your foul play proc.
Yeah, okay.
He's a little bit there. You know, he's like, I don't want to be the guy who just gets all in. Did end up turning out all right in this game with the later pick Puck. But I don't think it's a crazy Shaman game by any means. Hero can suffer against Tiny. It's okay against Timber if you can kind of sit there and shackle him, but that's not guaranteed in a game like this where they have 4 stunners. So yeah, I think Save will have to prove himself on this hero in this one.
It's always good against those heroes that dive in very deep formation-wise into a team fight, which both Timbersaw and Puck do, but it gets worse if there are a lot of heroes that do that kind of deep dive.
I could see him getting run over in a game like this. Do have some solid frontliners. 2 cores that want a frontline and an Undying. That's usually a pretty good setup. Come down to
being chased after. Ooh, nice play. Bushwhack TP out. Pretty smart, as he very likely would have died there.
Nice space for the Timbersaw here, who's doing quite well on the early stages of this lane phase against a very strong lane in an Undying Kez. You get decayed down, you get chased down. It's not going to end well for you. Ultimately, though, GPK winning mid lane. It's coming away with the best of it. Nice little start for him. Yeah, he's cruising here. I don't think we see GPK lose lanes, to be honest.
Yeah, if he's in a favored matchup, especially.
Last game, he technically lost that lane against the Viper, but even while he was losing it, he was ahead in net worth.
Yeah.
So, was it really that bad of a loss for him?
Yeah, the experience didn't really seem to make the difference there. So
he just plays his game. Very stable nowadays. That is something BB are going to rely on here because he can bring this whole lineup into the mid game very nicely. Big change of pace, too, in terms of game 1, a huge amount of summons and ghost shove on the map. This game, almost none of it. Like, your biggest threat on lanes is the Shadowblade Tiny running around.
Yeah, it feels like we're going to be playing a very honest game.
Exactly. All the dirtiness went out the window in the game 1. We got it out of our system. Now you just get the brawl with some heavy team fight, heavy nukers, a lot of Roshan contests. I mean, the dirtiest hero in this game is probably Puck. I guess Kez, if you hate playing against that hero.
You're one of those people that hates Kez, which, you know, I am.
It's fair.
This hero is definitely not the same kind of terror it was earlier in the year.
And I feel like you'd rather play against Kez than a lot of the cheese picks in Dota 2, you know?
Yeah.
Compare him to last pick Naga, last pick Phantom Lancer, Tinker, Jungle Zeus. You know, I'll take the Kez.
And it's Bushwhack, kind of awkward. BB team actually had a small opportunity there. They've both got a lot of resources to work with. Kantomi's got 10 stick charges, though that goes out the way when he gets hit by Whirling Death with 2 or 3 trees.
Large wand on Devi right now. Don't want to get overbaited into this bottom skirmish. As GH steps forward, but that avalanche can always bail you out. And Tiny is just really annoying for the Shaman to play into. Very tough hero to interact with. Not a bad start for the lanes here on Enigma Galaxy side. I mean, BB are doing fine too, but Timbersaw at the top into an Undying, that's probably the real breadwinner here.
It seems like everybody's pretty close. The only hero that's really getting ahead in net worth is Devi, because he hasn't really expended anything yet on regen, and maybe he should have. Getting low and will actually die.
He did buy a salve and it was flying out, but I think he was waiting to try and get boots on the same courier, and that delayed it, and it gave you an opportunity to get this all in with the tombstone. No point in the timber chain just yet.
He was 200 gold up on anybody else in this game.
Yeah.
Now GPK almost dies, but a magic wand does bail him out. He's got his bottle. He will start regenning back up, and Loronoff's chances of getting another kill opportunity like that are probably pretty slim.
Omar is rotating in behind.
Yeah, maybe they can actually. Two-man avalanche. Turn around.
Nah, his top lane's just a big debate up here.
Yeah, just two big, beefy boys battling against each other all the time. Neither one getting low enough to get the kill. Supports have too much sustain between Brain Sap and Shackles to ever get low enough for the kill either.
Omar does get the D ward here off his own deeply placed obs, so that's pretty nice for the Hoodwink. It's going to secure a lot of this jungle rotation area for him. He wants to continue backstabbing mid. They get a sleep
Beautiful
toss combo.
Toss back. Samael stops the Shackles there with the avalanche and gets the kill.
Okay. Not a kill I expected, but a nice one to snag.
Yeah.
It's going to boost that tiny up considerably here as the squirrel and the zombie continue fighting.
The fact that you get that kill as Lotuses are about to spawn too, which means they should have the numbers advantage. Meanwhile, battle in the river. Loronoff is going to chase down Katomi here. Katomi's feeling like he doesn't really have much to do anymore. At some point in time, they get that one kill on Divide, but then Divide comes back full resources. Undying doesn't really interact with the hero anymore.
Nope. The other thing with Kez is if you're not getting kills with Kez, you don't want to just sit there and leech his XP. It's not going to feel good. It's like Weaver. You either need to be killing them for the bonus experience or give this guy the solo lane. You just sitting around is not going to help. It kind of makes this Undying Kez an awkward duo if you can't get aggressive. Because the Undying has to sit on lane for like first 7 or 8 minutes. He doesn't have another play on the map. Could contest Wisdom Shrine, I guess, but now with Tombstone on cooldown, that option goes out the window. They're kind of lingering around here with GPK. Maybe with this regen rune, he feels confident enough to swing by.
I don't know, man.
It looks scary, though.
Yeah, you're fighting into a Timber Saw on this with the TP rotations. Like, you know something's going to come through, and it's going to be both the Bane and the Puck, but maybe they can still get the Wisdom Shrine.
TPs are a little late here.
Yeah. GPK still has sprints. Coil's going to lock down these heroes. You're just fighting into Divide. Divide has so many resources, though. He's going to get a lot of damage done and not quite tick out. It's close, but the Kaiserite Katana will not be the death of him. Katomi drops the Tombstone, hoping they can still battle it through. Omar's going to TP back into play, though. This is an opportunity for a two-man bushwhack, and he lands it. Lower enough with the Orb on through, and a triple off with Divide. Jumping back in, he says, I want it all.
Give him the Tombstone kill on top. That is a massive gold injection. On the one hero you did not want getting that gold injection if you're a BB team, because he is going to make these frontliners like hell. A lot of damage coming out from him too. If he went down in that initial trade, how different will that sequence look? If you have Tombstone for that fight, how different will it look? But those little things, I thought Nigma were going to be a little late to the party. They were there to get the bigger prize. They lose Wisdom Shrine, but they get a lot of gold out of the exchange.
And, I mean, they probably got just as much experience, right?
Not for the supports, but overall, yeah. I think it was pretty close.
I guess so.
Hex in the river. This feels a little forced.
Yeah, Bushwhack and an Acorn shot that's going to do a lot of damage. Devi is coming over. Devi says off that all that farm, I got to help out my team here. And they're just going to run down the Slardar. GPK.
Even Sumail's showing up.
Yeah, that is quite the call from Nigma Galaxy, making sure they are not going to be outnumbered by the EB team.
This is the Nigma we saw in some of the earlier games in this tournament. Fast connections, a lot of early skirmish power. Not afraid to get their carry involved.
Oh, yeah.
Devi signature.
Talking to Devi, I asked him about playstyle-wise, changes for him since joining Nigma Galaxy, because obviously he's a very Devi player.
Animated
go in,
character,
go. Yeah. And it seems like he's calmed down a bit. He seems like he doesn't take as many risks, but I'd love to see that he's still popping off just like he used to. And Samael almost leads him to a kill on Mira, but now here comes GPK with two-man crush. Centaur still dies to GH, but if it costs them Samael, Nigma Galaxy might not be happy with this. So when Loronoff is TPing in, can he get here in time to get a punish off? GPK looks for the supports. GH, it's going to be a close call here, but he does manage to get off the Nightmare for another round of crush. Oop, silence goes off right as the Nightmare was traded away. A loss of damage there that results in, despite it being a 2v3 here, Nigma Galaxy feels like they don't have the damage to keep it going.
Kind of need the Tiny or the Timber in these engagements. The puck is not enough right now. These heroes just have too much early HP. You can get Lornoff's Courier with the treads completed on it. That's a nice little pickup there. Not a bad exchange, especially getting GPK involved in this game. He is a big target to bring this lineup together. They're still kind of skirmishing in this river where the Slard are strong, but I don't know if you're going to find too much here. You do have wards available and Tombstone. So that big presence, teamfight-wise, is online. If you can get a fight going around one of these tier 1s, you will be able to convert on it very nicely. And they get an Arcane Rune for GPK bottom, so nice rune to take away from the puck. There's the wards drop, just straight up.
Yeah, especially with Katomi zoning out these heroes. The wards are going to do a lot of damage before they even get here. But there's Devi. Once again, it seems like he's making it his MO to try and challenge GPK in dominance for these fights. If GPK is going to be there, then it almost requires Timbersaw to keep him from getting out of control.
I like that he's joining early fights. I don't think he has to sit bottom entirely this game, and it gives you a lot of extra damage to bring these big boys down. So lift the whole team up together. Doesn't have to be so isolated, so greedy. Still top net worth in this game.
Does mean he's giving plenty of room to the Kez, though.
For sure.
Which, is that a concern for you, Coil? Fiend's Grip, a lot being used here. Katomi. Well, he's got Soul Rip to try and keep GPK alive. Went for the kill on Omar. Bushwhack lands, almost finishing him off that final hit. It's not going to be enough. Now the Stampede Spinner's just going to run down Omar. Oh, this is a disaster as Kiritich makes his first move of the game and helps join in. 3 heroes dead. Enigma Galaxy just give it right back to BB Team.
So much presence from the Undying in that sort of engagement where you're not focusing him. He gets everything off. Multiple decays, Soul Rip going through, and Slardar, he's a tanky boy. That's why I like the Timber joining the early engagements, because you need the Whirling Death. You need the Chakram in these kind of plays. Puck is not going to give you early fighting power against these 2 strength boys on the front line. It's just not a good matchup for him. You lost your tower earlier too, so it's a lot harder to bring in any sort of reinforcements. A forced move that backfires pretty hard.
Really forced because he was still in the river as well.
Yes,
right? That's an extra 4 HP regen, an extra 3 armor. He went down to like 60 health.
It makes a difference. Yeah, it makes a difference. And you really have to be careful in these fights with the amps stacking up. If you end up in a situation where he gets 3 or 4 amps out and then the Kez joins, like, good luck, right? You're going to need Dispels in this game, Lotus Orbs, whatever it is to help deal and mitigate that physical presence. Save gets a haste rune, gets woken up, and begins the chase down. I don't know how far he wants to go with this. Okay, he's going to go real far.
All the way. Trying to free GH, it won't happen fast enough.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe it does, actually.
Oh, the suck. The grenade should be enough.
And down he goes. GH made a bit of a contest there between him and Omar sharing their neutral items, the extra movement speed, the extra physical armor.
I will say, this is about the time you want to kick this Kez out of here. I don't think you want to let Kiritich linger down here too much longer. He does have a Mage Slayer, but Timber has more than enough damage to power through this. Just him plus Hoodwink or him plus a Coil. Should be able to kick this carry out and start pressuring the tower.
Yeah, I'm surprised those supports aren't playing more to their Timber now. Like, Timber played to them earlier, but now I feel like it's got to swap over.
Well, the thing is, it's going to become more difficult because now if you force this play, you're going to be forcing it into a tier 1 tower that has a lot of HP and potential turnaround with the Shaman and the Undying.
Yeah, that's true.
It's kind of hard to dive into Tombstone Max Decay here with Stampede that can bail the hero out. Then you TP in the Shaman, someone's getting shackled, someone has a ward dropped on their head. These dives are not easy, so I don't blame Nigma not forcing that play bottom, but I think there was a window to kick this Kez out, and it has slipped by, which means got to keep the farm up. Back to the stacks, back to pumping some extra gold into this Timbersaw so he can get to that tanky status as fast as possible.
Well, what if you bring in the Tiny? Because Samael is going to get a Blink Dagger very soon, and that is where, like, the Slardar got his Blink Dagger. Feels like the 4-on-4 team fights maybe favor BB Team, but Tiny's going to have much more impact than Kez, most likely, in some of these early engagements once he gets Blink.
He's a way bigger threat. He can just demolish the fight very quickly if he finds the Shaman on a toss. Like, you jump the Shaman, toss him onto someone else, and avalanche those two. That fight is likely just over. Very hard to Stampede out of that situation, so I agree. Samael can have a huge presence here with this Blink Dagger reveal. They can bring him into a nice fight, particularly around one of these tier 1s, because these tier 1s are all effectively full HP right now. You got a little chip damage mid, but it's negligible. You have to start opening up these towers soon. Like, you do not want to give BB this much room to play around with a lineup that can instantly do Tormentor in this game, instantly do Roshan, You gotta start taking some of the map away.
GH, good positioning. A little two-man smoke gets ruined by the Bane. They're going to set up for the kill. With the sharpshooter, it makes it a lot easier. They actually drop the Fiend's Grip as well. It's quite the commitment. It does mean they have the numbers advantage if there is to be a fight in top lane. It looks like BB Team want to go for it all in on the Timber Saw. They actually make easy work of him, and he died fast.
Amp goes out. You have an amp damage on GBK as well.
Oh, yeah.
He just got melted. Didn't have a chance to build up any reactive armor.
Yeah, he's only got level 2 of it, and I don't know how many charges he had at the start of that fight, but...
You also get hit by Flesh Golem. There's a lot of amplification in this lineup.
That's a good point.
It does require you getting 4 melee heroes onto a target, which is punishable here. You know, you're going to get Avalanched or Bushwhacker coiled on that kind of play. It can go real bad real quickly, but
it's true.
It happens fast.
Nigma Galaxy were there just a couple seconds sooner. Could have made a big difference. Omar, can he turn around in time? He does land the sharpshooter.
All right, Tiny. Starting to make his presence felt in this game.
They need to be able to do it in such a dominant fashion, though, that they start taking towers, which is something that BB Team have acquired.
That's what I want to see. Tier 1's going down here. I think it's going to make this game a lot easier for Nigma to play. It's just hard to maneuver around the map right now. Like, GH is going to get casual sleep off here. Yeah, it's annoying, but you're not getting any deep vision out. You're not maintaining a presence on Radiant side of the map. And meanwhile, you lose another Tier 1 to the Shaman. Getting the job done here, pushing towards a fast Aether Lens. A lot of extra team gold.
Seeing this minus armor, damage champ, physical damage combination to BB Team, it does look very scary to play against, but does that also mean it's very easy for Nigma Galaxy to itemize out of?
Oh yeah, this is a Lotus Orb game for sure. AC Shivas if you can fit it in. Any armor goes a huge way. Any Dispel goes a huge way. Spell block against the Shaman. Nice toss.
You toss back into the Bushwhack and then the Sharpshooter.
Another nice kill for Sumail.
Very easy, but look at Divine. He just picked up a plate nail. So maybe the plate nail can help him live a bit longer, but his team is so far away they can't get here in time.
There's no chance. The Dessel's already done for Kiritich, so
yeah,
you're dealing with an insane armor meld. That wasn't even level 2 on the Corrosive Haze. So there's another 6 coming for GBK here in a short time.
They're holding on to the safe lane tower, giving BB Team, another 2.5 minutes. We got Tormentor spawning.
That's the thing. That kill doesn't likely happen if there isn't that Tier 1 there. Very efficient because these Tier 1s have stood up for so long, and they're going to make a quick sweep across the map. GBK with the ward plant doesn't see anything. Nice dodge from Nigma Galaxy here. Those Shaman wards are coming up. Again, you have to be a little worried conceding this much map control when this lineup can go in that Roche pit and do it so damn quickly.
Okay.
And even if you go to contest that fight is tough.
Yeah, it's a fight in the river against mid Slardar, right? Oh, miss Bushwhack. An opportunity miss there to Tombstone save. An early shard purchased by Katomi. This is going to be a great shard game.
One of their best tools against the Bane, the Coil. There's a lot that this Tombstone can kite out in this style of game, especially when the Stampede isn't guaranteed to get you out of those spells. It's kind of nice to have a backup here. If someone gets coiled or gripped, you don't want to Stampede them. So if you can Tombstone them, bypass that, and then Stampede away, you're enabling yourselves here. Feels pretty damn good. There's got to be some move going into one of these towers soon, right? Like, again, you get another play on this Timber bottom because this Tier 1's still here. It's just too easy.
It really is too easy. Considering how much damage he can do to BB Team if he's just freed. But
where is he supposed to farm? Where is he supposed to go?
Aren't playing to him at all.
And they even planted a deep lane ward. I mean, I say deep, but it's just a normal lane ward down here. So every time someone runs this bottom lane, they just TP Tier 1, set the play up. If Nigma go there with multiple heroes, you can bring in reinforcements yourself. Otherwise, the Kez is just going to keep farming. If there's a game to point to as to the importance of getting at least one Tier 1 tower down early, this is it. Because we're seeing BB abuse their extra map control really well right now. That's a great observer up here.
They've been setting up for a while. The initiation, though, goes a little bit awkward. Kiritich, he's going to come in at a big swing. Good force staff to get Sumail out of there, because with the Corrosive Haze, this Kaz does a lot of damage to him. All of his armor is gone right now. The Coil's going to hold him back. but it does not give Nigma Galaxy the way to get aggressive, especially with Divine Llama accidentally cliffing himself a little bit there.
Fast reaction from save. They get the D word on that spot as well, so that obs almost pays off, but instead it just gets killed. And that was kind of the last vision on the map here for Nigma Galaxy. Really getting stifled in terms of where these moves can go and what they can land on. Maybe you get a 20-minute power rune. Okay, get an illusion rune. Not a bad extra dispel in this game. But now Tormentor's on the map. Roshan's going top. Both of these objectives are heavily favored for BB here. You cannot afford to give it all away for free. Well, let's see what Nigma Galaxy can do in the next 5 minutes here in terms of either defending those objectives or getting some move of their own going. And can you send this Timbersaw in yet? He's rushing Shiva's guard. It's a ways away. It's still 1,000 off.
Yeah,
it will be a big time.
He's been rushing it for a while, but unfortunately these back-to-back-to-back deaths for him have kind of ruined things.
You're just not going to have another frontline armor source in this game. It's not going to come from Puck. The Tiny gets a little naturally, but honestly, it's not enough. He's only sitting on 12. That armor got nerfed. It was a couple patches ago, sure.
Yeah, that's true. BB team, free Tormentor. Nigma Galaxy, once again, it feels like when some of their early game doesn't go quite right, they settle into kind of a passive phase, which you've talked about. You know, Nigma Galaxy, I think we both agree they look best when they're very active and aggressive.
For sure. You want to see Divine Sumail getting aggressive kills on the map, looking for opportunities, and not have this much map control taken away from them so early. You know, when you talk to this team, you talk to Devi, it's like, I have this perception of Devi as a extremely aggressive all-planer. And then when you talk to me, he's like, yeah, playing with Sumail, he's really aggressive. That's from his perspective, you know? So if he's saying he's really aggressive, and he's already a very aggressive player, there's a lot of aggression in the squad that, honestly, BB have just shut down so far in the series. The first game was the Naga pick, which is an anti-aggression hero, an archetype. Here it's just been really solid defensive gameplay, defending the towers, dewarding a lot of obs, killing a lot of potential for moves. Even situations like this, right? This doesn't look like anything's happening, but right now BB are happy with it. Because they are controlling the objective. They're about to force the objective, and the smoke move from Nigma Galaxy failed. So even though this trade-off in theory doesn't harm either team, you're not getting that potential you want right now if you're Nigma Galaxy, and that's allowing BB to commit to their game plan.
I mean, if they let BB team take this Roshan, they don't even get a tower somewhere on the map. I mean,
they're not even getting the tier 1 bottom. And
no.
This is what I'm saying. You're not getting that trade-off. You're not opening up anything for yourself right now. You're just getting caged. This feels too passive, too tentative. This is not the Nigma Galaxy we saw winning all of those games in the group stage, right?
No, not at all.
And maybe some of that is, okay, I'm not sure where to make the move or how to make it. You know, we lost this Timber twice bottom, fine. But at some point, you're going to have to be decisive, make an aggressive move in this game, because BB are getting more off the map right now. And it's not as if they just auto-win late game or something.
No, of course not.
But you could feel the momentum right now.
Yes.
And they're getting the BKBs. The BKBs are going to be a nice timing here. This Kez can continue to scale for a long time in this game.
Sumail opting to a BKB. Looks like BKBs for Timbersaw and Tiny.
I don't mind that.
See where Lornoff goes from here. Kez is very stacked, and he is going to go an Aghanim Scepter 4th item. See that switch around. GPK still needs his BKB, and Miro is going to follow suit with a BKB of his own. No early heart.
No.
Just smaller items that ensure that they don't get run over by Nigma Galaxy. The early Lotus, Helmet Dom, that gives them a lot of armor to work with.
Very strong build as we go into the mid game. Won't scale as fast as the heart buildup, but he can always go back for it here. And he did get the extra gold injection from the shard off the Tormentor. So, you know, team items pay off by getting you a little extra freebie here.
Trying to set up for Palroon, BB team at spawns top, where they were already congregated.
This is a big move for Nigma Galaxy. They don't have the tiny BKB, but they have that Shiva's Timber on the front line.
Yeah, this war did give them some ideas of one hero on BB team who might be a bit out of sorts here. Avalanche and Coil instantly. Toss. A lot expended there from Nigma Galaxy. They get the kill rather easily. Now maybe we can finally get, what, the safe lane tower bottom?
Yes, please get some tier 1s here. You know, this kill is super valuable if you can open up the map off it into this Aegis as well.
Well, the person to hit it would be Samael. He's not going for it.
Oh, look at Sage setting up here.
Yeah. He's got an Aether Lens.
Dude, the power of the tier 1s this game has been insane.
TP back in.
That's so frustrating. We'll get you to your tiny BKB. This will at least equalize the carry diff a little bit here. And you waste some of that Aegis period. This is not BB getting aggressive with the Aegis. Just kind of chilling right now.
Came through the gate, pushed out the lane, now back through the gate, where they do have this really nice ward placed up in this top part of the map.
All right, all your cores are farming. It's not as if you're bleeding big cores in this map, in this game.
Omar spotted and got him on the stun, so.
I will say, Puck's win rate, terrible. Panel talked about it, but I think Puck's win rate in the games that go ultra late is significantly higher. Like, this hero can still shine when it gets to 6 odds.
So what, like 30% to like 45%, or what are we talking about here?
Well, I'd say it's it goes up to at least 50.
Okay, all right.
In my heart.
In my heart. Don't actually have the numbers to back that up, but...
Look, stats don't lie, Austin.
Yeah.
I don't know the stats, but they don't lie. Whatever they are, they don't lie. I believe in them.
Kiritich is going to use this Aegis to knock down a tier 2 at top lane, Enigma Galaxy. Unless they have some sort of sign, some sort of vision that tells them that they should take this fight. Which we know they should, but of course it's just because there are 2 cores on the side of BB team. Playing very, very safe.
They did get a tier 1 bottom, though. They did get the tier 1 bottom. That's a big deal.
25-minute tier 1?
Better to come later than never. That's what I always say.
Yeah.
And they immediately vacate the entire area, so.
Smoke up from BB team. They're only up 6K, though. This is one last effort here to make use of the Aegis in a more significant way than just taking a tower. And they're going to have an opportunity here, that's for sure. GH is going to run right into Kiritich. Ghost Scepter pops, but he's going to be held by the shackles. GPK pops his BKB and goes in. Didn't really get the catch on Lornoff they were hoping for. It's just a Bane kill.
Pops BKB, pops amp damage. You think he's going to do a lot. Instead, you just kind of run into this Timber Saw, which you're not doing anything towards.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was pretty good for Enigma Galaxy. They lost a hero.
They're not sad about that. That's going to finish off this Aegis period. You still have your BKB up on the Tiny. You're going to get to your Timber Saws here. And the Puck is continuing to scale. Pushing out waves, not dying on the map. That's all you want right now. I wonder if Lornoff will go for any sort of Aeon Disc buildup against some of these instant stuns, or if he's just going to try and go for the conventional, Octarine Shiva's tank build where you have so much HP you can survive through a couple stuns. Because they have so many stun interrupts for the Shaman, I think that is a viable path.
Yeah, well, they have offensive stun interrupts, and then they also have Nightmare, right? Which can be enough of a save for a hero like Puck, right?
It's okay in this game, yeah. You also have 2 frontliners, so I would like to see him itemize whatever he feels can be the harder scaling build and the more aggressive build when he's at the 5 or 6 slots, rather than I just want to survive. This is not a game where you want your Puck thinking, I just want to survive. You want him thinking, I'm going to carry this game. I'm going to put it on my back. And I also think that's how Enigma Galaxy want to play around Lornoff in general. Like, you want him to be the secret sauce as the game goes later and later. And just let these 2 side laners brawl it out.
Trade away from a BB team ward. They drop a ward of their own. Enigma Galaxy is looking for the setup. A BB team are baiting out GPK. They also show, okay, we saw the ward. Enigma Galaxy. You know that the play on this side of the map is kind of ruined for now.
Game is slowing down for
Fake retreat, though. Then kind of back up and then go in.
Well, they have this really good ward down here they want to use.
Yeah, both sides have a very good ward that they're getting a lot of information on each other. So they both think there is an opportunity here. GPK pushing out to that lane ward, playing to it. Lotus, and there's Omar. So might be able to get the pick off on him. Omar's going to shoot himself down the cliff, go for TP out. Kataomi jumps in. They do manage to hit the Hex there as save. Force Staff, Aether Lens.
he's pretty farmed. A lot of extra net worth on this support duo. That's making up the bulk of the difference here. I mean, this could be a game where Shaman gets to BKB or something and it just becomes a menace. Can't underrate how much work this hero can do in late game scenarios. You have another Tormentor coming up soon as well. You have a minute for the Tormentor, 30 seconds for a potential Roche spawn. We see GH setting up down here.
A very cool play. I don't think I've ever... Have you ever seen anybody make this this burrow through the trees to get to this high ground spot? I haven't seen it.
It's a nice little spot. I don't know what he's going to do with it, but he's got a nice view.
And this late ward is doing some wonders here. Meanwhile, BB Team, they've been playing with a gem. And so they have been working with a bit more information. They'll be setting up for another Tormentor soon. Nigma Galaxy likely to contest this.
I think if Nigma can get to the triple armor item, they're in a decent spot. They're going Shivas on the puck, they're going AC on the Tiny. Yeah, it's double Shivas, but in this game, you need as much plate mail buildup as you can get. I think at that point, you're negating a lot of the Slardar's impact, and if you can find the Kez, the fight's just over. There's a lot of pressure in Kiritich not to get exposed early on in the engagement. Centaur's not going to pick up the damage slack yet. The Slardar isn't going to do it.
That was a fake TP. Divine Llama, I think, TP'd in range of the creep wave as like the vision was lost. The unfortunate part for them is that there was still a lane ward, so he canceled his TP, went to the smoke. It was a very cool idea, just unfortunately it doesn't deceive BB Team at all.
They're very grouped, very ready.
Nigma Galaxy may own this part of the map, but BB Team are now playing to maybe an early Roshan spawn instead of that Tormentor.
It still has to be through the Kez. The Slardar is not punching above his weight right now into all the plate mail buildup. There's a Pavis as well, there's a Ghost Scepter, there's a lot of physical mitigation on the field compared to some of the earlier engagements, so it has to be the Kez getting in there and dealing the big damage. If he gets gripped, if he gets bushwhacked into Ava Toss or something, these fights can easily go Nigma Galaxy's way right now. And you'd love to get in here and get this next Roshan. Another minute for the spawn. Tormentor is available, but no one's eyeing that up right now.
If you love the armor timing from Nigma Galaxy, are you willing to give up this Roshan? For it, right? Because you're going to have to take this fight without the AC, which is close from Sumail, but not close enough.
I think you are willing to.
Okay.
But that is a bird's eye perspective, right?
Yeah,
The feel in the game is likely a little different. They could feel that this Aegis counts a lot for what BB want to do in terms of when they want to try and end the game. However, I think from our perspective, getting this AC on Sumail is going to be a huge deal here. You just completed the Shivas on the puck. Like, you're almost there, right? You're almost at that point where all of your cores are going to be able to displace a lot of this physical damage, and you're going to have a lot more room to work with in the fight. And that's just what you want. Room and time against Kez. If he can't go in and burst targets down as BKB runs out, he pops an early Raptor Dance, Ravensvale, whatever it is, and then you can kind of take the second half of that fight. You can control him. You can beat him down here. You can outmaneuver him with some of the mobility.
Let's Roche is spawning so late into the game that with a little bit more delay, Sumail's actually going to get this AC. I really thought there was going to be some sort of clash over this Roche sooner, especially since very often as Roshan is about to spawn, we see teams smoke up, try and wrap on each other, try and get some sort of initiation. But
dare I say it, stars aligning right now.
Maybe they are, maybe they are.
The perfect item timing to combat this objective.
How does this change the fights for BB Team then?
Look for supports a lot more.
Okay.
You want to take the control out of the engagement so that you have more time to play with this Kez, more time to run around with your Stampede and your Slardar.
Do you think that means the win condition for Nigma Galaxy in this fight is easier? Because they going on supports would be good, but also going on the Kez and killing him first would also be good, right?
Assuming there's no save, and that's a big, he can get Tombstone.
Right.
He can get Stampeded. There's some saves in this lineup.
They're going to jump Sumail. He gets Force Staff away, Harpoon away, rather. They got the Bushwhack onto the Kez. Are they going to turn for him? Not quite so much. Lornoff and Devi had already hit the back line a little bit. These heroes are getting low. Devi, he sees an opportunity here. Kiritich has to use BKB. Devi responds with a BKB of his own. A fair trade off, two-man stomp though from Mira. What a hit! And that's going to follow up with the Crush as well. Very nice, but a BKB from Sumail stops some of this aggression from BB Team, especially with a buyback of GH. A little bit of a reset now from Nigma Galaxy. It's BB team to control the river and the pit, but Roshan's about to swap over in just 25 seconds.
They used the save buyback against the GH buyback. Very even exchange overall. Both teams popped all of their BKBs there as well. That shows you how tanky a lot of the heroes are in this game. That Timbersaw is doing a lot of damage when he goes in there. That chakra was perfectly placed right on that little stairway that you're trying to get back through. Like, look at these two cores trying to run through it. It's miserable. Devi, he chunks Kiritich down, and the second the Kez is out of the fight, it's not looking too bad for Nigma, but some big stuns land for BB.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Miro seeing this opening, it would have been kind of a clear Nigma victory. Not a large one, but a small one, but instead we kind of even up on this even space. And, well, pretty even net worth as well. It was a very early 6,000 net worth lead from BB team, but it is stagnated ever since. And we're still sitting at that marker. And now Nigma Galaxy have Roshan on their side of the pit. More buybacks to play off of with this outpost.
Might get a free pick off here too.
Katomi, they run into him off the smoke. Kill like that, but he does have the extra life with the Ceaseless Dirge.
I don't think you can get in here and fight this though, and this could be a really bad loss for a Slardar Kez lineup that needs these Aegises to kind of power through all the HP here. Assuming you lose it, Nigma hesitating a little bit here.
And checking for Power Rune. Just give them that extra edge. Meanwhile, GPK, he pushed it in top lane, but they got to get here fast. They jump onto the Centaur. Not the easiest jump, that's for sure. Sumail, he gets nullified. Fiend's Grip does go out onto GPK, but there's the Tombstone save. Beautiful stuff, and Miro jumps to the back line as well. GH, that's a dive back on him. Well, BKB TP away from Sumail.
Got out. He died.
Oh, he dives inside of the fountain as the damage over time to the Kazurai Katana. Finishes him off, and now Devi, desperate TP away. It works because of a nice bushwhack from Omar. He bails him out. Still a lost fight for Nigma Galaxy, though, as BB team firm control over the pit.
You can't.
Roshan.
You can't commit on Centaur. They didn't even really commit. They kind of just poked him and backed out, but even that was enough to create an opening for BB. Get some deep jumps with the Slardar in there. Tombstone save on the grip. You can't reform around that kill, and all of a sudden the fight becomes too chaotic. The Tiny has to bail. This is a 4,000 HP Heart Centaur with armor, with Pendulum. You're just not ever bursting him down.
No, not at all.
Almost bailed the situation out. If Sumail lives, this isn't the worst team fight I've ever seen, and you do get out because the bash was ticking up for GPK, did not have it in him.
Yeah, just that little small stun from the bushwhack stops that final hit, which would have been the bash.
But now he has an Ags on. This Centaur's top network. Like, you gotta respect what Miro's bringing to the table here. Now he has an Ag save for somebody else in the fight. This is where the lineup becomes really toxic to play against, because who do you go on? You can't go on this guy. If you go on someone else, they can potentially get carded. They can potentially get Tombstones saved from the grip.
Right.
There's just not an easy target to jump in this lineup. And then you're kind of dancing around in a fight where at some point Save can just go in and lock somebody down with Hex. There's a reason Hex is a staple in the history of this game.
There is still the advantage of repositioning with Tiny Tossback, right?
Maybe you look for that more.
Saves less effective against that. Divine Llamas can certainly still play a bit of front line. Kez,
nice damage.
Getting burned out of a lot of his health here. Sumail actually jumps in, sees the opportunity. Did finish off Katomi. Now the heals come through, and the Timbersaw needs some help. They win for a Nightmare save. Really nicely done by GH. And Devi even wants to go back in and take away this Aegis, land the Chakram, but there's the Tombstone save. So the saves from both supports, big part of this last fight that results in no kills.
There's a big question, can BB scale the damage farther here? Because I don't want to say they have damage issues, but they have the start of damage issues, is what it feels like. And you're kind of peaking here in terms of what your DPS looks like. That's one of the issues with the mid Slardars. It's hard for him to up his own damage considerably. Like, you can kind of get some of these later items. You get tankier, you get a little more annoying in the fight. You can get the lower crush cooldown and all that. And it starts to pick up a little bit as we go later and later here.
Well, isn't the Corrosive Haze undispellable?
That's also
Doesn't
big,
that solve a lot of
that'll
problems?
help. That'll help for sure. But then I think you're still playing a lot around this Kez. And I'm just worried if this Kez ever somehow dies. Like, what does your team fight look like?
Heritage only had one death in game one. He has two in this second game. The B team start mounting a response to this pressure in the bottom right part of the map. Save doesn't get jumped. They have some vision to work around. Nigma Galaxy forming a similar setup here. With Divine Llama on the front lines, hits him with the Shivas. Nice bushwhack, that's beautiful, and he can only save one of them here as long as Divine doesn't die. Once again, the Nightmare save. Oh, they got the bash on him though, and he's not able to get the Timber Chain away.
Still have Aegis here for 2 minutes, so this is not a fight you want to overcommit to if you're Enigma Galaxy. You just cut your losses and get the hell out. Overwhelming damage when you can put every core on top of one target.
It worked out the first time in the mid lane, but it does seem like Divine Llama
too isolated there.
Underestimating the damage there from BB Team, especially the way to be able to... The save isn't guaranteed, right? It's just, you Nightmare, it creates a pause long enough for you to get the Timber Chain out, but there's these bashes. Kez can stop you.
There's a lot of disable, a lot of chain stun potential if you can isolate a target. The old fish cart does it again.
An early banner drop. They're not going to waste any time. 40 seconds on the Timber Saw. They say that's good enough to hit this tier 3.
And they have triple Pendulum on the side of BB Team. All 3 cores going Pendulum, just delaying the burst
stop on a Sumail. Sumail needs some help here. Can they get him out? He turns around with the BKB and needs to kill the Kez, and he can go and get the heals where the Kazurai Katana ticks away at him. That's going to be the loss of the Aegis, but a tier 3 down, and maybe still a barracks to go. 12 seconds left till the Timber Saw is back up.
There's a Tombstone save available.
Yeah, with no foil, it makes quite a big difference. BB Team, a lot easier for them to get out when the time is right. They'll leave the wards to finish off that melee barracks. The first building down of game 2.
Very nice siege from them. Giving up very few openings to get that toss back that you're looking for. That's so scary in this high ground push. It's your best tool against this lineup. I think we might have to start looking for some of those tosses more than you want to have to this early on. Just too much chain save, too much survivability right now.
Will be some pretty big damage upgrades. Enigma Galaxy trying to finish up a Daedalus. Octarine almost done for the Puck.
He's getting there.
Those 2 cores will get something. But of course, BB Team now with a 15,000 net worth lead. They are similarly getting big items. Daedalus for the Kez. That's going to amp things up quite a lot.
Oh yeah.
And Miro is going to be untouchable if he gets more armor, which he's trying to complete a Shiva's on top of the Lotus.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
This Kez is stacked. Almost level 25. Got the shard off the Tormentor. Fully 6-slotted. Outside of exchanging that Mage Slayer for something else, even higher DPS here. And this with the Scotty build-up, you have a lot of HP to work with, which is nice for your saves, getting in there before you get bursted on top of the Pendulum, giving you a little more time. This is a tough target to bring down. I like how BB have itemized here and kind of played around this idea of, you know, yeah, if they can toss burst this Kez at the start of the fight, it's going to be rough, but we're making that as difficult as possible to do.
Right.
And it might get to a point where you can kind of just run these other cores in a little loosely, like we're just going to throw the Centaur and the Slaughter and see what's happening, and if Kirchich likes that fight, then he gets a guaranteed ability to join that without getting initiated on. If he doesn't like it, maybe you can either cut your losses or get out.
Divine Llama trying to take the outpost, gets stopped by Save. Surrounded by the wards, Avalanche on 2, though that's a really good setup. If they had some follow-up damage, it'd be really nice, but Miro still got off the cart, put the Kez inside of it, and drives them away. The BKB was used by GPK. Enigma Galaxy, a fishing expedition. They got something out of BB Team, but they can't really chase.
Still looking for the Daedalus plus buyback on Sumail. He's trying to save for both here. Will be a big damage upgrade on that front line.
It's a shame for Enigma Galaxy that they don't have better things to follow up that Avalanche. Right, it's like the only AoE disable that they really have that works with that is going to be the Bushwhack. But then also, at the same time, Timbersaw, when he goes in, he's going to be cutting down all these trees.
It's not
so
easy.
It's kind of awkward.
Ideally, you lead a fight with a multi-hero Bushwhack. I mean, that kind of goes without saying.
It would be.
But then at least the combo chain is a lot easier to execute here. Let's see if Omar can find the opening. Still BB in control, the net worth in control of this game.
Level 25 Kez gets the +1 Echo Slash attack, so
yeah.
You're going to need some repositioning tools for these heroes. They can't afford to get hit by all 3 of those.
It's just incredibly debilitating.
His mid tower is still up, and Sumail doesn't want to let it stay up any longer as he put himself too far forward here. Tried to hit the Bushwhack, And Kez inside the cart actually tossed together away from Sumail, because Sumail, he needs the distance right now. All he's got is a harpoon to work with, trying to get away from these heroes. Oh, he's getting jumped. Nullfire placed onto him. He can't get away. He has to turn and fight. It's his only option, but these heroes are just too damn tanky. Sumail's eventually going to go down. It's up to the others of Nigma Galaxy. Devi has already cut down the Shadow Shaman. Now looking back to Katomi. 2 supports down. Devi getting a little stuck right now, though. That's no good. Now he's got 2 cores on top, and they burst him down nice and easy. It doesn't matter how much reactive armor you have against so much physical damage.
The second the Kez gets loaded in that cart, it looks rough because you're tiny committed on that front line. There's no way you can bail him out. There's no way you can kite that fight in the long run. And Sumail kind of just walked into it. I don't know if he was thinking he's just going to take that tier 1 and blink out, or
yeah,
they weren't there, but
odd.
He gets caught in a moment that he probably regrets giving him that opening.
And it's so close to some levels that I think do change things, right? Level 25 on Puck. That helps with this Octarine, you being able to spam out these spells even faster. Maybe some really long team fights. You can get double coils out.
All 3 of their course 25s are nice. They add up in these long fights. There's another nice coil, some decent damage, but it's not doing a lot on its own. No Ags, no Divine. We're not in that territory yet.
Going to be 2 lanes of barracks, easy for BB team. Nigma Galaxy on their last hope here.
They are just continuing to build the tank. Like Hart, Slardar, Vlad's Undying. Everybody's such a difficult target in this game.
Saint, you're going to run out of damage.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Great bushwhack here. You disjoint this a little bit and you toss that lawnmower onto your timber saw. Like, you deal with that thing. I don't want any business with it. But you still don't have the Daedalus on the Tiny here. He was holding on to 4,000 gold. So like, you're holding gold for buyback, but you're taking the fight in a place where even if you buy back, I don't think you can get here fast enough to make a difference.
Also, it seems like they have damage issues right now. So can you really afford not to buy out this Daedalus?
That's a big question mark on this fight. Like, you do get to clean up some of the backline here with the mobility. That part looks good. But again, it takes so damn long. Still sitting on 4,700 gold. Didn't die on courier or something, right? Like, he's just trying to get to buyback plus the Daedalus here. Refuses to buy out, but I think you have to.
So very close to it. But if you get that damage item, and in the process, Kez picks up another extra life. Roshan Roar is going to stall things a bit here, and BB team are not going to be caught inside this pit.
This is the Roshan where you don't really just want to force it anymore if you're BB. You're looking for the fight off of the objective force. You're trying to get Nigma Galaxy to bite the bait and come in a little bit so you can get some nice angle. They're going to smoke and look exactly for that with a big flank. There is a high ground defensive ward from Nigma. They have 2, in fact, on this area. So it is a good place for them to fight. If they can break the smoke on a ramp, try and get a quick stun off. You have buybacks into the outpost. Could work out well for you if BB do not execute well.
I love that they're getting away from this secret shop high ground cliff area, going all the way around. And now, the Shivas pops, they spot the Bane. That's just who they wanted. With the Nullifier already out on him, GH is dead. Jump in from Lordov, trying to clear out some of these heroes. BKB activated from save, managed to get the hold on Sumail.
Look at the focus.
BKB, and there's that focus.
Instant buy.
You've got the buyback, and now you're going to have to use it and win this fight. It's your only option. A jump onto the Omar, Hoodwink, he's dead next. Sumail comes in with his BKB and starts laying into both Kiradich and
He's just dying again.
Losing this fight, he can't win it anymore. He doesn't have the damage, and BB team, they're just too big, too bad, too tanky, too much to handle for Nigma Galaxy, and they will win out this fight and win out the game. Devi is their last hope, and he last man down for a Kiradich rampage.
The damage from this Kez is out of control. The second he gets loaded in the cart, there's just like nothing you could do. You just run him out of the coil. There's no control that can go onto the Kez. The Bane died very early on. He is just swinging this katana over everybody at almost 12,000 damage.
And one of the melee heroes that looks really good with the card, because if they get the save and he gets off the Raptor Dance, it's a full heal for him, and they can drag that Raptor Dance right over Nigma Galaxy and claim the 2-0.
This is a team I think has been a little underestimated in this event. Like, they are looking better and better every series we see them. They understand the meta. Their drafts are very strong. They can cheese you with some good last picks. You know, they always have that Huskar mid. They have the Arc Warden, some random stuff that can come out. Miro plays a lot of these summons heroes in the offlane. It's not easy to keep all the threats in mind to get a good draft. And then even when you do, we haven't seen this team really lose lanes. They're a very difficult team to beat on lane, so you can't really run them over. Okay, well then we have to out-team fight them. Yeah, but then it's like we saw here, it's not an easy team to out-team fight. They're very mechanically skilled. They have good angles on those smokes. They understand how to play around the objectives, not force it too much, kind of bait enemies in, then take the fight. I mean, that's a fight into outpost, into enemy vision, into the buybacks, and they don't drop a single hero.
Great.
Like, that's disgusting execution. So they are in form right now. They're going to be a tough team to beat here as we go deeper into the event. Man, they're looking to win it all.
And they're looking very, very good, and with a very definitive win over Enigma Galaxy. This is really the only misstep I feel like BB Team had over this whole series. I feel like it was very disciplined play. That was just the one go. This was one of the worst looks for Enigma Galaxy, trying to go on this Slardar and just coming very close to getting the kill, but not good enough. And even if you did, you end up losing 3-4. I had to go back to, you had this Timbersaw who was so strong. Divide Llama secured an advantage, but it didn't feel like the team utilized the Timbersaw that well in this early to mid game.
I felt like he couldn't stand on the front line. Like, either the fight is being split and they're both assassinating the back lines of the fight, or it's not just him anchoring it. I also think a lot of this game was decided, let's be real. The first tier 1 for Enigma Galaxy went down at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
How many of the deaths were preventable if you had some earlier tier 1s? How many of this map would have opened up for a hero like Puck, for a hero like a Blink Tiny who's trying to get pickoffs? You couldn't get the lanes in deep. You're dying trying to get this tier 1. You just don't have the space to work with.
Absolutely. It has been a clean 2-0 from BB Team. We can go up stage now for our winners interview.
Thank you so much, Cap and SVG. I am here with GPK. Can we get a little noise, please? Congratulations, sir. Heck of a match. You got to be feeling pretty good right now, am I right?
I speak on Russian?
Yeah, sure, please.
Да все отлично, чувствую себя хорошо. Фокон вылетели, так что думаю, надеюсь, что мы хорошо пойдем по сетке.
Yes, all marvelous, all good. The headphones are off, and I believe that we will continue moving forward with the grid.
All right, fantastic. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Lina. I mean, we saw this today. It's like deja vu. Game 1, big Lina plays from the last series. Same with you today. Were you copying, or was this your plan to come in?
Нет, мы не копировали. Я на линии, в принципе, очень давно начал играть. Я чувствую, что в этом герое есть, как-то высокая сила. Но я играю другим билдом, и мне кажется, в каком-то плане это сильнее даже в компетитив доте. Но это лично мое мнение.
Well, no, we were not copying. It's just that with Lina, I've been playing for quite a while. It's just that we tilted and sort of deviated the strategy there and there. But yes, indeed, it was a mesmerizing experience to do that today.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about Slardar. Would you recommend people do this at home? Because I don't see anybody play this hero like you.
Просто да, рекомендуете дома это делать, потому что я, честно говоря, никогда так не делаете это здесь.
Ну, лично я ненавижу этого героя, но нашей команде он подходит, и вроде у нас получается с ним побеждать, так что why not?
Honestly speaking, I hate this hero.
No!
But without that hero, our team can win, so that's why we are using him for sure.
Dang, sometimes you gotta do what you hate for victory. Fair enough. All right. Well, we saw VG earlier today. We saw their 2-0. Now we saw your 2-0. You're up against them next. Very similar series. What do you think is going to happen in the next one? Is it going to be another 2-0, or will they present a challenge?
We just destroy them.
You will destroy them! I don't need a translation for that! All right! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up One of the best mids in the world, GPK. Thank you so much. And let's get your team up here, gentlemen. It is time. Don't leave. I need you. You must stay. We got a key to crush, my friend. Come on up. Come on up. Now, one of you has to be the key crusher. Who would it like? Oh, yeah, let's go, baby. Who's crushing this key? Who's it going to be? We can even give it to our boy over here. No. GPK, you crushing?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, let's go. It's time for the crushing. Open the doors. Nigma Galaxy's time has come to an end. The copium flows upon the floor as it dissolves as quickly as it came. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. GPK, please, to our keymaster, gather around as best you can, boys. We're about to see Nigma go down. Hit it, my friend. Here comes the crush. Hopes, dreams, the world weeps, and they say, yeah, baby, all the way. Oh, hell yeah. There we are. Let it go. But you got it. Let it go. You're killing them. Thank you. Oh, fantastic. Okay, like a fine wine, we shall present the key to you. You must say yes. It is crushed enough for your expectations. Crush them in real life, just like in the game. Go ahead, please inspect the key. Is it crushed enough? Good?
Nice. Yes.
Nice. All right, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, goodbye to Nigma Galaxy. Hello to BBT. Moving on. Let's give it one more time for the boys. There we go. And we'll shoot it back to the panel.
A dominant 2-0 here on the main stage. BBT move forward, guaranteed top 4 here at EWC for Dota 2. They will have Vici Gaming to go up against next. But let's break down this game we just witnessed, because it was a more even draft, which is what we wanted from Nigma Galaxy. And still, it's BB Team that dominated this game.
Yeah, I think we just saw two different caliber of teams today. Obviously, Nigma lost the series, and I don't feel like we saw them at their best, but I also think BB Team did show their absolute best that they've been working towards this entire year, and it's nice to see a team that has historically done well during the regular season that's now ramping up at the right time. It seems like they've fixed some classic issues for them, Mira.
Yeah, and I like that they came in today with very clear ideas and things that we didn't maybe see them do before, like the Naga Siren, and with their vision, they were able to execute it very well and very easily. In fact, it looked almost too easy in that game too, because the draft was a bit more even, but it did feel like they always had that one step in that mid game over Team Nigma, and you wouldn't expect it to be that way potentially, especially if there's a Timbersaw in the game versus that kind of heroes, but wasn't even close.
It was not, and you know, the kill score at some point, it looked kind of even, but at the end of the day, I think the majority of the skirmishes that we saw all took place either in the middle of the map or on the side of Nigma Galaxy. I felt like BB's side of the map was never, Brian, in contention.
Yeah, it feels like there's so many ways to lose the game right now. There's so many ways to lose the draft, and you talk about like what the game looks like, and the Mira said earlier, the draft is half of it and executing is the other half. But for me, it's like, we saw this Shadow Shaman come out, and we're wondering why Shadow Shaman? We've hardly seen this hero at all. And then Mira said, oh, it might be a preemptive counter to the puck. And it's like, when you have the answers already picked in your draft, and you also have a very run-at-you lineup, you're going to have decent lane matchups. You have Centaur, Slardar, Kez. If this is not the like signature low cooldown, we're going to be up in your face for the entirety of the game. I don't know what is. I just looking at the heroes on paper, I think they tried to pick Timbersaw as like a hero that can sustain through that or be durable enough, but I don't think there's such thing. And yeah, BB Team, they just brought the heat constantly.
They made some really great plays too off the back of GPK Slardar, and he said in the interview he doesn't like playing the hero so much, but he'll do it for his team, and it was super valuable in this game because this Timbersaw that we talked about is like the one strong hero in Nigma's draft. At some point he was just getting blink stunned by the Slardar, killed by that Kez, or blink stunned by the Centaur, and just getting that damage amped so much by Slardar's ulti that we couldn't really feel his presence in that early game, and then that cascaded into them just feeling really weak in the mid game on Nigma.
Yeah, a tough game for them for sure. Potentially the break that they had was killer as well, because we definitely did not see them at their best. But that's the reality of it. You have to be able to perform at any time on any stage, especially with single elimination. You got to do everything you can to be as prepared as you can be.
Yeah, I also think it's a bit of that extra flair of creativity. It's a combination of, it's like, yeah, GBK said they didn't steal it, but they weren't picking Lina earlier on in this event, and that means you have to be able to kind of take inspiration from what other teams are doing. And also, it's like GBK's always played Lina historically. It's not like he learned the hero for the sake of the game that he won today. It's this extra layer on top of the meta that we always talk about. You have a long group stage. You're already on like the 4th day of the playoffs, and the teams that I've been seeing winning, especially Vici Gaming with the upset earlier and BB Team as well, is they just seem to have that extra spark of creativity, the one little curveball that the other team didn't really factor in, and just played a huge role in the draft.
Yeah, you said, Brian, during the draft, you know, when the Centaur came out, this is for you the hero that is very much shaping the tournament, but there's another hero on the rise that is very much shaping this tournament. We saw yesterday Malady crush on it. I'm talking about the Undying. I believe there's a couple Undying clips that you want to highlight specifically because of this.
Yeah, I want to talk about the fact that teams like BB Team, they always have answers to what the other team is doing. In this game, we felt like Nigma Galaxy did not have answers. So in this first clip, you're just going to see that they're Fiends gripping the Slardar here, and there's a tombstone at the bottom of our screen. And this is meant to be a 3-man gang from Nigma Galaxy, but meantime, instead of being able to focus the Slardar, they feel like they have to back off and instead retreat. You have the Centaur, obviously, to stampede and take him to safety, get safe in position to lock down Lornoff on the puck. But this was kind of the story of every single play that Nigma tried to make when the game was still even. So if we take the next clip, you're going to see that Kataomi, in order to take the tower, just lays a tombstone down. And I'm just going to fast forward a little bit through this as, like, Nigma Galaxy, they just avoid the tombstone entirely. They're lingering, they're lingering, they're lingering. They're going to wait for that tombstone to finally end, and they're like, okay, I guess we're now allowed to go. And they do manage to get the kill on Miro, but this is kind of the fight scenario that they're in, and this is a problem being posed by a 5-position hero, not a core. And this is an example of, okay, we're going to get a kill on save. Maybe a little bit of a missed bushwhack by Omar, but there's also a GH Bane coming in, and the tombstone save, and the puck. And I guess we're just going to walk away now is the option, and Save, who's a low HP support, gets saved by the tombstone. And the reason why it's so important, I think, to highlight this is because Nigma Galaxy had the Undying in game 1, they had the shard save, but the answers that BB Team drafted towards it, the Naga illusions to quickly kill it, the song to take it out, it's just such a difference on paper when you naturally have those answers within the abilities of the heroes. You don't have to itemize around it or anything like that.
And he did all of that while also setting up his safe laner for success.
Of course.
We did also choose an MVP, and it is that safe laner. You got to give it to Kiritich in this series. Great Kez, great Naga Siren performance, Effie, well deserved.
Yeah, he played fantastically on that Kez. At some point, the game looked kind of stable in terms of how the lanes went, but the second Kiritich joined on his Kez, when he TP'd mid and got the fight, we're like, okay, he entered the game. And after that, it felt like any play that they made with their double blink setups in the Centaur, in the Slardar, Kiritich was there to dish out the damage. And this is a hero that I would say is in his like top 3 carry heroes, period. So you have to think about this Kez coming in. It's scary. And now you have to think about the Naga if you're a team that likes to run summons and likes to run Lycans and Beastmasters.
Yeah, I like Kiritich a lot. He kind of reminds me of Crystallis in the sense that he has these like signature heroes. Like he even picked Bloodseeker during the group stage. He'll just whip them out when it feels like a good game for them and he thinks it enables the team in some way. And then he also has like his meta staples that he's just gonna go to when it's just a good hero in the game, and he needs to be the one blind picking and setting up GPK. And this is Sumail, like, as well as Divine Llama, like all these meat shields that are supposed to be tanky strength heroes, they just don't look like it.
Sorry, I just watched Bane get one-tapped. Like that's
the life that.
That's the life.
Yeah,
that is what happens. But this game, like as it progressed, it did feel like which team had the tankier heroes could take fights more easily. There was a double heart. There was one on the Slardar and there was one on the Centaur, and they were able to get gone on by the Tiny and then disengage pretty comfortably. Shout out to the cart as well from the Centaur. But they disengaged and they were able to go back in, whereas every time Nigma were gone on, the disengage was just the end of it. There was not really a comfortable way for them to kite around and take that fight.
Yeah, and just like that, we are losing one more team. Enigma Galaxy get eliminated here. And for some final words on the team, we're heading over to GH.
Hello, I'm here with GH of Enigma Gaming. Guys, had a tough 2-0 right now. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Excited to be here.
Oh, okay. No bad feelings. You didn't expect to go farther. Just.
Of course, we would have wished to go further, but you know, it is what it is.
How do you feel like the break affected you guys? I've been talking about with other players. Amar felt that he was upset that he didn't get to play for 5 days. It felt like it made them rustier. Maybe. Do you feel like that affected you guys at all?
I wouldn't be able to say whether it affected us or not. It's a bit too random to quantify exactly what's the consequences of the break.
Gotcha. All right. Okay, well, let's talk about the games a little bit. Game 1, you guys got that Naga Siren that you had to play against. What was that like? Because it felt like, at least the analysts were thinking, felt like the perfect pick in that position.
Yeah, it was a really good pick, and it struggled us a bit, but I thought we had some good chances.
Okay. Game number 2, Slardar lineup. Tons of minus armor, physical damage. That game was definitely a lot closer. What do you think was like the crucial parts in the game that led to your loss?
I think some team fights we didn't really execute them correctly, and then maybe a bit gameplay around the map was not ideal, so it cost us the game.
Gotcha. Well, I know you're captain positive. You're always generally happy. What's your outlook for the next couple of weeks as you prepare for TI?
I think we're going to take a small break for the moment, and then maybe in a week or so get back to the grind and then prepare harder for TI.
Okay, well, that sounds great. Any words for the fans out there? I know they're very happy to see you here, excited you guys have more tournaments coming up.
Well, of course, thank you for the support as always, and I wish we can deliver more in the future.
All right, well, thank you for joining me, GH, and good luck in your upcoming tournament.
Thank you.
I think coming top 8 here for Enigma Galaxy is also a great promise for going forward. This iteration of the roster hasn't been around for that long, so maybe they get eliminated here, but top 8 is still a very strong result, Brian.
Yeah, I might be projecting a bit, but that was a less joyful looking GH than I'm used to seeing. Like, I know he was still remaining very positive, but I feel like I can tell in GH's way that loss did suck, quite frankly, that they wish to have gone further, and I'm sure they're happy to have been here and they're happy with their group stage performance, but I just feel like there is more for this team to give than what we saw in this best of 2, and I think anybody in his position, and also as a spectator, that we were rooting for them, not because we don't like BB team, but because Enigma finally might have been back. But yeah, it was just hard to watch that interview because I think GH such a positive influence on the scene, and you tell it took a little bit out of him here.
Yeah, but he mentioned they were going to take a break, which I think will be very good for them. Like, they qualified for TI, and that was quite the slugfest, and it taught them a lot too. Here, they went 9-1 in their group, and, you know, losing to BB team, that's not anything to be ashamed of. They're such a strong team and could potentially make it all the way to the grand finals. And I think taking a break, resetting, you know, getting your reps in, maybe expanding your carry hero pool is going to help you a lot moving into TI.
Very, very true. It does leave us with 4 teams here in Paris. The top 4 is known: Yandex, P-Vision, Vici Gaming, and now also BB Team joining that top 4, meaning we can already kind of gauge what potentially might happen, because we know guaranteed either BB Team or Vici is in the grand final. Same thing goes for Yandex and P-Vision. And I just want to quickly look ahead a little bit. Of course, tomorrow is when the semifinals will happen. Brian, your thoughts on them?
My thoughts are that during the group stage, I thought Team Yandex and P-Vision were just a far above all, like with the way that they were just absolutely destroying their groups. It wasn't just wins, they were absolutely manhandling everybody. So we talked about Team Yandex versus Team Spirit being like the potential quarter grand finals. I also think this is grand quarterfinals was what it was. I think this is basically the grand semifinals, and that's not trying to take away anything from BB versus Vici, but I do believe the winner of that series will inevitably be the underdog going into the finals.
Well, we gotta touch upon BB versus Vici as well, because I think Vici Gaming already here, top 4 FE, it's a success story.
It is a success story. I'm so excited. I mean, XM mid slurk today, enough said. Like they're feeling themselves. Like at some point watching Vici during this EWC, at the start of it, I felt like they didn't have that much confidence in themselves. They weren't willing to really go outside of the box with their hero picks. They were kind of picking, cookie cutter heroes for Jin Q, for XM. But as they collected a couple of wins and made it through that survival stage, all of a sudden there's the position for Zeus farming 2 rapiers. There is the mid slurk for XM. I think they're going to take that confidence going into the series versus BB tomorrow.
Yeah, BB also looked very scary today. So curious to see what VG Gaming is going to come up with tomorrow. But of course, all those semifinals will take place tomorrow. And that was it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you missed any of today's action, we got you covered because this is it for today. But we'll, of course, leave you with the STC recap of today. And we'll see you tomorrow.